This is the central character of the story we are about to follow. He is only a dry skeleton, yet he has a very ordinary dream, to be able to use the toilet and enjoy that thing. Because of that, he made a deal with the gods that he would wipe out the rebellious demons if they were willing, grant him a real body of flesh and bone, so he could live like a normal human every day. Who would have thought the gods would break the deal and plan to turn him into a slave working for them? Hearing that, he bluntly replied that such a thing would never happen. After being refused, the gods had no choice but to use all their power and turned him into a tiny louse. Ironically, they confused his name with someone else, so he was reincarnated as the child of the strongest family on the entire continent. At the same time, he also possessed a terrifying source of holy power. But the problem is, what would a demon king need holy power for? His demonic power was so strong that even drinking poison tasted better than milk. Thanks to that, he became an unmatched genius in the world. Without further delay, let us begin the story. The series has ended, and the admin has completed the summary. Everyone enjoy watching. It begins with Isaac's monologue saying he wants to live and not die in a miserable way. In his hand at this moment is the doctor's conclusion about a disease that has never been recorded. Because it is so new, the disease is named after him himself. Congratulations. Isaac clenched the paper tightly when he heard the doctor say he had at most 6 months left to live. Spirit collapsing, Isaac quietly walked along the street. Suddenly, he bumped into a passerby. Isaac's pale face made the people around whisper about what had happened to him. The traffic light had just turned red. Isaac thought he had worked tirelessly his whole life, and just when life stabilized, he was about to die. In a dazed state, he carelessly stepped into the road. Suddenly, someone pulled him back and shouted that crossing the road like that was very dangerous. Isaac was unlucky and still slipped and fell face down on the ground. Trembling, he thought his life had already been sentenced to death. The lottery ticket fell to the ground, making Isaac even more heartbroken, because today was actually the jackpot day. He silently screamed that he still wanted to keep living. Isaac told himself that as long as he could exist, he would be satisfied with everything. The young man cried bitterly, begging not to let him die, because he still wanted to live and enjoy life. Saying that did not mean he wanted to live in the miserable state he was in now. Could it be that fate forced him to reincarnate as a bald skeleton who could not even use the toilet? At that moment, a horde of monsters appeared from behind and rushed forward. Isaac turned his shining bald head and stared straight at them. In his hand, he tightly gripped his sword. With fury in his heart, Isaac charged forward, attacking fiercely, and swore he would destroy them all. His blade quickly became soaked with monster blood. Suddenly, Isaac glanced back behind him. A gigantic beast rushed straight toward him. Its stomp made the ground tremble. Isaac calmly thrust his sword straight into the monster's nose. The dry skeleton rattled and thought to himself that the time had finally come. He fought as if taking revenge on the whole world and ending all this miserable nonsense. Isaac shouted loudly, then rushed forward to finish the monster. A flash of light burst forth, sending its life into death. With his shining bald head, Isaac swung his blade and struck down the opponent. In the hollow sockets of the skeleton, a cunning glint appeared as he realized this was the last one. After the fierce battle, the young man was exhausted and collapsed. The giant monster's corpse fell down. The rebellion had been completely suppressed. Isaac slowly walked forward. After reincarnating, I was once a low-level bone soldier, then gradually evolved into a spirit king. The subordinates shouted immortal demon king because I revived a race that seemed to have been wiped out. Skeleton felt a little embarrassed. Although truly bald, he was now a demon king. Suddenly, someone shouted that Isaac our king, a name that reflects your cunning and cruelty. Isaac angrily shouted, my name is Isaac. How many more times will you read it wrong? Fine, then take care of yourselves. A subordinate asked where the demon king planned to go. Isaac casually replied that he was going to receive his reward. The greatest goal is to eat, drink, and live like a human. Morning that thing, night that thing. The scene shifts elsewhere as the monster's head is brought over. Everyone who witnessed it was astonished. Isaac merely smiled with his skeletal body. Then he proudly appeared before the heavenly realm. Isaac declared that he had exterminated all the rebels, so the gods should keep their promise and turn him into a human. A majestic voice echoed, asking whether he had really wiped them all out. It was thought it would take 500 years. Someone even whispered that it was rumored the high-level demons once formed a group to force him to work for free until exhaustion. Isaac angrily shouted that they talked too much. It was they who promised that if he suppressed the rebellion, they would let him become human. God pretended to negotiate and asked whether he could do one more task. Isaac immediately flared up, even if I am only a skeleton, you should still know your limits. He roared in fury, asking why they tried to make him a slave. Even if they were gods, he was not afraid. Isaac exploded with aura, cursing that they forced him into hard labor because they actually did not know how to turn him into human. Gods whispered to each other that perhaps he had realized it. From the beginning, they should not have exploited a skeleton. Isaac roared that they only knew how to speak empty words. Other than the forbidden summoning art, they could neither create nor destroy anything. One being even had the ability to threaten the very existence of the heavenly realm if he became human. The whole group hurried to appease him and asked for more time if he was willing to help them with a few more tasks. Isaac now erupted in anger and swore he would take their lives for breaking their promise, making them panic. He roared that he would turn all of them into skeletons like himself. The space was instantly covered by Isaac's spirit power. Light of power erupted violently like a storm. Isaac showed a confident smile on his skeletal face. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared in his palm. Isaac looked down at his new body in shock. Damn it, where did my magic go? Can I not even teleport anymore? That man immediately revealed his villainous expression and sneered that it was useless. Anyone whose name I write here will no longer be able to teleport. Right on his pig hoof appeared the name Isaac. The whole group immediately formed a formation and said this was the sealing technique once used to imprison disasters like you. A mere demon daring to oppose us. You should have been grateful for working for us. Now live the life of an insect. Isaac angrily snapped that at least they should choose a worm with plenty of hair. That man coldly laughed and said, "You are still obsessed with hair, you foolish demon." Immediately afterward, a dazzling light burst forth. He was suddenly struck by backlash, causing Isaac to laugh mockingly at the foolish gods. His body trembled like a machine about to explode. If you already want to do this, then hurry before I resist. I would rather self-destruct than become a worm. Seeing he was about to explode, they panicked and shouted, "Wait." Isaac immediately cursed them, saying they should crawl into a toilet and eat gold. A massive beam of light erupted violently. Surrounding space became chaotic because of the raging energy. Everyone cried out in horror, asking whether that madman had really self-destructed. Even so, they still anxiously asked each other whether the ritual had been performed correctly. Someone guessed the ritual had completed, so the Demon King's soul had been sealed. What a relief. They discussed that if the Demon King disappeared, they would regain their power. Yes, every time he disappears, we grow stronger. Now it is still too early to relax. No one knows when the next disaster will appear. We must prepare a perfect body for the saint in the human world to eliminate the entire demon race. One person asked, "Are you all right? It seems you have consumed a lot of power." The other replied, "Do not worry, the task now is to find a suitable soul for the saint's body. And that arrogant skeleton Demon King be imprisoned forever in the form of a worm. I will make him regret it." Calm down, I must calm down. I never expected those damned gods to deceive me. Could it be I truly became a stupid skeleton? Wait, why is it so bright? Damn it, now I have turned into a worm, and I do not even have hands to cover my eyes. Wait, what is this soft, warm thing? Would I have hands? Is this truly a human body? Have I become human? So at last I can live like a normal person. Isaac wondered why the ones who hated him most would do this. Could their seal have failed? Just then a voice rang out, "Oh heavens, the saint." A girl cried out excitedly, "The saint has awakened." Isaac was startled. The saint. She gently said, "You were sleeping very soundly. Why did you wake so early? It would have been better if you slept a little longer." Isaac thought in confusion, who are these people, nannies? So I truly became human. The others said, although they did not want to, they still had to complete their task. "Saint, please forgive us because you have just awakened. We are forced to make you sleep again. May you rest for a very long time." Isaac froze, thinking he had barely seen human life and was already being forced to log out again. The steward mockingly said, "Forgive us, Saint, but you must sleep again." Then he brought the milk bottle close to Isaac's mouth. Isaac immediately turned his head away. His face turned pale. He fiercely refused that bottle of milk. Everyone froze, wondering why this baby refused to drink. Isaac thought to himself, "I worked so hard to become human, why would I drink that suspicious thing? But wait, why did I even have to become human?" The other complained, "Why do you not behave like a normal baby and just drink it? Once you finish, you can sleep peacefully, right, Isaac?" Isaac instantly became alert. That man just called me Isaac. He began recalling they called him Lord Isaac instead of the real name Isaac. Mistakenly called him Isaac instead. Isaac. Isaac suddenly understood. Because of the name mistake, I was not sealed. I even reincarnated into a body with the same name. Those gods thought themselves so great, yet they even performed the sealing ritual wrong. Isaac laughed inwardly. The milk bottle was suddenly shoved into his mouth. Isaac tried to resist, but the others held him tightly. How could a baby be so strong? Took a sip, then turned pale. "This is vegetable juice. They want to poison me with this disgusting thing." But at that moment, he felt something was wrong. Inside his body, a strange energy began to move. Elsewhere, Masa was walking with subordinates behind him. He laughed smugly, saying that child must be dead by now. Just then a voice sounded, "You seem quite pleased, Bishop." The Emperor of the Holy Kingdom, Helen Alexander, appeared with a majestic presence. Everyone immediately bowed to the son of the empire. He looked at Masa, then asked what a bishop like you is doing here. Masa pretended to be humble, saying the Joshua family came to greet the saint candidate. After all, the Holy Church must care about the saint. The emperor coldly replied that if it concerns the saint, then I should personally check. If anything happens after handing the saint to the Holy Church, it would be unfortunate. Masa smiled politely, asking what he meant, when suddenly a loud explosion sounded inside. The panic cries from inside made Masa secretly delighted, thinking that Brat was dead. Everyone immediately ran toward the room. The Emperor pushed the door open, asking what happened. Maid reported in panic. His expression instantly changed. Isaac at this moment looked chubby and adorable, making everyone praise that the saint was very cute and had a hearty appetite. He alone drank 15 bottles of vegetable juice. Masa's face turned pale with anger. How is he still alive? And he even drank all that. That was not ordinary vegetable juice. A few minutes earlier, Isaac felt something strange within his body. He suddenly realized, wait, this is. A green liquid was dripping down. It was holy annihilation calamity, a deadly poison that could destroy the holy power of priests. If accumulated too much, it would cause death. For me, this poison can be converted into mana of the demon race, so it is nothing less than a gift from heaven. I never expected they would give me something I could turn into mana. Wonderful. I will drink all this magical food. Isaac excitedly shouted, how many more? Bring them all here. Everyone was stunned. He is asking for more. The steward continued feeding him. The more you drink, the happier we are. After all, this will not take effect immediately. Isaac raised his thumb excitedly. Wonderful, I will absorb all this mana. He widened his eyes, realizing what he needed to do right now was. Isaac's consciousness gradually slipped from reality and sank deep into his inner world. He continued descending to the deepest layer of that subconscious realm. That was the origin space where the mana core was formed. Anyway, in this place, I am completely safe. Isaac began circulating energy and told himself he must focus. I need to gather all the mana I just absorbed and pour it into the mana core. To use magic, a mana core is absolutely necessary. If I want to cast spells later, I must create it. A magical explosion could occur. Wait, a normal mana core would have 3 basic colors, but Isaac was shocked to discover this core was white. Oh, that is not right. Color is not the issue. Clearly, I have not yet properly condensed mana into that small core. Then what is this energy appearing? Isaac curled his lips into a faint smile because the result far exceeded expectations. Stomped his foot and tried to move closer to the energy core. Just how many blessings were stuffed into this baby's body? If I make good use of them, I could become a monster even stronger than anything I once imagined. Mana core began to radiate dazzling light. Isaac directly activated his survival instinct. Unlucky memories surged back along with a fierce desire carved into his soul. Survive. That desire helped me become the skeleton demon king. Because of it, I could create unique magic and skills. Moreover, Isaac had successfully inherited all the magic power within this body. Thinking of the glorious future ahead made him unable to suppress his smile. Seeing the baby giggling, everyone curiously asked whether he was dead yet. Hurry and check. Isaac immediately raised his hand, startling them because he was still alive. Just a few babbling sounds from him were enough to make those people panic. Isaac seemed intoxicated by magic power and wanted another bottle. Emperor breathed a sigh of relief, thinking thankfully nothing happened. Isaac thought to himself, I was only almost assassinated. Masa suddenly realized the baby's eyes were staring straight at him. Isaac was still looking at the milk bottle and doubting whether he had drunk too much. This will not do. I cannot let anyone become suspicious. I must pretend to be foolish. Smile. So Isaac gave a mischievous smile, as if mocking him. The bishop turned pale with anger, wondering what the hell was wrong with it. After drinking that much, he should have been sleeping deeply or vomiting blood. Masa stood frozen for several seconds, sweat pouring down, because the baby even dared to smile at him. A few days earlier at the Holy Church, everyone discussed that whoever became the saint would rule the Holy Kingdom. Jay placed his hand on the holy cup and sneered. Every family insisted their child was the saint, even the lowly families. The other hurried to reassure him, saying, do not worry, all other saint candidates have already been dealt with. Even so, I still hear some unpleasant rumors. He coldly asked Masa about a candidate from the Joshua family. The Joshua family is the emperor's right hand, so the old man trembled, saying they could not touch them. Wine glass was violently thrown to the ground. Wine spilled out as he said that Brat will die the moment you arrive. Only need to confirm his death, because I entrusted this task to you. Cardinal Jay of the Bet family gritted his teeth and said the saint must come from the Bet family. Looking at the baby in the cradle, he thought the child should already be dead. But why is he still alive and healthy? This makes no sense. Masa looked at Isaac with interest. His golden hair looks exactly like the founder of the Holy Kingdom. The emperor said this, which made the bishop shiver. Isaac thought to himself, so this man is the emperor. The emperor sighed that this baby seems even closer to the gods than the current pope. Isaac was shocked when he heard he was a saint candidate. No wonder they kept calling him that. Masa grew even more furious because the emperor had developed goodwill toward the child. He hurriedly flattered them and asked to take care of the baby, which made the emperor suspicious and ask why. Two sides argued. A newborn baby cannot possibly drink so much juice. The emperor replied that a saint candidate drinking the church's drink is nothing strange. Isaac thought to himself, the Demon King becoming a saint candidate is truly absurd. The other side still insisted on taking care of the baby. Masa let out a breath. Isaac was startled because there was still dark mana inside his body that had not been digested. He did not know if anyone had noticed. Masa brought his hand close to Isaac. He said, "It seems I just sensed dark mana from this child. Something is suspicious." Isaac cursed that bastard in his mind. Has he already discovered it? Masa continued saying, "Perhaps this is only a failed candidate, so we must report it to the church immediately." The emperor angrily asked, "How dare you say that about a saint candidate?" Masa pretended to calm him. He said the Pope has chosen a candidate from the Bet family as the next saint. The emperor immediately understood his scheme. Isaac also realized that was why they wanted to kill him. Isaac was lifted up. Masa said, "Bring the baby to the holy church for judgment," which made Isaac furious. Suddenly, the emperor raised his hand to stop him and said, "Wait, Joshua family is an ally of the royal family, so I want to personally confirm this child." Masa could only hesitate and reply, "Yes, your majesty. You also know that the blessing for the crown prince will only be granted after the saint is determined." Emperor immediately fell into thought, because if he opposed the Pope, the crown prince would not receive the blessing. He asked again, "Is this the Pope's intention?" Isaac meanwhile felt extremely annoyed with these people. If they discover his true identity, there will be great trouble. Masa suggested conducting the test immediately. His exorcism power, Isaac immediately grabbed his hand. Masa said in advance that if the baby is human, then nothing will happen. If he is a demon, then he will be eliminated immediately. Before he finished speaking, he was knocked down. Masa received an unexpected punch. Isaac was satisfied that he had just broken that bastard's tooth. The tooth flew away, and Isaac scolded him in a childish voice. "You rude bastard. Whatever, I will just pretend to be a baby." Masa asked in pain and anger what is going on. Just because of the bottle, Isaac dared to do that. Everyone began whispering, "That light is holy power. If so, this child must truly be the saint." Isaac realized he indeed felt holy power in his body, but this power. Isaac excitedly shook the milk bottle. He swung the bottle straight into the bishop's face, as if venting his anger. "Try and see what you can do to me." That man immediately suffered a beating. He realized that was dark mana. On the contrary, the emperor became happier the more he watched. Isaac secretly planned to use strengthening magic to make the milk bottle harder, then pretend to be an innocent baby. How about that? Outsiders might even think the bishop was stunned by your holy power. Suddenly, Isaac noticed the milk bottle was changing. Strange, even though weak each time he used it, divine mana appeared. Two opposing powers. How can I use them at the same time? Perhaps it is related to that white mana core. Masa tried to rush forward to stop him. He shouted, "I swear on my honor this child is a heretic. We must perform the exorcism ritual immediately." Isaac became furious at his stubbornness. He reached his hand into the man's robe. The small hand pulled out something strange. A bizarre demon arm appeared. "So you hid something interesting." Masa immediately froze. That was the remains of a high-level demon, a totem. This item has the ability to absorb the power of its own kind. He always carried it to protect himself when chased by demons. Masa looked at Isaac suspiciously. How does that child know about that? His gaze quickly glanced behind. Totem was thrown far away. Isaac felt even more satisfied. "Look carefully, bastard, if you keep targeting me." The bandages wrapped around the demon arm were revealed. "Do not blame me." He snapped his fingers. Black energy swirled across the room. "A demon here. Stop it immediately." The shockwave wind made everyone's hair fly. "That bastard." The emperor shouted in panic. "Bishop Masa, explain yourself. Why is there a demon in the shrine?" He hurriedly defended himself. "Can you not see? That child just took out the totem." The emperor shouted back, "A totem only binds to a dead demon. It cannot revive immediately. Everyone obey orders. Protect the child from the demon and the bishop." Everyone immediately obeyed. Knight quickly picked Isaac up. He asked in confusion what is going on. Isaac sighed in relief, thinking serves that bastard right. "Now let us see how strong this bishop really is." Lick suddenly spoke strangely, saying, "It screamed madly, the saint must die." Isaac looked at it in surprise. What is happening? The lick became even more violent. "The saint must die." Guards immediately stepped forward to protect. Isaac froze. He revived it himself, so why is it attacking him? Isaac closed his eyes and thought, whatever. After all, there are holy knights here. But the peaceful thought quickly shattered when someone shouted, "Are they truly holy knights?" Lick roared, "The saint must die to save the imprisoned one." The scene became even more chaotic. "Stop it quickly. In this chaos, no one will probably notice my mana." Lick stretched its long black claws and lunged forward. Isaac sighed inwardly. "Why does everyone in this life want to kill me? I saved you, yet now you turn around and attack me." Isaac's eyes flashed with anger. He released pressure and crushed it. Ungrateful D. The lick immediately froze. It looked at Isaac's body, radiating holy power and confusion. The light grew brighter and brighter. The emperor watched in astonishment. The powerful holy power blasted the lick away. Its demonic aura was purified. When the lick tried to escape, Someone shouted the demon is running. Everyone whispered that is holy power. Lord Isaac just defeated a high-level demon. Truly astonishing. He is still so young yet already like this. Isaac stared at his hand in confusion. Is this truly holy power? Where has all my mana gone? It be that this body has converted mana into holy power. If that is the case, how can I gather dark mana again? The Holy Kingdom already has very little of that mana. Masa was still struggling. He shouted that child is a heretic. He uses the power of demons. Please allow me to perform an exorcism ritual to expose him. The emperor spoke and ordered stop. Bishop, how dare you slander an innocent saint candidate? Even if you belong to the Holy Church, I will not overlook it. He was forced down onto the ground. Masa gritted his teeth, thinking suspicion had already been planted in the emperor's mind. If this matter is not handled, the Holy Church will face trouble. Even if I must risk my life, I must save the family. Glanced toward Isaac. A fierce tiger was summoned. At least the saint candidate must be killed. The beast rushed straight toward Isaac. Isaac thought with contempt, that man has finally revealed his true face. Does he truly think such a weak trick can kill me? A white shadow flashed past. Wait, my mana has already run out. Suddenly a streak of blue light rushed forward. The fierce beast was instantly bound by a stream of mana. At that moment Zilai appeared and shouted coldly, "You dare touch the descendant of the Joshua family." His cloak fluttered in the wind. Everyone present was astonished. That is the faith of the Azure Knight. It is the knight of the Joshua family, the seventh son Zilai Joshua. Immediately he ordered the arrest of the bishop. The knights answered in unison. Masa still struggled and shouted, "Release me, you Joshua dogs. How dare you touch me?" Isaac suddenly thought Joshua. This name sounds familiar. Zilai continued giving orders for everyone to show respect. All the knights knelt down together and saluted. "Greetings, young master of the Joshua family." Stepped closer and apologized for arriving late. Isaac secretly marveled at his stern bearing. Zilai continued speaking, saying he could not make up for past mistakes, but he had a small gift for his nephew. Isaac glanced over to evaluate it. A gold bar. The knight proudly said it was a model of the skeleton demon king being executed. Isaac stared blankly, unable to understand the purpose. Zilai added, "We also have a version where he is burned alive. Or perhaps you prefer the crushed version." Isaac was forced to choose and his face darkened. The people around praised the young master for being cute. Isaac wanted to cry while the guards kept talking about how adorable he was. Isaac thought to himself, how can I live in this crazy family? Everyone even thought he was moved to tears. The crowd kept praising Isaac's cuteness, while he only wanted to ask how he could survive in this family. Isaac frowned and muttered Joshua. He suddenly remembered the saintesses who once tried to defeat him. One once shouted, "I am Sosha, the 451st saintess." Another said, "I am Oxa, the 61st saintess." Isaac grabbed his head, realizing they all belonged to the damned Joshua family. Not only a saint, but also born into the saintess family. At that moment, Masa shouted again, "You damned Joshua." Zilai immediately ordered him to be silent, but Masa kept shouting that you are heretics. "I will expose your true identity." He drew his sword and said, "You dare bring a monster here? The Joshua family is truly corrupt." He shouted he would destroy the entire Joshua family. Immediately afterward, Masa was knocked down. Zilai coldly warned that man should be grateful the Joshua family had not cut off his head. Isaac watched and thought that man is quite useful. He even dared confront a bishop for the family. People around comforted Isaac, saying he should not listen to those words. Isaac thought these people are useless. Isaac remembered that Joshua holy knights were once extremely powerful enemies of his. Subordinates once trembled in fear just hearing the name Joshua. At that moment, a voice sounded behind saying, "I will not forget this favor." The emperor said, "By the way, I want to ask whether the royal family can raise this child." Zilai replied coldly, "Sorry, your majesty, but that is not a joke." Isaac thought the royal family has taken interest in me. The emperor explained that many forces are targeting the child. The Joshua family is strong, but can they truly protect him? Zilai fell silent for a moment. Isaac listened, secretly wondering what they were discussing. Even the Pope does not accept this child. The emperor even said perhaps the skeleton demon king is also chasing him. Isaac immediately felt indignant. Zilai replied that the child carries Joshua blood, so the family will raise him. He held Isaac and declared the Joshua family can face both the Pope and the skeleton demon king. Zilai even said Saintess Melissa would probably be pleased to meet the demon king again. The emperor nodded. Zilai declared the Joshua family cannot hand Melissa's descendant to the royal family. Isaac heard the name Melissa. Melissa is the final enemy I faced before marching against the heavens. Isaac panicked, realizing he is the direct descendant of Melissa. A saintess is created as the ultimate weapon to kill the skeleton demon king. They are regarded as the light of the holy kingdom and the highest title of knights. Power is nearly equal to God's. so everyone believed the Demon King would soon be destroyed. But the skeleton Demon King was extremely ruthless. Isaac remembered his battles, thought he had never killed saintesses, because killing them would only return their holy power to the gods. However, Melissa was extremely powerful. I never expected she would be my ancestor. Zilai smiled and said saintesses are born only to kill the skeleton Demon King. The emperor remained silent, while Zilai declared the Joshua family can protect the child. Another knight said how many saintesses have fallen before the skeleton Demon King. He said the Demon King once imprisoned a saintess in a labyrinth. Isaac thought I already released her. Seeing Isaac agitated, Zilai reassured him that the family will protect him even if there is a curse. Zilai gently said the family is very grateful for his birth. They only hope you will not become a cruel skeleton Demon King. Those words left Isaac speechless. He told himself sorry for destroying their expectations. The emperor continued persuading Zilai that the Demon King has been sealed for 150 years. He said the demon race is expanding, so the saint is very important to the royal family. However, more than a year has passed since the saintess who gave birth to this child disappeared with her husband. Isaac realized in shock that his mother is a saintess. Zilai declared the Joshua family is strong enough to protect him. The two sides continued arguing about Melissa, hunting the Demon King's servants. Isaac discovered Melissa has lived for more than 200 years. The emperor said the baby seems worried. Isaac thought if Melissa discovers me, I will surely be burned alive. He grabbed the emperor's hand as if asking for help. Isaac used his adorable expression to send the message, "Take me with you." The emperor said with amusement, "Even the baby wants to follow the royal family." Zilai hurriedly explained, it was only because the child is friendly. The emperor insisted the royal family has more experience in raising children. Two sides argued fiercely, pulling Isaac like a trophy. Isaac only wanted to shout stop. Looking at the emperor, he made a decision. The light emanating from the emperor made Isaac think following him would be easier for survival. I cannot miss this precious opportunity. The emperor nodded with a glowing smile and praised. What a wise choice, little one. Isaac widened his eyes and stared in shock. What is happening? Beneath the silent night sky, the gentle moonlight spread softly with a faint breeze. Asa bowed his head and reported, "It cannot be wrong. I am certain he used mana. I dare swear that child carries the blood of demons." The mysterious man immediately doubted him. Holy power is granted by the gods themselves. So you mean that Noble is holding divine power? He mentioned the sword which made Masa panic, but I am sure that was mana. How could I mistake mana for holy power? The other only replied indifferently. The Holy Church has already delivered its final judgment for your accusation. Still tried to cling to his final hope. Cardinal. IJ coldly declared without mercy, that is the crime of insulting the gods. Man below bowed respectfully. I will gather the strike team immediately. But High J raised his hand to stop him. No need, the emperor will bring the child along anyway. Within the royal territory, there will still be countless opportunities. We will calculate later, but next time that brat must die. High J folded his arms behind his back and stood silently thinking within the quiet night. He revealed a sinister smile. The emperor will bring the child along anyway. Once he reaches royal territory, we will have many chances to strike. This time that brat will not escape. At the same moment, Isaac lay comfortably in the soft cradle, enjoying the pleasant feeling, completely unaware someone was secretly plotting. Bright morning sunlight shone directly where he lay. Isaac opened his curious eyes and looked around. The convoy was moving toward the Joshua family. The carriage and escort slowly advanced deeper into the forest. IJ and his subordinates secretly followed behind and wondered in confusion. What is going on? I thought they were following the emperor. A few days earlier, a golden light suddenly burst inside the small room, making Isaac startle and ask himself, what is this light? Isaac lay in the emperor's arms, covering his eyes in panic. Why is it so bright? My eyes hurt. Zilai Joshua bowed respectfully and said, Your Majesty, the Joshua family is indeed not the proper place to raise a child. Spoke calmly. Anyone could imagine it as a land filled with nobles and monarchs. Isaac secretly marveled. Is this man's will to live shining so brightly? Zilai raised his hand, glowing with golden light, and emphasized, the most precious treasure of Joshua is the remains of the skeleton Demon King. Isaac turned pale in panic. My body, you people kept it. You should have said this earlier. Suddenly, Isaac grabbed one of Zilai's fingers. He continued persuading, however, Joshua. Isaac babbled a few sounds, as if saying, Uncle, look here. He widened his adorable eyes and happily seemed to say, let us go to Joshua together. Zilai softened at Isaac's cuteness and gently called Isaac. Back in the present, Isaac lay in the cradle lazily looking outside, thinking, even though I was taken from the royal family to the military, if I want to touch my body again, this is the only way. Isaac calculated silently. That body refined mana to a level nearly equal to God's. If I cannot reclaim it, even level 10 will have no meaning. Remembered Zilai from several days earlier. It is the first time I have seen someone's will to live shine so strongly. Following this uncle to Joshua will surely increase my chance of survival. The Joshua captain suddenly asked loudly, why are the Pope's forces chasing young Master Isaac? Isaac sat up thinking, I want to know that too. Why are they causing such a commotion? Till I calmly explained, we have received a prophecy from the gods. According to it, the saint will be reborn as the child of God. The captain asked, so that person will become the next pope. Zilai nodded in confirmation. That is why High J's faction tried to create a saint. Isaac frowned, thinking, what nonsense is this? The Pope is the strongest cleric capable of casting level 10 holy magic. He is almost the king of all priests and holy knights. Within the Holy Kingdom, his authority rivals the emperor. Isaac thought it over. Through thousands of years, High J produced countless popes, so fearing I might take that position makes sense. That is why every family wants to create a saint. Noise outside made Zilai and the captain turn their heads. Zilai leaned out and asked what happened. The coachman respectfully replied, Lord Zilai, we have reached the duchy, but something seems wrong. Ahead, the city gate was tightly shut, and a group of knights slowly approached. 2 guards blocked the road with spears. The leader said, sorry, but you are not allowed to enter the duchy. Isaac thought in confusion, what now? Zilai angrily jumped down and shouted, do you not recognize the Joshua emblem? Did you even study? That man showed a sinister smile and replied, of course you cannot enter. They immediately transformed into demons, releasing a chilling dark aura. Because we must eliminate the child carrying the saintess blood first. Everyone cried out in terror, demons. Isaac leaned out of the carriage thinking, what is this nonsense? I forbade them from attacking human territory. What is the new demon king doing? The demon pointed at them arrogantly and said, listen well, inferior humans. Our king has ordered the extermination of all saints and saintesses. Isaac thought, so there truly is a new demon king. The demon shouted loudly, in the name of skeleton demon King Isaac, we will wipe out all saints. Isaac cursed inwardly, when did I ever say that, you idiot? The demon arrogantly continued, threatening, if you hand over the child, perhaps skeleton demon King Isaac will spare your lives. Before he finished speaking, a blue lightning bolt struck down, making everyone jump. Demon was burned into a charred corpse before the shocked eyes of the others. They roared angrily, that damned holy knight. Zilai gritted his teeth angrily and said, you dare speak like that to the exorcist knight of Joshua? You have chosen death. He pointed his sword forward and declared proudly for the ideal of protecting every weak life in this world. Zilai cracked his knuckles and continued, the Joshua family will eliminate all evil. Zilai raised his sword before him and the knights behind followed. He spoke deeply, we will chase you into hell and exterminate you. Zilai smiled coldly with sharp eyes. That cruel skeleton demon king must be using his subordinates to reclaim his body. The demons were struck at the heart and roared in fury, inferior human, how dare you speak like that? They rushed forward screaming, I will not allow you to insult skeleton demon King Isaac, all for the goal of reviving our king. Knights immediately took their battle stance. The captain quickly grabbed Isaac and ran to hide. He whispered, forgive me, young master. Isaac still did not understand what was happening. Is someone impersonating me? Within the forest, the captain suddenly stopped and looked around. He gently placed Isaac on the grass and said, please wait here. Joshua captain chanted a spell and said, I will return immediately. Isaac thought when he saw it a protective barrier. Isaac touched the barrier with his small hand and evaluated, even high-level demons cannot pass through. Quite strong. He realized since nothing outside can enter, then nothing inside can break it either. Isaac closed his eyes and decided, if so, survival instinct, activate release magic. Isaac whispered the incantation, listen to my call, you who were created from magic, yet possess awareness. He softly called Whisper, the one observing Isaac me. Immediately a black creature with sharp teeth and red eyes appeared. Whisper saw Isaac and excitedly cried, my king. Isaac quickly covered his mouth and whispered, long time no see, stay quiet or we all die. Christopher looked Isaac up and down and happily said, I thought I would never see your great form again. Isaac sighed, I thought I was finished too. Isaac looked at Whisper thinking, it has been a long time. Whisper, though only a detection spell, it has its own consciousness. I created it because manual searching was exhausting. Over time, it developed a personality. Whisper mocked him, your cruelty remains as terrifying as ever. Congratulations on occupying a child's body without the slightest guilt. Whisper flew around Isaac talking nonstop, how dare those filthy gods treat my master like that? Even if master is a bit vile, he does not deserve to be stuffed into a child's body. Isaac coldly said, enough. Go find the enemies. Whisper's eyes lit up immediately. I will begin now. He spun in place, creating purple mist, and reported, I will scan within a range of 100 meters. He quickly said, there are 88 enemies, all monsters. They are nothing compared to you, my master. Isaac was shocked. Have they gone mad? Wait, 88. Are they planning war? Isaac silently calculated the forces of both sides. If security here tightens, calling subordinates will become difficult. Perhaps I must finish this myself before Joshua notices. Isaac resolved that even if he must consume all stored mana, he will handle it alone. At that moment, Whisper cried out. Whisper reported currently, only 51 enemies remain. He continued urgently, the number has sharply decreased, only 31 left. Isaac was shocked. What? How did it drop so quickly? Whisper reported again, now only 13 remain. Meanwhile, the Joshua captain fought while warning Zilai something is coming. Zilai immediately shouted, everyone form a defensive line. Whisper continued, only 4 remain. The demons raised their heads excitedly, saying, finally it has arrived, brothers. A purple-faced demon stuck out its long tongue and laughed gleefully. Come forward together. It spoke in a terrifying voice. Today is the day we kill that saint. Whisper muttered behind him, the saint. Demon roared loudly, it can only be the skeleton demon king. At that moment, a surge of power struck directly into its body. The knight saw that scene and immediately turned pale in horror. At the same moment, Whisper reported, my master, there are no enemies left. Gigantic demon appeared before the knights, its eyes blazing red and its body radiating fury. It spoke deeply, I have traced the shadow's trail. How dare you filthy hands touch my king? The demon roared in anger, prepare to pay with your lives. In the distance, Isaac widened his eyes in shock, thinking, what madness is it acting out now? The demon narrowed its blazing eyes and spoke deeply, my king, my only master, transformed into a giant monster and roared furiously. And yet you dared imprison him inside that inferior child's body. Because Isaac once freed him, the twisted emotions of the shadow lick toward Isaac now erupted violently. The shadow lick glared at those people and shouted, do not dare use those disgusting eyes to look at that child. It threatened to gouge out every one of those eyes. The Joshua captain stepped near Zilai and whispered, what is he saying? However, humans could not understand because he spoke another language. Whisper sighed and said, outside is truly chaotic. Isaac thought in frustration, it seems that idiot recognized me as the skeleton demon king. Such loyalty, but a shout rang out, all knights prepare for battle. Everyone answered loudly, understood. The shadow lick roared, what are you doing? Inside the barrier, Isaac waved his arms wildly and screamed inwardly in despair, stop ruining my new life. That enormous mana core caught the captain's attention. He hurriedly reassured, young master Isaac, please, wait a moment, we will handle it immediately. Suddenly a burst of excited laughter rang out. The shadow lick cried with joy, my master has recognized me. The guiding light of my life has recognized me. The captain's face changed, and he shouted, Lord Zilai, that demon clearly shows hostility. The shadow lick suddenly dashed forward, leaving everyone stunned. It raised its monstrous hand and shot forward like an arrow, shouting, while running, I am coming, master. Seeing this, Zilai shouted a warning, that creature is rushing straight toward Isaac. Shadow lick rushed like wind toward Isaac and angrily scolded those filthy knights for daring to imprison him inside that inferior body. Isaac thought, good, it has noticed me. Isaac widened his shining eyes and thought to himself that he could not let the mana core be destroyed like that. He clapped his hands against the barrier and ordered, quickly break this protective barrier. Dark Lick hesitated and replied, Then it immediately rushed to break the barrier and shouted loudly, I understand your will, master. Captain Joshua Thansak stammered in fear when he saw that. Young master, the barrier has. Zilai also panicked and shouted loudly, Isaac. Isaac revealed a faint, calculating smile. A blazing red demonic aura surrounded him. Isaac grabbed the Dark Lick's hand and quietly praised it. Well done. He ordered sternly, now stop causing trouble and go rest. After saying that, he began casting a spell on it. The Dark Lick looked confused and did not understand what was happening. Master. In just a moment it shrank until it was only the size of a palm. It shouted unwillingly, why? Seeing that scene, Zilai exclaimed in shock, could it be? Isaac sat obediently with an innocent face. Everyone who saw that scene found it unbelievable. The boy had turned that demon into a totem. The captain shouted excitedly, he turned a demon into a totem on the first attempt. This is truly wonderful. Group of knights cheered joyfully. That is a holy technique only the saintess or a cardinal can use. Isaac silently corrected them. It is not a holy technique, but my mana. Zilai crossed his arms and thought, that is definitely the holy technique of totemization. Even though it is a powerful holy technique, why can I not feel even a trace of holy power from this child? The captain explained that perhaps a person's strength only erupts in moments of danger. Further analyzed, moreover, that demon rushed straight at the young master. Perhaps the Dark Lick's instinct sensed danger and wanted to eliminate the source. The captain hugged Isaac and kept praising him. Our young master is truly amazing. I am certain you will become a saint. Zilai could only be speechless when he heard that. He stared closely at Isaac and thought, he is not wrong. Even the demon race is searching for the boy. Even if he is not a saint, he certainly possesses some special ability. Zilai gritted his teeth and wondered, but why is it a boy? Because of the curse of the Qui Vuong Ko Lao, the child of Joshua will. Suddenly a voice rang out and startled him. I have already decided. The captain declared loudly, as Captain Joshua Than Sack, I will protect Isaac, the future of the Joshua family. Zilai froze when he heard that. He gave a self-mocking smile. So it turns out I was simply too foolish. Zilai took Isaac from the captain's arms and said gently, I was only worried because of the curse of the Quivuong Ko Lao. But this child will certainly bring glory to Joshua. He lifted Isaac happily and said, let us go home, Isaac. This uncle will teach you many things. Zilai lifted him high excitedly. You have talent, so I will train you into a great holy knight. Isaac forced a smile and thought, it is fine if I do not become a holy knight. Just return my body to me when we get home. He added, even if your lifespan may not be long, I will still try to save you. Isaac froze in his mind when he heard that. What? Zilai said excitedly, your name will echo across the continent. Isaac quickly asked again, wait a moment, you just said something terrifying, did you not? He nodded, I know you will like it. Isaac cursed silently in annoyance. Zilai laughed and said that when they returned home, he would teach him how to curse that hateful Quivuong Ko Lao. After hearing that, Isaac could only curse the damned Joshua family in his mind. Sometime later at the Joshua Duchy, a carriage slowly entered. Golden statues of the goddess were exquisitely carved. He stopped in front of a gigantic mansion. Isaac stuck his head out of the carriage feeling irritated. Those bastards beat the demon race into misery, yet live this luxuriously. How much money did all of this cost? Isaac remembered the starving demons and thought gloomily, damned capitalists. I worked desperately just to earn food for my subordinates. Whisper appeared and evaluated. Master, this place is completely different from our shabby palace. Selling just a few statues here would be enough to buy 10 Demon King palaces. Isaac gritted his teeth and said, I know already, be quiet. Zilai carried him out and introduced, this is the mansion of the Joshua family. Isaac, this is the origin of the war to exterminate demons across the continent. Zilai looked outside and said gently, look over. Pointed out the knights who were training. When you grow up, you will be like them. Spears stabbed into straw dummies accompanied by shouts. Die Quivuong Ko Lao. Young knights kept striking the dummies and yelled, I will destroy you, vile Quivuong Ko Lao. Die, die. Zilai smiled brightly with delight while Isaac only shook his head in frustration. What are you teaching these children? A group of fanatics. In the end, he could only helplessly ignore it. Isaac secretly calculated, in any case, I have already entered the Holy Kingdom. Sooner or later, I will burn that emperor and turn this place into the Isaac Empire. Whisper sneered, what is wrong with you? The Quivuong Ko Lao actually arguing with children, how petty. Isaac silently shouted for him to shut up and began observing the surroundings. Whisper blinked and replied, understood. He looked at the dazzling palace ahead and marveled. Isaac said in amazement, incredible, it is all mana cores. So many. Whisper smiled widely, this is the first time I have seen so many mana cores gathered together. I wonder how many demons they killed. Carriage stopped and a respectful voice sounded, sir, we have arrived. Zilai stepped down from the carriage and ordered, prepare a room for me. Isaac will stay with me. The butler said awkwardly, sir. He reported, sorry Lord Zilai, we received orders to bring young Master Isaac to the secondary residence. Zilai frowned and asked, the secondary residence. Why? Butler answered quietly, the fifth young master said that young Master Isaac must absolutely not enter the main residence. Isaac thought silently when he heard that. What now? Zilai asked angrily, does he want to send Isaac to that cursed place to die? Isaac thought silently, this family is truly strange. I could already see signs of decline the moment I was born. Zilai complained, my brother is doing something meaningless. Isaac crossed his arms and thought, exactly, I have the right to stay in the villa, so why should I go to the secondary residence? Whisper reminded softly, but there are many mana cores in the secondary residence. Isaac immediately paused when he heard that. Zilai angrily shouted, step back. I will not allow my nephew to stay in that haunted place. Isaac suddenly objected, no, I must go to the secondary residence. He held Isaac and comforted him, come to my room, Isaac. Every night I will read you the scripture about the battle between the Saintess and the Quivuong Ko Lao. Isaac thought in despair, this is the same as killing me. Zilai continued after that I will also tell you how to curse the Quivuong Ko Lao. Isaac screamed in his mind, do you really want to kill me? An arrogant voice sounded, why are you making such a fuss just to welcome a homeless brat like this? He laughed with contempt. I already said he must be taken to the secondary residence. Crossed his arms arrogantly and said, you have been gone so long before returning. Now you dare disobey your own brother. That man was the fifth son of the Joshua family, Gol Joshua. Isaac widened his eyes in surprise. He observed Gol from head to toe and silently evaluated. Exactly the type who only knows how to talk. Gol raised his eyebrows mockingly and said in a teasing tone, put him down. I will take the boy to the secondary residence area. Zilai frowned and shouted, "Are you joking? This child is a descendant of the Joshua family. How can he be thrown into the secondary residence where people were once exiled?" Isaac also looked at him in confusion. That rude man clearly belonged to the side that did not want me to appear. Zilai gently pinched his cheek and said, "Step aside. I still have to tell my nephew about the purification of the Kui Vuong Ko Lao." But Isaac thought irritably, "Put me down already. Going to the secondary residence is fine." Hearing that, Gol laughed mockingly and approached them. He looked at Isaac and ridiculed. "Where did you pick up this little skeleton?" He said disdainfully, "What descendant nonsense." Isaac wanted to curse his entire ancestry after hearing that. Even though I do want to go to the secondary residence, this man is supposed to be a priest or a thug. Isaac sighed and thought, forget it, I will just go to the secondary residence and absorb the mana cores. Meanwhile, Zilai continued trying to protect him from Gol. "Do you think I do not know why you want to send my nephew there?" Zilai guessed you want others to think the boy is cursed so you can remove him from the competition, right? Isaac immediately sensed something strange when he heard that, removed from the competition. What nonsense. Only then did Isaac think seriously. No, that will not work. I still need to exploit this family, then become a saint, and afterward the female pope. Most importantly, I must take revenge on those damned gods. Cole laughed sinisterly and said, "It is easy if you want people to believe that. I heard that a demon once escaped from the boy's body. Maybe he was already cursed." The guard immediately protested. "That is wrong, young master." Isaac helped destroy that demon. One person hurriedly explained that being targeted by a demon from the beginning proves how important the boy is. Another added, "Yes, he carries the holy power of a saint." Gol continued provoking, "I am so touched I might cry. You all must have worked so hard to cover up this piece of trash. If you call him the next saint, then show me his power." Whisper seized the opportunity to tease Isaac. "He wants to see your power. Why not summon a meteor for him?" Isaac gritted his teeth and replied, "Meteor my foot." Gol kept rambling, "Right if you call him a saint." He suddenly looked into the distance and paused. "Then look over there. There stood a withered, lifeless tree, the symbol of the family. Why not have him revive the thing that the family head cherishes?" Challenged them. That sacred tree died because of the dark mana of the demon race. If he truly has the qualification to become a saint, then at least he should save that tree. Gol laughed mockingly, "Of course, only if he truly is the saint you claim." Zilai asked helplessly, "Look at what you are doing." Isaac whispered in his mind, "Melissa fought well, but your descendants are truly pathetic." While thinking, Isaac suddenly noticed something. The eldest son is missing while the fifth son behaves like this. Isaac opened his mouth in shock. "Huh, that thing." Whisper also looked curiously. "What is it, master?" Isaac stared intensely and grabbed Whisper, which left it confused. Before it could react, Isaac threw it in that direction. "Go there and absorb everything for me." Whisper shouted in panic, "Wait." Meanwhile, Zilai was still arguing with Gol. "A tree that has been dead for 70 years, and you want a baby who cannot even speak." While they were still arguing, something strange happened. Zilai looked at the scene before him in shock. What the hell? The sacred tree. Tree had revived and become lush and green, completely different from the withered trunk before. From top to bottom, everyone was stunned. It actually came back to life. Gol stood frozen and stammered. Even purification and restoration magic could not stop it from dying. He was confused and did not understand what was happening. Isaac simply smiled calmly. "It is nothing remarkable." Isaac thought proudly, "There was only a little dark mana at the root, so I absorbed it all." Whisper returned and reported gloomily, "I have absorbed all the mana." Everyone asked Zilai in shock, "Lord Zilai, what happened to that tree? Did you do something?" Zilai replied coldly, "I did nothing." Hearing that, the guard speculated, "Then could it be?" While everyone discussed, Isaac muttered, "All of it was wasted mana." Whisper asked weakly, "Do you want me to spit it all out now?" Crowd shouted excitedly, "Gol, it was young Master Isaac." Gol stubbornly denied it. "This is insane. No one in the family has ever saved that tree before. How could this brat do it?" He muttered to himself that someone must have helped him. Yes, Zilai must have done something. But the people around praised Isaac, truly young Master Isaac, exorcising evil and purifying. Gol clenched his fists, unable to accept it. "You did it, did you not?" Zilai did not understand and asked, "What do you mean?" Gol angrily grabbed Zilai by the collar. "You must have asked the saintess for help, then pretended so that this trash brat could take credit." Zilai asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Gol shouted, "Stop that fake act immediately." Zilai replied in confusion, "How could I meet that missing saintess?" Isaac frowned at the scene and thought Melissa should manage her family instead of hunting demons. "Your family is truly a mess." Looking at Gol, Isaac thought silently, "This so-called brother does not resemble Melissa at all. If anything, Zilai resembles Melissa in disguise more." Whisper asked curiously, "Then what about the other brother?" Isaac suddenly remembered that man actually resembles that damned Pope more. Gol shouted like a madman, "Stop pretending to be ignorant. You brought this brat back to turn him into a saint candidate, right? The family already has a candidate, yet you still use such dirty tricks." Isaac immediately noticed the new information. There is another candidate in the family. Whisper laughed teasingly. It seems you will have to compete. Isaac found it interesting instead. If that person is supported by that man, he must be ruthless. Defeating him should be quite fun. Zilai frowned and asked again, are we supposed to ignore the boy? He is our nephew and the son of the eldest brother. He has the right to lead the family. Gol immediately retorted when he heard that nonsense. The eldest brother ran away when the family was in danger. He grabbed Zilai and shouted, you still dare mention him? Besides, you only spoke about the existence of this brat recently. Isaac thought so, that is why he has been treated differently. Gol sneered as he remembered something, but this brat is still the son of the saintess, right? Maybe he is just some mixed child picked up from outside. The words made Zilai frown. Who can be sure he is the eldest brother's son? Only his face resembles that woman. Gol continued smearing Isaac, but as soon as he finished speaking, Zilai punched him straight in the face. He had even intended to say that if it benefited the family, the boy could be sold. Even after being hit, Gol still did not understand. Are you insane? You just hit me. Zilai replied coldly, do you think I would stay quiet after hearing such trash? Everyone was shocked while Isaac found it interesting. Exactly, brothers should occasionally exchange some martial arts. The two rushed into a fight, ignoring everyone trying to stop them. Isaac stood aside watching the show. The more chaotic this family becomes, the better for his plan. Isaac grinned slyly and thought this damned family is about to collapse on its own. Whisper reminded him that if the family collapses, you will be finished as well. Has your childish brain grown dull? Isaac angrily shouted for him to shut up. Finally, the atmosphere gradually calmed down. Isaac sat in a corner thinking in boredom. Suddenly, he felt restless and uncomfortable, as if he wanted to cause trouble. The people around discussed. Another brat appeared. How should we deal with him? Isaac irritably thought no one in this family is sane. They continued discussing that, after raising that country girl into a saintess, she should at least not have given birth to such a useless son. Suddenly, a female voice sounded and made everyone fall silent. That was Asura, the second wife of the family head and the acting matriarch. She said, Zilai, we have decided to raise this child in the secondary residence to avoid attention. She asked coldly, why did you allow him to come here? Isaac only glanced at her and already understood that she was openly hostile. Cole gritted his teeth and said, the matriarch is asking you, Zilai. Isaac guessed she must be the mother of that rude man. Zilai looked around and asked, father is not here. Henna replied he went out of town. Indeed, this matter of the saint candidate is extremely chaotic. Zilai sighed regretfully, but the next news shocked the entire hall when they heard that Isaac had revived the sacred tree. Gol immediately denied the credit. It was just a coincidence. How could a child do such a thing? It must be that the prayers of the family work. An old white-haired woman also reassured herself. That is right, even the family head could not find a way, so how could a child do it? Henna nodded in agreement. He frowned and said there was no evidence from the beginning. Everyone agreed one after another that the matriarch was right. Isaac looked at them with boredom. Isaac raised his two small hands in front of him. You want evidence, right? Everyone was shocked by the sight. A green light surrounded Isaac and a mass of mana floated in the middle. Then watch carefully. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at that energy. They realized it was the energy of the sacred tree while Isaac whispered in his mind, surprised, you fools. The entire room fell silent after Isaac's action. Zilai concluded that Isaac must have removed the mana that corroded the sacred tree. An old elder stood up suspiciously. How could an infant do that? Another said, is it not reasonable? The boy just shaped mana before our eyes. Others also said that even if exorcism works, it is extremely dangerous. A tiny mistake would kill the sacred tree. Therefore, the family head chose periodic purification instead of direct exorcism. Gol turned pale, thinking it is impossible for a child to do that. Zilai immediately refuted that Isaac must have instinctively removed the dark mana unconsciously. Isaac silently agreed in his heart. Zilai continued praising Isaac endlessly. A milk-drinking baby accomplished what the entire Holy See failed to do for 70 years. Gol panicked and wondered what nonsense he was saying. He slammed his hand on the table and growled. Do the elders truly believe such absurd nonsense? Gol almost went mad trying to convince everyone. An infant performing exorcism. He cannot even speak yet. If outsiders heard this, they would laugh at our family. Isaac ignored Gol's words and casually scratched his hand. Gol gritted his teeth and said, look at him. It is not even certain he carries Joshua blood. Maybe he is just the child of some nameless family. Suddenly Zilai spoke solemnly. Respected elders, please listen to me. This child will certainly become a saint. He added confidently, the boy could even become the next pope. Isaac crossed his arms and applauded internally. Exactly, that is me. Zilai suddenly lifted Isaac high and declared, furthermore, this child will destroy the Quivuon Ko Lao. Isaac immediately gritted his teeth in annoyance and thought, what nonsense. The previous sentence was enough. Elder exclaimed in shock, the Quivuon Ko Lao. Others hearing that name angrily cursed that lowly creature. In the corner, Henna sneered quietly, thinking, Zilai, you are digging your own grave. Right after that she spoke and proposed, "If you are so confident, then why do we not test him?" Anna sat in the shadows like a witch and said, "I request the use of the sacred relic vault." The scene shifted to the northwest region of the Holy Kingdom Helen Hartlem. A sharp blade swept across a monster's neck in an instant. The head of the Joshua family stood still watching as the monster's body collapsed along with many other corpses. After that he sheathed his sword and said calmly, "There is nothing noteworthy here either." A knight stepped forward and saluted, "Greetings, family head." Eli calmly asked, "What is the matter?" The knight immediately reported, "Your representative in the family has requested permission to use the sacred relic vault." Eli said without much surprise, "I already forbade the Holy See from using it." The knight replied that this request was not from the Holy See. Eli turned and listened as the knight continued, "Your grandson revived the sacred tree, so the acting matriarch wishes to test whether the child has the qualities of a saint." Eli slowly turned and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" His gaze turned cold and imposing. "Why would a saint appear in my family?" His face darkened and he ordered, "I do not permit it. Only a saintess has survived entering that place. Tell them to stop causing trouble." He waved his hand, intending to end the order. "There will be no exceptions." But at that moment another voice sounded, "Let them do it." Melissa slowly walked forward and asked, "The one you mentioned was Isaac, right?" Melissa, the matriarch of the Joshua family and also the former saintess, smiled and said, half praising, half mocking, "Reviving the sacred tree sounds quite impressive." Melissa continued, "If the vault has opened, why not let all saint and saintess candidates enter together?" The knight was startled and exclaimed, "What?" He worriedly asked, "What if a child from another family takes the treasure?" Eli remained silent while Melissa smiled and replied, "I hope someone succeeds. Even the most outstanding saintesses before have never taken anything from there." An idea formed in her mind. Perhaps the one who retrieves that item could find the Qui Vuong Ko Lao and destroy him. Melissa's eyes flashed with calculation. "If that happens, we should reward that person." She ordered the knight to announce that whoever brings the best treasure out of the vault will receive a reward that even the Pope cannot buy. The knight asked worriedly if the reward is a family heirloom. Melissa raised her hand and declared, "And I will personally teach that person the secret technique of our clan." Her face was full of confidence as she said, "Whichever child succeeds may ask for anything, and I will grant it." Sacred Relic Vault not only stores relics, but also preserves ancient secret techniques thousands of years old. For generations, saintesses have guarded this place, so people often say the Joshua family are the masters of that vault. Only children under 10 may enter, so it resembles a trial ritual for saintess candidates. Based on the item the child brings out, people can guess the type of power the future saintess will possess. However, the vault is extremely dangerous. Even saintess candidates may die inside. After many incidents, the place was sealed. Returning to the present, Whisper's voice sounded, "Let me see." He laughed with interest and said, "If my master survives and brings out a treasure." Isaac asked irritably, "Why are you bringing that up again?" Whisper continued guessing, "But you are also looking forward to it, right, master?" Isaac babbled as if agreeing, "Of course." Isaac's face suddenly turned cruel as he said, "People say the corpse of the Qui Vuong Ko Lao lies inside." A hand suddenly lifted Isaac and asked, "Are you excited, young master?" A knight held him and said, "The matriarch has opened the vault for all candidates." Isaac heard that, and only two words remained in his mind, "All candidates." The knight happily tossed Isaac into the air and said, "All descendants of the 5 noble families will participate. Even the Pope's family will come, but I believe the young master will win." Whisper floated beside them and remarked, "It seems this matter has grown huge." Isaac felt even more confident and thought, "That is good. The more people, the easier the chaos. That will make it easier to reclaim my body." At that moment, another hand lifted him and reminded him, "You must be careful, Isaac." Zilai smiled and said, "Demons captured from the battlefield are guarding inside." Isaac thought after hearing that it would be dangerous if demons guarded. Although it sounded frightening, Isaac confidently thought if they were captured so easily, they must only be level 6. They only need to use illusion magic, and it will be fine. While Isaac was thinking, Zilai placed him on the bed and said, "Level 8 demons are not easy to deal with." Isaac immediately raged in his mind, "What nonsense. Why are level 8 demons there?" The knight added, "There is also a level 9 dragon." Zilai replied, "If judging by rank, that is correct." Whisper sighed that the entire Joshua family must be insane. There is even a dragon where children will enter. He asked, "At least you know a lot about dragons, right, master?" Seeing his master change expression, Whisper asked, "What is wrong?" Isaac bit his finger and thought in panic, "It is over. Dragons are a completely different level of danger. Well, I did trick them a few times before." Whisper asked, "Exactly how many?" Images of enormous furious dragons appeared in Isaac's mind along with roaring sounds. That bastard even tricked the young dragons. What did he sell to those children? Isaac replied quietly, "About 70. Isaac became even more worried, thinking, "This is bad." Dragons remember things for a long time. They will recognize my soul. Whisper joked perhaps I should change masters by then. Isaac growled that I heard that. After struggling internally, Isaac pressed his hands on the mattress and concluded he had no other choice. Thinking of the treasure, Isaac regained his spirit and calculated there are level 8 demons and a level 9 dragon inside. With my current strength, I can barely deal with a level 6 demon. Isaac's face gradually turned sinister. To win, I must absorb all the mana cores of the Joshua family to the secondary residence. The surrounding atmosphere became quiet. Door remained tightly closed. Isaac and Whisper sat in front of the door. Seeing him serious, Whisper whispered softly, "Master, are you all right?" Looking at Isaac's exhausted face and dry lips, Whisper sighed. "You look like you are about to be exorcised." Isaac regretted and thought, damn it. If I knew how to use holy power, I would have learned all the holy techniques by now. Someone summarize it for me. I have not even been weaned yet. Isaac suddenly had an idea. Maybe I should control their minds and force them to teach me. Whisper panicked and said, "Master, you intend to use dark magic in the middle of the church." Isaac looked confused and asked what happened to your personality over the last 150 years. Isaac turned back to look at the book in his hand. Just reading theory like this, I understand nothing. Seeing him tired, Zilai picked him up and asked, "Are you tired already?" Zilai smiled and said, "A lot must have happened today." Isaac thought that is right. Children my age should sleep 16 hours. Zilai carried him away while the servants cleaned up behind them. Zilai gently placed his hand on Isaac's forehead. Immediately, Isaac's strength recovered. He happily thought a healing holy technique. Isaac's eyes instantly lit up. "Wonderful, next use an attack spell, Uncle." Whisper helplessly said, "Please lie still." He reminded him that you still have to go to the secondary residence. Find a way to send these people away. Isaac suddenly remembered that is right, the secondary residence. Isaac immediately collapsed flat and thought I must quickly drive them all away. Whisper evaluated this performance. Who would fall for such terrible acting? Two people truly believed it at once. Young Master Isaac falls asleep so quickly. He is truly a good child. Whisper was bewildered and thought, are you all insane? They prepared to leave just as Isaac hoped. It is late, we should go. Whisper shook his head and thought these people are interesting. While feeling pleased, Isaac suddenly perked up his ears to listen secretly. The totem is dangerous anyway. Put it away safely. Isaac immediately paid attention. What? Zilai carefully instructed that is Isaac's first totem, so it must be kept very carefully. Isaac screamed silently, "I still need to absorb mana from it." But resisting was useless. The servant said, "I will display it somewhere visible." Isaac could only cry inwardly, "My totem." Isaac came up with a plan. "Then right now I will drain all the mana cores in the secondary residence." Crawled outside and said, "Let us go." Whisper asked, "Are you really planning to crawl to the secondary residence? I wonder if you will even arrive by tonight." Isaac calmly said, "I already have a plan. You only need to open the door for me." Whisper obediently replied, "Yes, master." He flew ahead to lead the way, but reminded him, "I will not carry you the whole way." Whisper regretfully announced, "Your uncle has already locked the door. It is locked from the outside, and there is also a holy protection spell on it." Isaac felt as if struck by lightning when he heard that damned uncle. Isaac immediately decided, "Then I will break the door." Whisper quickly stopped him, "If you do that, they will think you are under attack and rush here immediately." Isaac could only grit his teeth and curse silently. Angrily pounded on the door in despair. "This is driving me insane. I cannot just cling to Whisper and fly there, and using magic would make things even more troublesome." While Isaac was irritated, Whisper looked completely relaxed as if nothing had happened. Isaac had not yet thought of a solution when the door suddenly burst open and slammed straight into his face, leaving him confused about what just happened. A boy walked in from outside and asked blankly what is going on. Looked at Isaac lying on the ground with confusion. This boy was the son of Gold Joshua, the saint candidate of the Joshua family. Ozzy Joshua, 5 years old this year. Ozzy thought in confusion, this baby clearly cannot even walk yet. Isaac also looked back at him in surprise. "Is this my opponent?" Whisper saw the blood on Isaac's face and panicked. "He dared to harm my master." Ozzy looked at Isaac with a cold gaze, jealousy rising in his heart. "Even a genius like me has not created a totem yet. This brat definitely cannot do it." Isaac did not care at all. Instead, he looked extremely interested. Ozzy raised his hand, preparing to attack, and declared, "I am the one who will become the saint." He used magic to summon his totem. Isaac looked at the scene and secretly raised his thumb in mockery. "You dare compete for that position with me?" But before Ozzy could celebrate, Isaac controlled the totem and punched him straight in the head. This was the first step of his plan to escape the damned Joshua family. At the same time, Isaac realized that he had just found a means of transportation. Ozzy held his head and glared at Isaac angrily. "Do you know who I am?" Isaac thought silently, "You look exactly like that hooligan uncle. You must be his son." while Ozzy carefully observed Isaac's every movement. He was already preparing to counterattack. Isaac thought, I can see you gathering holy mana to attack me, you bastard. Isaac kept striking repeatedly, leaving Ozzy unable to fight back. You really deserve this beating. Whisper excitedly cheered beside him. Well done, master. Isaac grinned like a little devil and mocked. You rude brat, behave and become my means of transportation. Until now, Ozzy had only lain there taking the blows, his appearance extremely timid and weak. Finally, he jumped up to resist. Ozzy roared, do you think you are really that impressive? Isaac looked at him with a probing gaze, then said, surprised. At my age, being able to use a third-tier defensive holy spell is not something everyone can do. Ozzy was trying to show that he had some ability, but clearly it was still far too early to make others amazed. Ozzy swung his hand fiercely. Light immediately spread everywhere around them. The third-tier offensive holy spell, Holy Light, was activated. He shouted loudly, then fired the sphere of light toward Isaac. Isaac calmly observed and commented, not bad, using 2 holy lights at once. But this display only made Isaac even more interested. Thanks. Consider it a fine meal. Ozzy's holy light attack was gently absorbed completely by Isaac. Ozzy stood frozen, staring at the scene before him. His eyes widened in shock. How could there be such enormous defensive magic? Isaac controlled the source of light while smiling with delight. He was even secretly grateful to that brat, because the old man had never taught him how to use it before. Ozzy was stunned by this scene, while Isaac only smiled and said, anyway, thanks for helping me understand. Looking at the holy light power before him, Ozzy could not believe it. This cannot be happening. Before he could recover, Isaac had already continued manipulating holy light. Powerful stream of light shot straight toward Ozzy, making him panic and shout, wait. Ozzy's miserable scream echoed everywhere. Seeing that, Whisper curiously asked, Master, I really like this scene, but is it all right to kill someone from the Joshua family? Isaac sighed and thought, who said I killed him? Looking at Ozzy still completely intact, Isaac calmly said, the attack did not even touch him. Only now did Ozzy realize the truth. Both embarrassed and angry, he shouted, bastard, you did not even hit us, yet you scared me half to death. Ozzy gritted his teeth and shouted, no matter how many offensive holy spells you use, you cannot defeat a saint candidate like me. While he was speaking, a cold voice sounded, you dare. Ozzy hurriedly turned around in confusion to see who had just spoken. Whisper had already transformed instantly and coldly asked, you dare attack my master? It continued pressing him with questions, making Ozzy tremble all over. Are you tired of living? Ozzy was so frightened that he even forgot to open his mouth. He only wanted to cry and call for his parents. Isaac looked at this scene very satisfied and smiled slightly. Isaac climbed onto Whisper's back, then said, why are you still standing there? He raised his brow and ordered Ozzy, carry me now, you idiot. Outside, the sky had become completely dark, the surrounding space strangely quiet. I am Ozzy Joshua. In the future, I will become a saint. He frowned, looking forward with eyes full of unwillingness. The sound of footsteps echoed steadily, but the atmosphere was very strained. Ozzy panted while carrying Isaac and secretly cursed, this damn brat. Meanwhile, Isaac on his back was extremely excited. Go to the secondary house. Ozzy gritted his teeth and asked, what exactly do you want to do? Ozzy intended to threaten arrogantly. Do you know who I am? But Whisper immediately appeared and warned, listen carefully before I tear you into 100 pieces. Ozzy immediately fell into a weak position. For now, he had to think of a way to survive and leave this place first. Ozzy's whole body trembled, his eyes red as he murmured softly, someone please save me. The moonlight tonight was dazzling bright, as if lighting the way for Isaac to do something shady. Sitting on Ozzy's back, Isaac cheerfully guided him. Turn left, left over there. Whenever Ozzy slowed even slightly, Isaac leaned down and complained, want to die, Focus? Ozzy gasped and asked, where exactly are you going in the middle of the night like this? Suddenly, Ozzy stopped. Looking at the scene ahead, Ozzy's face turned pale. He stammered, this is. Finally, they arrived at the Joshua family estate, the secondary house. In Ozzy's mind, there was only one thought, the cursed house. He looked at Isaac with countless thoughts. Why did this crazy brat bring him here? Someone had died here before, so the family had strictly forbade anyone from entering. In contrast, Isaac and Whisper seemed extremely excited. It seemed this place had quite a few interesting things. Looking at the house, Whisper sighed. The mana here is so massive that it would take decades of cultivation to accumulate. Isaac pulled Ozzy forward into the house. Let's go, kid, Ozzy trembling objected. Are you really going in? The elders already forbade it. Whisper appeared and threatened, shut up and walk. The cold words made Ozzy break into a cold sweat. Finally, Ozzy had no choice but to step inside. Because the house was empty, even the smallest sound echoed clearly. Ozzy was exhausted with fear while Isaac calmly observed the surroundings. Inside was even worse than outside. Suddenly, Isaac noticed something strange. A thin layer of gray mist was drifting around. He thought to himself, wait, what is that? Whisper explained, this place has been completely sealed. Master, all doors have protective barriers. Isaac sighed after hearing that, truly troublesome. Ozzy, drenched in sweat, suggested, maybe we should go back. Everything is locked anyway. But Isaac did not care at all. He grabbed Ozzy's hair and pulled, making him scream. What are you doing? Ozzy painfully tried to pry Isaac's hand away. Do not pull my hair. Looking at the portraits on the wall, Ozzy was a little surprised and stepped closer. These are all previous family heads. While looking at the paintings, he asked, could it be you also want to compete for the next family head position? Thinking that, Ozzy confidently said, useless. That position will definitely belong to me. Before he could show off for long, the ancestor portrait was destroyed by Isaac's finger flick. Ozzy's eyes widened in horror, almost popping out of their sockets. Isaac continued acting. Ozzy shouted in panic, that is our ancestor, are you crazy? Isaac frowned and said, they should not have placed barriers on these portraits. Whisper sighed in relief, then laughed. The barrier has been broken, master. Isaac also laughed loudly. Wonderful. Isaac jumped to the ground and said, let's go, seeing that Ozzy asked, hey, where are you going? Isaac rolled forward like a ball, making Ozzy shout in confusion. Are you crazy? After causing chaos, where are you going now? The previously sealed door had already been opened wide by Isaac. Looking at the scene inside, Isaac appeared extremely satisfied. Wonderful. Isaac immediately crawled inside, then ordered, Whisper, close the door. Ozzy immediately panicked. Ozzy ran after him as if chasing his own life. Stop. What exactly are you doing? The door slowly closed. Isaac smiled, looking at Ozzy. This is not something a brat like you needs to know. Outside, Ozzy still shouted, damn brat. After everything settled, Isaac finally sat down and sighed with relief. Light began covering his body. All right, begin. Outside, Ozzy kept banging on the door loudly. Come out here, hurry. I will report everything to the adults. While he was still shouting, a figure appeared behind him. Ozzy continued speaking. I will expose everything so you get expelled from here. Someone from the family had arrived. Zilli gently called Ozzy. He coldly asked, what are you doing here? Ozzy hurriedly explained, Uncle, you came just in time. Isaac, that monster has. The silver-haired man immediately shouted. Ozzy, what do you think you are doing? You know this place is forbidden, yet you brought Isaac here. Ozzy stammered in confusion. What? The man shouted loudly. Do you know how many people saw you carrying Isaac running everywhere? Moreover, Isaac's room has traces of offensive holy spells. The old woman coldly asked, will you take responsibility for this? Ozzy said in panic. No, I did not bring that brat here. The holy spell is indeed mine, but I bent down and spoke sternly. Ozzy, this time you have crossed the line. No matter the reason, causing trouble for a child is still a fact. He asked sternly, where did you hide Isaac? Ozzy choked with grievance. I really did not lock him anywhere. No one believed his explanation. Isaac went in there by himself. Zilli stepped forward and knocked on the door asking, Isaac, are you inside? Did Ozzy lock you in? Everyone around also looked helpless. At this moment, Zilli was clearly extremely worried about this chaotic situation. The door opened before him was Isaac, crying loudly, making him startled as he called, Isaac. The white-haired old woman also hurriedly asked, are you hurt, Isaac? Oh, my poor child. Zilli quickly picked him up and stroked his head to comfort him. Fortunately, you are all right. Although Isaac looked frightened, he seemed to have no injuries. Then he glanced at Ozzy with a gaze full of suspicion and dislike. Coldly said, Ozzy, you should reflect on yourself. Ozzy, confused, did not know how to explain. I really did not do that. Meanwhile, Isaac secretly rejoiced inside and quietly raised his hand in thanks. Isaac gave Ozzy a provocative smile. Thanks to you, I had a full meal. Those words made Ozzy furious to the point of madness. The white-haired old woman looked at him worriedly, then said, why is the boy's face so red? He must be too cold. In Isaac's small hand, a blue light flashed. He thought to himself, far beyond expectations. Just one time, and I absorbed mana equal to 100 years of cultivation. He clenched his hand tightly. With this source of mana, Isaac trembled with excitement. Finally, I can begin that plan, but Zilli thought he was frightened. At the Joshua family estate, Zilli spoke, Isaac, I want to introduce someone to you. Isaac looked up curiously. He turned to the person beside him and said, this is Asili. From now on, she will take care of you. Asili bowed her head and introduced herself. I am Asili, a holy knight of the Joshua family. Isaac looked at her kneeling on one knee in salute and swearing to serve him until her final breath. He frowned and thought to himself, are they planning to send someone to monitor me after what happened last time? Isaac rested his chin on his hand with an arrogant look and said, fine then, from now on you stay here. He even made a fierce face to threaten. Zazuza, you are fired, so get out of my sight. Asili and Zilli looked at the child on the table with surprise. Asili stepped closer and softly called, young master Isaac. She asked shyly, may I pinch your cheek once? Her face shone brightly like a fan meeting an idol, making Isaac think this family is truly full of strange people. Zilli suddenly remembered something, then took an item from his pocket. All right, Isaac. This is the gift I prepared for you. Inside the box was an old ring placed in a simple case. Isaac looked at the ring and secretly mocked it as shabby as a September nun. Whisper also mocked along, saying the Joshua family must truly be in crisis to give this as the master's first birthday gift. Asili exclaimed in shock the moment she saw it. Heavens, this is not the heirloom of the saintess. Isaac picked up the ring and examined it. The saintess item. Zilli smiled and rubbed his head. I received it from the council and saved it specially for you. Isaac widened his eyes in surprise. Really? This is the ring once used by the saintesses in battle. The ancestral ring that contains a trace of divine miracle. The holy power inside it is indeed extremely strong. Isaac showed a calculating smile. Even so, it will probably only work once or twice before breaking, but I already have a way. He turned his head and looked toward another direction. In the distance, Gold Joshua was leaning against a tree with a face full of irritation. His expression proved the ring was real. He looked at Isaac as if he wanted to strangle him immediately. He stepped forward with a fake smile. Isaac, my lovely nephew. Gold smiled overly friendly. Oh, look how adorable you are. Hope you feel comfortable here. Isaac looked at him and shivered, thinking, what the hell is this? He suspected the man had gone mad. Outwardly, Goal looked pious, but inwardly he cursed, thinking the situation had become troublesome. He thought he had destroyed the blessing device in the archive, so Isaac would not receive a blessing. Yet they ended up giving the saintess ring to him. He recalled when the white-haired old woman told Zilai that Isaac had not received a blessing, so to be fair, they should give him this ring. Goal had stammered, then asking, please give it to my son. The old woman asked again, Ozzy. That boy has already received a blessing from the Holy See. Do not be greedy. Goal gritted his teeth, thinking he would secretly take it after offering it to the Holy See. That brat surely would not understand its true value. Took out another box and said, if you are giving a gift, you should choose something better. That one is useless. Zilai immediately asked, useless. He opened the splendid golden box and continued, Isaac is also my nephew, so I must give something worthy. Inside the box was a luxurious glittering ring, blessed many times by the Holy See. Keeping this will be more useful for Isaac when entering the achievement archive, something Zilai will never obtain. He smiled and said, right, nephew, give that old ring here. Isaac suddenly slapped his face hard and said, get lost. He grabbed the precious ring box and threw it away. That thing smelling of the Pope can disappear. Isaac laughed loudly. You disappear as well. Goal roared in rage. He shouted at his subordinates. Why are you standing there? Go find the ring. Zilai, witnessing everything, also thought that ring was far more valuable. Yet Isaac still chose the gift from him. He opened his arms and called, my beloved nephew. From now on I will bring you the best things. Asili also joined in praising Isaac, while the people over there frantically searched for the ring. Isaac crossed his arms and smiled proudly. I already used gravity magic on it, so it will be difficult to find. Whisper flattered, saying the master is truly admirable. Remember to pick it up at dawn. Whisper asked in surprise me. Isaac replied, of course, because that thing is worth an entire fortune. Meanwhile, Goal was still clutching his head and screaming. Returning to his room, he slammed the table angrily and said to his guard, that damn brat. Does he even know how valuable that ring is? Then he reassured himself. Never mind, because he does not know how to use it anyway. That thing is only for people who know holy magic. To use it, one must absorb the holy power of 20 people. He sneered, wondering whether even 10 people would attend the brat's birthday. The next day, the Joshua estate, everywhere was crowded with families bringing their children and discussing. Asili carried Isaac and said in astonishment, there are already more than 148 saint candidates attending, and about 4,000 people in total. Most ducal families and nobles are present. Even the emperor came. Isaac, meanwhile, was dozing in her arms. He woke up thinking, why are there so many candidates? Whisper replied, the gods really like doing things like this. Eli stroked his chin and said, how surprising, I thought everyone would think this was a trap and no one would come. A voice from the door sounded. Why would they think that? The person who arrived was Simon Iyer, chairman of one of the 3 merchant associations of the empire and also Zilai's close friend. Zilai called out in surprise, Simon, you came too. Simon laughed, saying the rumors spread across the empire, so I had to come. Everyone knows this is not a trap, so they join. Besides, the weak young masters of the Joshua family are also present. In addition, the reward offered by the Joshua family head is too tempting, so I cannot miss it. I heard even the Pope family will come. Hearing that, Isaac became curious about what the reward was. Zilai could not believe it and asked, do not joke. The Pope family appearing here? Simon shrugged calmly, saying, I am only guessing. Those arrogant people would never set foot in Joshua territory. Simon lowered his voice. Why bother? My son Ammon is also a saint candidate. Since the event is organized by the Joshua family, why would the Pope family come here? You should think before speaking. Just then the door opened and someone walked in. The newcomer interrupted the conversation. The ancients once said nothing is more dangerous than a rude friend. It seems the teachings of the ancestors have never been wrong. Simon's face turned pale with fear. Zilai hurriedly called Cardinal Barit. J. Barit smiled arrogantly and coldly. I did not expect the weaklings of the Joshua family to hold such an event. I hope that child can bring some glory back to your family. I truly want to see what the child who dares call himself the Joshua Saint candidate looks like. But until now, I have not seen where that brat is. Anyway, this can be considered an opportunity for you. I will pray that this saint candidate helps your family raise its reputation. I secretly wondered if this was a scheme arranged by the Holy See. The number of saint candidates jumping from 25 to 148 in just 1 week was far too abnormal. Perhaps the Holy See deliberately ignored it. Everyone wants their child to become a saint candidate, but once they enter, the relic archive competition will certainly happen. In the chaos, Isaac could easily be harmed. Thinking of this, Zilai clenched his fist. He turned to look at Isaac and worried if that truly happened. Isaac could be in danger. Meanwhile, the boy was being carried by a silly and carefree picking his nose. The son of the Joshua family, although having an outstanding appearance, aside from the family reputation, he has nothing remarkable. For those jealous within the Joshua family, or those who want to curry favor with the Pope family, Joshua child is the perfect target. Give this to the Joshua brat as a joke. He will not die, but he will not be able to do anything anymore. Mix this medicine into his drink with holy poison. Let him taste the cruelty of the world. Humiliate him in front of everyone, and declare to the world that the Joshua child will never become a saint. At this moment, Isaac was drinking one bottle after another. After drinking, he wiped his mouth excitedly with satisfaction. The children watching the scene whispered in panic, "Heavens, how many bottles has he drunk?" Isaac threw a bottle at the head of a brown-haired boy and ordered, "Bring more here. This poison cannot kill me." The boy was so scared he began to cry. Isaac shook another bottle, signaling more. The children began panicking and avoiding him, and some started crying, wanting to go home. Another group whispered, "What is wrong with him? I thought you put laxative. Maybe he drank the wrong one." Ozzy covered his face in despair, thinking, why does he keep drinking? This is so embarrassing. Stop ruining the Joshua reputation. As a saint candidate, you should at least notice something is wrong. Ozzy snatched the bottle from Isaac's hand and shouted, "Stop drinking. Do you think people have many lives?" Isaac looked at him with confusion. Ozzy held another bottle in front of him, saying, "This one. If you want a drink, then drink this." Before he finished speaking, Isaac threw the bottle at his face and said, "But this one has no poison. Hurry and bring the real poison bottle here." The boy holding the poison bottle muttered, "Why is he so hyper? But this is holy poison." Another child shouted, "Are you crazy? He will die immediately if he drinks it." Isaac widened his eyes in surprise. "Holy poison." And handed over quickly. Isaac rushed forward with shining eyes, making the boy panic. The children pushed and shoved in chaos. Some others stood outside, discussing that perhaps he had extremely strong poison resistance. If so, why would he look for the poisoned bottle? Or maybe he wanted to drink them all so no one else would be harmed. Ozzy only sneered when he heard that. Suddenly someone spoke up. "Is that really so? You think he is sacrificing himself?" Kina laughed mockingly. Ozzy widened his eyes in surprise. "Kina, why was he here?" No one had ever heard that the Pope family would participate. That white-haired person was the direct descendant, Kina. The other children whispered, "Is that not Kina? Why would the Pope family appear in the relic archive?" Someone sighed, saying, "It seems we already know who will win." Isaac, meanwhile, had just knocked down a boy and sat on him while continuing to drink. Isaac looked at Kina and asked, "So that is the boy guaranteed to become a saint? But the Barit family has pure white hair like that. The others in that family all have silver hair." Kina smiled and replied, "What is strange about a member of the Pope family appearing in the relic archive? Our family leads all clergy, so the relic archive also belongs to us. I only came to reclaim what already belongs to me." Isaac thought to himself, that arrogant way of speaking truly belonged to someone from the Pope family. That boy was also formidable. The purity of his holy power was even greater than that of a bishop. Indeed, the number 0 saint candidate. Are you planning to use dirty tricks to humiliate Joshua? Kina continued speaking. "How pitiful that you bully a child. There is no way a child could resist poison. Saintess must be protecting him." Kina stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Isaac. He summoned holy power and said, "I will detoxify you." The children around them discussed in astonishment. Isaac looked at him with a contemptuous gaze. "What trick is this fool planning? So he wants to use me to show off his strength. Fine, then I will play along." Isaac smiled, then slapped Kina hard across the face. Kina stood frozen. A child shouted that his holy power disappeared. Kina turned around with eyes full of horror. "My holy power has been nullified. Impossible." Isaac, meanwhile, still pretended to be innocent. Kina stared at his hand as if he could not believe it. Could that Joshua brat really be stronger than me? Isaac glared back. "What are you staring at, brat? I will smash your head with this bottle." Suddenly, someone rushed over and hugged Isaac tightly. The people around whispered, "Is he protecting the child from the same family?" They even thought Ozzy could oppose the Pope family. Ozzy held Isaac tightly, thinking, "If I was not here, you would all be finished." Kina regained his arrogant expression and calmly said, "Perhaps I startled the boy. After all, he is still just a child." He continued, "Good luck, Joshua descendant. At least try to save a little honor for your family." Ozzy and Isaac both gritted their teeth in anger. The best treasure here will certainly belong to me. After all, Joshua would not even dare approach the skeleton demon king corpse. Ozzy muttered, "What an annoying fool. What is he trying to show off?" Isaac suddenly jumped up and shouted loudly, making Ozzy startled. What did that white-haired fool just say? Did he just mention the corpse of the skeleton demon king? Ozzy grabbed Isaac's hand, trembling, and asked, "What is wrong with you?" "Stop shaking my head." The family head already declared that whoever brings back the skeleton demon king corpse will receive a special reward. Isaac suddenly froze, his voice panted and broken sounding. "Mimi Lisa, you dare touch my corpse?" Isaac's face gradually revealed clear anger. Children around began stepping back into small groups. Isaac sat still thinking. I accumulated mana in that body for hundreds of years. If I recover it, reaching level 10 will no longer be difficult. But now these brats are guarding around there, so I cannot act yet. Never mind, whoever blocks the path will simply be stepped on. Thinking that, Isaac smashed the bottle onto the ground. An elder shouted loudly, "Everyone gather here. We'll soon depart, so listen carefully to what I say." Relic Archive is where the achievements of previous saintesses are preserved. Hearing that, Isaac thought to himself, the history lecture begins again. Isaac turned around and walked away. Ulji hurriedly ran after him, calling, "Hey, where are you going?" He planted his foot as support, preparing to leap. Then he shot forward, leaving dust swirling everywhere. Ozzy quickly turned his face away. Girl hurriedly reported to the elder, "Isaac has run away." Isaac, meanwhile, was more excited than ever. "It is time to use the holy spell I just learned." The elder shouted, warning, "Isaac, that is a forbidden area. Going that way will activate all traps." The children, hearing that, were all terrified. Ozzy immediately chased after him, shouting, "Stop that brat quickly." At the grand hall of the Joshua estate, Asili worriedly said to Zilai, "I hope the young master is still safe." The announcer declared, "We have connected with the Relic Archive. My summoned beast is following the third candidate, so I will broadcast information directly." Zilai felt uneasy, thinking it has already begun. Current third place is Ammon Acer. Simon shouted joyfully, "That is my son." Second place is Vujazaswa. Goal immediately proudly said, "That is my son." And the current first place is Isaac. Zilai and Asili were shocked at the same time. The announcement repeated, "Isaac Joshua." The elder behind was still running while shouting, "Isaac, do not go that way." But he accidentally stepped on a trap mechanism. Trap activated immediately. A lightning bolt struck the elder, making him scream in pain. The scene instantly became chaotic. The children scattered while running and crying. Ozzy angrily shouted, "You crazy fool. Why did you run in there and cause chaos? The archive challenge is already dangerous. Now we must also avoid anti-intrusion traps." Isaac stopped before the gigantic door and asked, "So this is the entrance to the second archive?" Ozzy shouted, warning, "Isaac, that is not the place." Whisper suddenly appeared, saying, "Master, thanks to the mana absorbed at the secondary house, I have evolved." Isaac smiled cunningly. "Good, then now you must work more." The children behind finally recovered and began whispering. This is why the saintesses were so powerful. A child pointed to the sky. "Is that not Ozzy from the Joshua family?" "Yes, it seems his name is Ozzy. How is he flying?" Ozzy sighed in annoyance. "You idiots think I want to fly. Hurry and put me down." Whisper dropped him and reported, "I have safely secured the information provider." Ozzy staggered to his feet and said, "Stop. From the second archive onward, one wrong step means death. You must face fear and remain calm." Isaac fired a lightning bolt, interrupting him, saying, "Too much talk. Now hurry and tell me what is inside the second archive. Once you enter, you absolutely must not attack the enemy." Isaac frowned, asking, "Why can I not attack?" Ozzy replied, "That is the only way to pass." Isaac began losing patience. This challenge is truly troublesome. Ozzy said someone has died because of it. Isaac shrugged, "As long as I do not attack, it is fine. 3 minutes is nothing." When the door opened, a voice sounded, "Welcome to the path of calm. Patience is the virtue of cold wisdom. Keep your mind calm." The scene shifted to another place. In Kina Barit's group, green-haired subordinate asked worriedly, "Is it all right for us to stay this far behind?" Kina smiled confidently. "There is no need to go first on a dangerous path. Have you forgotten that an 8th-level demon guards the entrance of the second archive?" Kina pointed forward. Everyone saw that the second door was already open. The challenge had begun. Inside the second archive, a voice echoed, "Do not waver." A figure gradually appeared. It was a handsome god speaking. "Patience will lead to light." But after only 3 seconds, Isaac unleashed holy power and destroyed him. Ozzy saw that and felt despair. Remembering Isaac saying 3 minutes was no problem, he could only lament. Ozzy shouted, "You madman." Isaac growled, "How could I stand still when seeing the face of a god?" System coldly announced, "You have failed. Those who lack patience will be punished by the gods." A monster appeared. Ozzy trembled and muttered, "It is over. This time we are dead." Isaac showed a calculating smile, then gathered strength. summoning a blazing red surge of holy power in his hand. Immediately afterward, he struck with a palm. The monster had no time to react before being blasted away on the spot. Ozzy's eyes widened and his mouth hung open, stammering without words. The monster exploded into fragments like fireworks scattering everywhere. Whisper stood watching in shock. Only one thought remained in his mind. What in the world just happened? Its body crumbled into piles of rubble rolling across the ground. Isaac frowned, thinking, this is supposed to be level 8. Are you mocking me? Magic of my former subordinate once created golems like this. The elite demons of the Skeleton Demon King. His 14 attendants all used this kind of special magic. So now they have become servants of the Joshua family. Or does this place have a connection to my body? Thinking that Isaac intended to check personally, Ozzy saw him run again and shouted after him, "Where are you going now?" Suddenly laughter sounded behind them. Ahaha, I did not expect the Joshua descendant to help us this easily. A group stepped out from the nearby bushes. Leading them was a red-haired boy pointing and saying, "See, I told you the Joshua people know how to pass the trial." That was Nizer Sebit, the third son of Duke Setbit. Nizer laughed loudly. Thanks for handling the gatekeeper for us. Now step aside so we can enter the second archive first. Isaac did not bother listening to them, and only wondered why so many were still alive. Nizer continued mocking. I did not expect the Joshua descendant to be so cunning. Ozzy, you belong to him, right? Ozzy asked blankly, belong to him meaning what? There is no such thing. I already said it is not true. Did you not hear? Nizer stepped in front of Isaac saying, everyone saw it. This brat avoided all the traps. This must definitely be a special treasure. This ring must be enchanted with magic. He snatched the ring from Isaac's neck and raised it. Everyone looked. With this we will avoid all traps ahead. Ozzy sitting nearby shook his head with disdain. But seeing Isaac remain so calm, Ozzy felt slightly uneasy. He was not someone who easily ignored being robbed. Nizer and his companions took the ring and left. The one who brings back the Skeleton Demon King corpse will definitely be me. Nizer Sebit. The people behind him cheered loudly. At that moment, a strange power suddenly erupted, causing him to freeze. A terrifying explosion echoed along with frantic screams. Ozzy gritted his teeth and avoided the shockwave of the blast. Was it a trap, Isaac? So he used them as bait. The chamber was filled with thick dust and smoke. In the second archive, Ozzy carried Isaac on his back and continued forward among bodies lying everywhere. Isaac glanced at the mess and sneered. All the traps here have already exploded, thanks brats. But his gaze suddenly darkened in thought. Why were those brats following me? Remaining children looked at Isaac with admiration. Perhaps the boy possessed divine senses. Whisper covered his mouth and chuckled. It seems they have recognized your greatness. Ozzy sneered, thinking these naive children should run away before it is too late. At that moment a voice sounded. If a true saint exists, then that child is the most promising candidate. A blond boy stepped forward smiling and introduced himself. I am Basis Juliusar, the second prince of the Juliusar kingdom. The surrounding crowd whispered, that prince has received a blessing from the gods. Ozzy called Isaac. Isaac responded with a sound as confirmation. An announcement echoed, we have arrived. Before them stood a gigantic door, leading to the third archive with intricate ancient patterns. Invisible voices echoed, welcome candidates. This is the floor of memories. Prove your courage and determination. Children behind became excited. Finally, we reached the next archive. The challenge is simple. Defeat us and seize the glory. The children immediately discussed. Does that mean we must fight? Isaac's eyes sharpened. He thought to himself, this will be interesting. Isaac signaled the children to stop. Ozzy sweated, thinking Isaac always decides correctly. Perhaps the gatekeeper is lying. The first challenge was choice, and Isaac rushed straight through. The second challenge was calmness, yet Isaac was not calm at all. The third challenge is called memory, meaning we must remember what happened before. That means we must not attack. Isaac waved, signaling everyone to step back. Ozzy was surprised. Could Isaac actually be helping those people? Could it be the saintess kindness within him had awakened? But immediately Isaac burst into laughter and hurled a sphere of holy power straight into the monster's face. Ozzy stood frozen. The monster roared angrily, gripping its weapon tightly. In an instant, it rushed forward with terrifying speed. The blade swung down straight toward the children. Its voice roared, you have chosen wrongly. The children screamed in panic, help. Ozzy stood stunned, unable to understand what was happening. In contrast, Isaac appeared extremely excited. Isaac smiled with narrowed, cunning eyes. It has been a long time since I met them again. How foolish to trust others so easily. They are merely puppets created by the magic of the 14 attendants. The space was soon engulfed in a sea of fire and chaotic smoke. Children panicked, running everywhere, crying and seeking help. But they could not find Isaac and Ozzy because they had used 6th-tier invisibility holy magic. Isaac secretly rejoiced that the blessing given by the master had saved him at the right moment. Basis also ran over to them and thanked them for letting him hide together. Isaac suddenly tossed a small object to Basis and told him to hold it. Basis looked carefully at the object in his hand and realized it was a ring. Not only was he protected by Isaac, but he was also given a special item that moved him deeply. Did he give this to me because he thought I was not used to fighting demons? Facing such a rare item, he immediately promised to keep it safe. Thank you very much. I will always remember this kindness. Life was not as expected. The moment he finished speaking, the ring in Basis's hand immediately drained all his life force, leaving his body shriveled like a mummy. Seeing that deeply mocking scene, Whisper burst into delighted laughter. That is truly my master's style. While those two were enjoying themselves, Ozzy could only pray silently. Uncle, what kind of monster did you bring back to the family? Scene shifted as Ozzy and the black-haired boy struggled in battle with the man in the white cloak. Gather quickly. Can anyone here use defensive holy magic? While the black-haired boy raised a shield, Ozzy seized the chance to create a sphere of light. Let me attack first. Stand behind me. But the man in white was too impatient to wait. He immediately charged forward, prepare to receive punishment. After waiting for the right moment, the two decided to counterattack. Now advance. Moji rushed forward without hesitation, holding the sphere of light, ready to send that man back to the earth. Yet something strange happened immediately afterward. Before he could release the attack, he collapsed unconscious on the ground. Seeing the bizarre sight, the black-haired boy turned toward Ozzy, who lay motionless. Hey, what happened? What is going on? While he was still confused, the familiar ring suddenly appeared again. The fate of the black-haired boy became exactly the same as before. The ring drained all his energy, leaving him dried like a corpse. Even the man in white widened his eyes in shock. He had not even done anything, yet his opponents had already collapsed. While he was still looking around in confusion, the ring flew back to Isaac. Anyone else we trick? Whisper, after causing the trouble, reported, the ring has drained the holy power of the brats. Then we should move to the other side, as you command. Unable to disobey Isaac, it immediately left to find the next target. One by one, the children had their holy power drained by Whisper in despair. What is happening? Do not blame me. Man in white stood stunned as his opponents suddenly collapsed. The puppets did not attack those unable to fight, so fainting from drained energy was still better than being injured. After absorbing quite a lot of holy power, Whisper reported back to Isaac. It seems nearly finished. But in the middle of the task, he suddenly froze as a spatial rift appeared before him, releasing powerful lightning. What is this? Before he could recover, the power spread outward, and lightning erupted, knocking the man in white down as well. The terrifying force forced Whisper to retreat far away, not daring to confront it directly. While he still lay flat on the ground, the one who caused the disturbance appeared. Finally found you. Isaac Joshua. The one who appeared was Kina, with a satisfied expression upon seeing him. Ozzy looked at him in shock while Isaac remained extremely calm. I wondered where he went, so he finally decided to show himself. Ozzy was still stunned by Kina's terrifying power. Heavens, I knew he was a genius, but this is outrageous. In an instant, an even more astonishing scene appeared. A gigantic pair of Holy Spirit wings was summoned. At this age, he can already summon a Holy Spirit. Kina placed his hand on the eagle's head and smiled confidently. Ozzy had not yet recovered when Kina spoke. You surprised me. I did not expect anyone other than me could defeat a demon. Without waiting for Isaac to answer, he continued, provoking. Or did you lure those brats into a trap like in the first trial? Reality was completely different from his thoughts. The other boys were still safe and approached them. That child passed the trial for us. He even guided us. He is our benefactor. Isaac was speechless. Whisper teased him, saying this looks like a worship syndrome. Hearing that, Kina glanced at them with disdain. Benefactor, you call yourselves saint candidates yet need a child to help. Do you not feel ashamed? Insulted too much, they immediately retorted. You hid the entire time yet talk so loudly. When we searched for traps, what did you help with? Others also defended Isaac. He looks more like a saint than you. When we leave, we will tell our parents. In a moment, Kina was attacked by the entire group. But Ozzy clearly knew Isaac was exploiting the situation. Boys continued protecting Isaac. Without him, we would have faced serious trouble. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a new phenomenon appeared. Before them, a gigantic sphere of light rose into the air and opened a massive gate. Everyone gathered before the gate, guessing it was the entrance to the third archive. Perhaps the second trial had ended. Immediately afterward, a voice echoed, "Congratulations, candidates, for passing the second trial. I am the keeper of the archive. The important moment has arrived. Make your choice." Two choices were presented. Stop and receive a treasure, or continue the trial to reach the third archive. One candidate immediately chose the second option. The system reminded again, think carefully. Either stop and receive the treasure, or continue facing the trial to reach the third archive. But every choice has a price. If they succeed, they can search for treasure in the third archive. If they fail, death will await. Standing between life and death, everyone felt tense. After listening carefully, Isaac and Whisper speculated. Based on the manner in that voice, it must be a dragon. After confirming this, Isaac frowned seriously. Then the warning about death is real. Even though it was dangerous, they did not want to stop. We worked hard to reach here, so we will continue the trial. The other candidates also agreed. I also want to reach the third archive. System asked again to confirm. Do you truly accept the danger? Seeing their determination, it seemed satisfied. Very well. Immediately afterward, they were transported to the next trial. Isaac smiled cunningly after achieving his goal. The space began to change, preparing to send the candidates into the new trial. Burst of energy exploded from the ground, shattering stones. The ground shook violently, beginning the new trial. Receive the challenge. Isaac appeared extremely excited. Finally, the trial arrives. Immediately afterward, a statue of a god extended its hand before them. Praise our God. Candidate stepped closer and looked up. Another statue. The mission was announced. Show reverence to the god. Only those who prove faith can reach the third archive. Mission sounded simple, making them think. We just need to kneel and pray. Hearing that they must kneel before the statue, Isaac immediately frowned with displeasure. The reason was very clear. I will never kneel before the one who tormented me for hundreds of years. The black-haired boy stepped forward. It seems easy. We only need to pray. Without hesitation, he knelt before the statue. Raising both hands, he began praying. O Supreme Lord, please allow me to serve. Unexpectedly, the prayer caused the statue to respond. You were taught very well. Very good, you passed. Seeing that the other candidates exclaimed. At that moment, Isaac jumped down from Ozzy's head, making him startled. Because of his hatred toward the statue, Isaac forced Ozzy to do it instead. You pray. I will not. While Ozzy clutched his leg in pain after being kicked, Kina stepped forward. With confidence, he said, we already learned how to pray at the Holy See. He placed his hands on the ground, performing an exaggerated prayer ritual. It was unclear how sincere he was, but his display scored highly. This is the proper posture when worshipping a god. Even though Kina was somewhat dramatic, many people still followed. I also want to try. Everyone competed in praying. Only Ozzy stood stiffly murmuring prayers. Before long, he was urged. Why are you still standing there? Do you plan to give up and accept death? No, I still want to try. Me as well. Hearing that, Ozzy clasped his hands and began praying like the others. What attracted the statue's attention the most was Isaac's stubborn attitude. Unlike everyone else, he remained stubborn and refused to kneel. Child, why do you refuse to bow? I will never do it even if I die. Fearless bluntness shocked the other candidates. What is wrong with that boy? Does he have a problem with faith? Then the rumor that the Joshua family lost faith must be true. Hearing the whispers, Isaac grew angry. Stop embarrassing the family and pray. Kina also could not understand Isaac's reckless decision. Everything is being recorded. Does he want to lose the chance to become a saint? No matter how talented someone is, without faith it is useless. I should not have paid attention to him from the beginning. That disrespectful attitude enraged the statue. Such rude behavior, child of the saintess family. Even knowing the situation was unfavorable, Isaac remained stubborn. I will never kneel before you. If you want to kill me, then do it. But before finishing his words, he froze as an invisible force pressed down. Statue immediately emitted a surge of dark energy, forcing him to kneel. In the end, no matter how stubborn Isaac was, he was forced to submit. Insolent one received punishment. Held tightly by dark energy, Isaac's face turned red with anger. Get away from me. We'll smash this cursed statue. Whisper worriedly advised him. Master, that is dangerous. But his anger had surpassed limits, so Isaac's hand ignited with flames, preparing to strike. Die. Unexpectedly, the statue suddenly changed its tone and praised him. Excellent. Those words made Isaac freeze for several seconds, not understanding what was happening. Life is full of reversals. His rebellious action was accepted. You have passed. Proceed to archive number 3. What? Others knelt until their knees hurt yet were not acknowledged, while Isaac passed easily. You said we must show faith. Few seconds later, the statue explained. That child is the only one qualified to pass through this door. When the statue itself spoke, Kina immediately fell silent. Do you truly not understand? The statue spoke bluntly like a thunderclap. You are kneeling before a statue, not a god. Is your faith merely bowing before a block of stone? The third trial turned out to be harder than they expected. Hearing that, Ozzy also nodded. Even if it bears the form of a deity, the statue is still only a symbol. The other candidates fell into confusion. Were we deceived? But the Bible also says statues must not be worshipped. The statue pointed toward Isaac. Look at that child. Even when facing death, he still holds firmly to his faith. Therefore, only he deserves to enter the third vault. Whisper only gave a faint smile after hearing that faith. No matter how many times she heard the explanation, Kina still refused to accept it. I do not agree. He is still too small. How can anyone know he did not kneel because of faith? Whisper immediately mocked. He does have a point. Clearly, the master did not even want to. Unable to settle the argument, Kina delivered her final move. If he truly has faith, then why does he not have a holy mark on his body? Hearing that, Isaac suddenly froze. The question made him the center of attention. How could a saint candidate not have a holy mark? Kina revealed a satisfied smile for successfully making Isaac confused. He is the only one without a holy mark. Give up, kid. Hearing that, the statue asked again. You say he does not have a holy mark. But the statue still defended Isaac. because he is still too young. The answer left the other candidates stunned speechless. Kina was shocked again. That sounds ridiculous. The statue repeated, I said because he is still too young. The others immediately protested. Then let us enter as well. We have holy marks. The two sides began arguing fiercely. You all want to enter the third vault, do you not? The statue fell into silent thought for a moment. After considering, it gave a decision that made everyone delighted. If that is the case, then go in. Really, then we can enter the third vault now. Ozzy was also astonished. But things were not that simple. The statue gave a cold laugh. If you wish to rush into the fire like moths, then go ahead. After speaking, it gradually disappeared. The door before them slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black space. Inside, a freezing aura spread outward. Merely touching that energy made everyone tremble and turn pale. Real trial had only just begun. That was the dark mana of the skeleton demon king. A voice echoed, I originally intended to spare those who could not endure the dark mana. While many people collapsed, Isaac still stood firm. He even laughed loudly while looking forward with excitement. Wonderful. At last Isaac arrived where his true body was lying, the corpse of my skeleton demon king. He secretly laughed, thinking, I never expected we would meet again after the self-destruction in the heavenly realm. Seeing the dark mana overflowing made him even more greedy. The fire sphere spoke, look at that child, that is the face of courage. The other two boys looked at Isaac and thought silently, but he looks more like an addict. Fire sphere continued speaking, it is not too late yet. Anyone who cannot smile in the face of death should turn back. If you give up now, you can still choose a treasure from the second vault. Several children began wanting to retreat. Suddenly Kina stepped forward and shouted loudly, I do not need a treasure from the second vault. We will enter the third vault. Therefore activate every trap. The black-haired boy cursed quietly, this lunatic. Kina declared that no one had ever obtained the corpse of the skeleton demon king. The fire sphere showed interest. It seems you know quite a lot. Kina said, I do not want an easy victory. Return the third vault to its most dangerous state. Only then can I surpass even the sane test. Isaac looked at Kina and thought silently, this guy is truly insane. Fire sphere agreed and released a stream of purple energy. The brown-haired boy pushed Kina away and shouted, if you want to die, go alone. Why drag us along? The purple energy made everyone float. The brown-haired boy was also lifted into the... From the lake came the roar of a skeleton. Mixed with the screams of the children, it formed a chaotic scene. Isaac thought with delight. What chaos? Whisper called out, Master, look over there. He pointed toward the skeletal hand, floating in the middle of the lake, then shouted loudly, look there, your body is over there. Isaac praised excitedly, well done, my little one. I mean my body is absorbing energy from the third vault. The brown-haired boy saw the skeleton and wondered, is that the corpse of the skeleton demon king? The black-haired boy was shocked, just a single hand releasing such immense dark mana. Isaac secretly laughed proudly, not the entire hand, only the thumb. The other parts are merely copies. He focused on the thumb, slowly absorbing mana. A powerful magical force surrounded the piece of hand bone. From it, a demon suddenly shot into the air, startling the children in panic. Black-haired boy screamed, a demon. The brown-haired boy panicked. I thought after passing the second trial they would no longer appear. The fire sphere questioned, did you not request that all safety devices be disabled? Isaac suddenly noticed, wait, that is. The demon stomped heavily on the ground, then roared, you insects. How dare you covet the body of my king? The blue-haired boy pointed straight at Kina and blamed him. This is all because of you. How will you take responsibility? Kina turned his back and walked away, then said, trust me, I guarantee you will leave here safely with a treasure. Kina smiled, thinking, the 14 retainers, the elite warriors trained by the skeleton demon king, are now merely prisoners captured by the Pope family. I've already prepared holy magic to counter it. The treasure will certainly be mine. Kina's eyes emitted a brilliant golden light. That light flared, forming furious eyes staring at the demon, then shouted, kneel down. The demon seemed to falter. The black-haired boy exclaimed in admiration. The brown-haired boy realized, that is the power of the Pope family. Kina secretly rejoiced, good, it works. Now I will take it. But at that moment the demon voice interrupted, it is you. It slowly approached, making Kina startled. The demon roared angrily, the insect who dares covet the body of my king. The scene shifted to outside the gate of the achievement archive. People around began whispering anxiously, what is happening inside? The transmission was suddenly cut off. A young man ran over holding a stack of papers with a terrified expression. Something big happened. The demon race seal in the third vault has been broken. Zilli and Simon were both stunned hearing that. Simon asked, Zilli, the demon that was sealed is one of the 14 retainers, right? Zilli worriedly thought, if it really is one of the 14 retainers, then the children inside are in danger. A man in brown asked, what about the elders supervising? The man in black answered, they disappeared while trying to disable the traps. An elder worried, then the children are in extreme danger. Everyone began panicking. How can the children deal with those monsters? We must stop the trial immediately. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the door, startling everyone. A dazzling light burst from the door. Simon asked, what is happening? Well, I thought silently, is the achievement archive opening? What is that blinding light? Man in black warned, "Please step away from the entrance, dark mana is leaking." The elder stopped him. "Wait, I do not sense the presence of a demon," a female elder asked. "Then has it been defeated already?" Hai Jay smiled, thinking, "Well done, Kina." Everyone was astonished. "You mean the demon guarding the corpse of the demon king has been defeated?" Simon looked at Zilai suspiciously. Voice interrupted, "It must be Kina. The Pope family truly is extraordinary." Zilai bit his lip in anger. An elder stepped forward to congratulate him. "Congratulations, Cardinal," Hai Jay said proudly. "It seems Kina has completed the mission excellently." He glanced to the side and looked at Zilai with arrogance and thought, "Joshua family, this is the consequence of opposing us. Now we have the corpse of the skeleton demon king. Sooner or later, you will have to bow your heads." At that moment, someone shouted, "Look, the children are coming out." Hai Jay and Zilai both looked toward the gate. Zilai bit his lip worriedly. "Ozzy, I hope all of you are safe." From the dark gate, the children began to step out. One by one, they left the door. Zilai saw a child hugging a family member and crying, and thought quietly, "Thank goodness, even though some are injured, none are seriously hurt." Two people nearby discussed quietly, "It seems the group that entered the third vault has not come out yet." Zilai frowned with concern. Suddenly someone shouted, "The last candidates are coming out." Ammon and Uzi, along with other children, stepped out with many wounds. Ammon father ran forward. "Ammon, are you all right?" Uzi father also called for his child. Uzi hugged his father and cried loudly, "Father." He asked worriedly, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Meanwhile, Zilai was still uneasy. "Where is Isaac? Why is the boy not here?" Hai Jay stepped forward and called Kina. "What are you holding in your hand?" "Where is the corpse of the skeleton demon king?" Kina stammered that. Hai Jay angrily shouted, "When did I tell you to bring back this useless thing?" At that moment, a golden sphere appeared in the air. The golden sphere immediately expanded, drawing all attention. Someone pointed upward and shouted, "Look!" Everyone saw a wolf biting the clothes of a boy while floating in the air. A wolf. Someone realized something. "Wait, that is Isaac. The wolf is holding his clothes, making him hang in the air." Asili hurried forward and called Isaac. Asili also shouted, "Young Master Isaac." But Isaac was firmly held by the wolf. "That is the guardian young dragon of the achievement archive. The holy dragon has two forms, dragon and dog." Asili nodded. "That is right, that is the young dragon. Even though it is in wolf form, its energy is enough to prove its identity as a holy dragon." Asili suddenly heard a sound coming from Isaac. He was chewing something in his mouth. A knight pointed forward in shock. Could the thing Isaac is chewing be? Is it the corpse of the skeleton demon king? They realized it was a bone fragment. An elder scratched his head worriedly. "Why is the boy holding it in his mouth?" Another elder shouted loudly, "Isaac has brought back the corpse of the skeleton demon king." Kina stood there pale-faced. Hai Jay called out through clenched teeth, "Kina, did you give that thing to the boy?" He trembled and dared not answer. "Truly do not think that decision was wise at all. Yet it is the generosity of a saint, helping the family maintain its honor." Suddenly the holy dragon biting Isaac clothes spoke to refute him, while Isaac raised two fingers and smiled proudly. "What nonsense are you saying? No one except this child could bring out the corpse of the skeleton demon king." "Foolish man," Hai Jay frowned in confusion hearing that. "What?" Kina trembled as he remembered. "Why did it turn out like this? Why did my holy magic not work?" The demon at that moment became even more insane. Its eyes turned blood red and it roared, "You insects." It slowly stepped toward Kina group, then raised its hand, preparing to attack the children. Die. Everyone fled in panic. Only Kina stood frozen, watching the demon charge. A loud explosion sounded, turning the scene chaotic with terrified screams. Kina covered his face, brushing away the dust, then stared forward in shock. Everyone was surprised to realize they were inside a barrier. The black-haired boy shouted, "A blue protective shield." At that moment, Isaac was raising his hand to control it. Both his arms moved continuously, creating a sturdy shield. The black-haired boy exclaimed in shock, "The child of the Joshua family." The demon roared, "Filthy priest, how dare you dream of the body of the skeleton demon king?" Daya clenched its fist and rushed toward Isaac. Isaac gritted his teeth and clenched his fist as well blue energy flared around it. "Foolish creature, cannot even recognize your own master." He threw a punch, sending the demon flying 1,000 meters away. People began whispering with suspicion. "That dragon probably is not lying. That means the Joshua child truly brought it out." Zilai stepped closer to the dragon and asked, "But is this not extremely dangerous? The 14 retainers are not demons that children can handle. Why did you release its seal?" The holy dragon laughed and replied, "The 14 retainers. That white-haired boy asked me to remove the seal." The boy in black also pointed at Kina to confirm. "That is right." Kina asked to activate every trap in the third vault. Another child accused him of dragging them into danger. Everyone immediately turned their gaze toward Kina in accusation. "Our children almost died because of him. If not for Isaac, the result would have been worse." "Then that means the Joshua child defeated the Pope family representative." Hai Jay clenched his teeth in anger hearing that. The crowd continued whispering, "A child not yet a saint already this strong. Perhaps the rumor of the Joshua family return is true." Zilai looked at Isaac proudly. Elder stepped forward and advised gently, "Child, spit out that bone fragment. It is very dangerous." but Isaac immediately pushed their hands away, leaving everyone stunned. This child is incredibly strong. Isaac lay comfortably on the head of the young dragon and thought, my mana has increased greatly, perhaps thanks to survival instinct. The female elder smiled and said, Isaac did very well. The matriarch will surely be pleased to hear this. She suddenly revealed a calculating smile. We can finally track the soul of the skeleton demon king using detection magic. Isaac still held the bone fragment in his mouth and thought in shock hearing that. What? Wait, so this is the reason they want my body? Everyone immediately looked at him with greedy eyes. The elder spoke gently. Give it here, Isaac. We will find and destroy the skeleton demon king. Isaac thought in alarm. What nonsense is this? The elder urged repeatedly. At last we can avenge the hatred of 150 years. The holy dragon descended, and everyone stared at Isaac with covetous eyes. Isaac bared his teeth, then pointed at the thing in his mouth. Suddenly a loud shout rang out, Isaac. The holy dragon immediately shot into the sky. Outside a room, voices of discussion could be heard. Hat-wearing elder asked anxiously, have you found it yet? The female elder replied, I do not think it is here. Why did it disappear? Everyone sighed in disappointment. Isaac outside laughed quietly, but the events that happened in the archive still made him think. Isaac remembered when he shouted, do you not recognize your master? He kicked the demon far away, making it cry out in pain. The demon recognized the mana, then trembled and asked, is that truly you, master? When I heard the news of your death, I thought the world had collapsed, but I always believed you would return. I want to continue serving you, master. I was captured, but before finishing his words, he vanished, making Isaac furious. Isaac speculated, those who captured him must be people from the Pope family. I must investigate this matter. Suddenly, someone handed him a milk bottle. That person was Zilai. He hurriedly said, Isaac, quickly go to the bathroom. Zilai also called for someone to bring more medicine. Whisper laughed loudly. An elder bit his nails anxiously. If the matriarch finds out about this, we are finished. Zilai reassured him. Calm down, elder, even though in the past she once dissected a son. Whisper wondered, but is Melissa not on pilgrimage with the matriarch? Isaac thought silently. That is right, they will not return anytime soon. I only need to absorb all the mana, then escape. Suddenly Gol walked in and called out, Zilai, come here immediately. The matriarch summoned someone. Isaac was startled when he heard that. Zilai asked in panic, has my mother already returned? Isaac clenched his teeth in worry. Damn it, they came back early because of me. I have not finished absorbing the mana yet. With Melissa personality, she will definitely cut open my stomach. Isaac collapsed in despair. An exclamation sounded when someone looked at the rare treasures. Oh heavens, all these things are for Isaac. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. Zilai sighed in relief when he realized the person arriving was not Melissa. Gol laughed and said, she only sent a message. Isaac glared at him angrily. A knight said the Pope family also sent gifts. Elder said sell them all. The knight reminded that the envoy was waiting outside. An envoy stepped forward and said, the emperor is very concerned about this incident. Therefore the Pope family sent gifts to apologize and thank the Joshua family. Perhaps everyone did not like the previous gift. You will surely like this one. The cardinal said it would be very useful for Isaac. After saying that, he opened the red box. A shining golden medal appeared. Tam Quan Trivuon. Isaac asked in confusion, what is that? Whisper replied, a medal. Everyone around was shocked and whispered, a medal from the Pope. Suddenly the envoy spoke, Lord Zilai, please accept this item. It was sent specifically for Isaac. Isaac sat below in confusion. That thing clearly belongs to him, so why is he giving it to Uncle? Zilai immediately asked again, did he really say to deliver this to me and not Isaac? The envoy nodded in confirmation. That is correct. I was ordered to ensure it reaches your hands. Zilai clenched his teeth in irritation. The elder stepped forward and questioned, you intend to give Isaac item to someone else in the family? Are you out of your mind? Do you understand giving the medal to someone else means implying its owner has already died? Whisper and Isaac were stunned hearing that. In Isaac's mind, a single thought echoed what? The envoy smiled and explained, please do not misunderstand the Pope goodwill. Isaac is still too young, that is why I was ordered to do so. But the elder continued questioning, then what about the symbol on the metal ribbon? Do the Pope people not know the sunflower symbolizes the dead? Isaac thought helplessly, does he really want me dead? That Pope is truly insane. The elder woman angrily cursed, that damned Pope and his family. They dare publicly humiliate us because of the Joshua curse. Cole saw the tension rising and quickly mediated. Elders, please calm down. But the elder replied, how can we stay calm, Gol? He continued analyzing. If we escalate this, it will be seen as the Joshua family declaring war on the Pope family. If that spreads, our family will suffer. Gol thought to himself, in plain terms, we should know our place. The cardinal must have arranged this deliberately. Even though we are now allied, their methods remain filthy. In any case, this makes it difficult for Zilai and that boy to do anything. Thinking that way, it actually benefits me. Gol urged, why are you still standing there? Zilai accepted and give thanks. but Zilai protested brother but. Isaac thought to himself this situation should not be so tense. This is not good at all. The envoy extended the box forward with a smile. Suddenly strange blue flames burst out from inside the box. Immediately the box exploded, making the envoy panic and throw it away while crying out in pain. Gol shouted in shock, that is holy fire. The blue flames burned fiercely in midair. Everyone immediately asked who had cast holy fire. The envoy trembled and stammered, the metal. Isaac made a small sound, then raised his little hand, traces of blue flame still lingering on it. Everyone was shocked to learn the culprit was Isaac himself. Many called out his name. Frightened, the envoy shouted loudly, "What do you people mean by this? That medal was personally bestowed by the Pope. Do you intend to oppose him?" The elder woman roared back in anger, "You mean we did this on purpose?" While the elder man immediately defended Isaac. Zilai picked up the scorched medal and said, "What a pity it was ruined before the boy could receive it. Let us simply treat it as if we were never granted it." The envoy shouted in shock, "What, are you insane?" Zilai continued coldly, "Or do you want us to accept the medal sent by the Pope, even after it was melted by the flames of a child?" After saying that, he held up the distorted medal. The elders immediately joined the act. The medal actually melted, oh heavens. The envoy hurriedly said, "Please give it back to me, perhaps I delivered the wrong item." Suddenly another blue flame appeared. That flame burst around the envoy, making him freeze in place. The elder man stepped forward, covered Isaac's mouth, and laughed affectionately. "Our little Isaac is quite mischievous." Isaac thought angrily, "Remove your hand, or I will burn you too." The envoy staggered up, holding his aching back. He ran outside. He cursed the damned Joshua family. The elder man lifted Isaac up happily and shouted, "Well done, Isaac. Thanks to you, I feel much better." Another elder immediately told Gol to throw away that disgusting medal. The matriarch saw his flattering face toward the Pope earlier. It would be hilarious. Another elder praised, "Well done, Ozzy Lan. You were behind this, right?" The elder woman added, "Using holy fire was truly a brilliant idea." Zilai looked confused hearing that. "What?" The elder whispered, "Stop pretending you used holy fire, right?" Zilai was full of question marks. He scratched his head in confusion. Was it not the elders? The elders also stood frozen, staring at him. An elder asked, "Did you not cast holy magic on the boy when he entered the relic vault?" Zilai replied, "I only used invisible magic." The elder woman wondered then, what about the spell Isaac just used? Zilai asked in surprise, "The boy really did that?" The two elders were stunned hearing that. The two looked at Isaac, then spoke together. Could it be this child cast all those holy spells by himself? An ancient secret tome appeared. It is a legendary treasure, allowing the user to instantly learn and use the magic contained within. Isaac recalled the greedy looks when they saw that book. Taking it from the archive was indeed the right decision. Though weaker than the ultimate flame when he was the skeleton demon king, it is still very useful. The elder man continued guessing perhaps the boy mother used holy magic. The elder woman immediately denied Isaac's mother is not a fire mage. In fact, completely the opposite. The elder man exclaimed, "Then this is beyond genius. Like someone who has never learned to write yet can write letters." The elder woman said even the genius Melissa had to study before using holy magic. Isaac sat far away, confused, thinking, what are they making such a fuss about? This situation is starting to exceed my tolerance. Asili suddenly hurried over and said, "Elders, forgive me." But is Isaac removing the Pope blessing not even more astonishing? The two elders' eyes lit up and spoke together, "That is right." The elder man said loudly, "Quickly bring the medal so I can examine it." Zilai replied, "Yes, elder," but then stopped, "It is not here." The medal that was on the red box had disappeared. The elder face darkened immediately. What? It was clearly there just now. Gol scratched his head and said, "I threw it away. Told me to do it earlier." He recalled the order, "Throw that disgusting medal away immediately." Another elder complained, "You should not have said that." Then the other immediately ordered, "Gather everyone and search for it." Gol thought worriedly, "I did not expect that boy could melt the Pope medal. A medal said to be impossible to melt. This absolutely cannot be known by the matriarch." He secretly hid the medal in his pocket. He continued thinking with interest, without evidence, how can they prove anything? A few days later, in the west of the Rokushua Duchy, a cloak fluttered in the wind. That person was Eli. He ordered the knights, though the destination is near, they must remain vigilant. Understood. Everyone answered in unison, yes. Suddenly Eli noticed something. He asked softly, "What is that?" "The Joshua family mansion." An elder suddenly asked why. "The skeleton demon body still refuses to come out." Meanwhile, Isaac, after eating his fill, thought quietly, "Thank you, truly a nourishing tonic for me." The elders collapsed, lamenting about 300 bottles of laxatives and 500 kinds of fruit from the Viu Liua family. Isaac burped and thought those things are delicious, and they even increase strength for sacred beasts. Sacred beasts are allies that assist in battle. There is no reason not to befriend them. Later, I will need them to defeat the Pope family and the 6 divine spirits. The Joshua family must have at least one of them. Suddenly, Isaac jerked in alarm when his gaze shot straight ahead. On the surface of the water, Herds of gigantic whales were slowly gliding forward. Those were the symbolic mounts of the Joshua family, Ta Giant Bo Lung. At that moment a voice sounded from behind. "Please wait a moment. Perhaps you should dine first." Isaac startled and turned his head to look back. The knight hurriedly rushed out to block Eli, truly pitiful. Eli appeared. All the elders bowed their heads respectfully. "Greetings to the family head." Isaac looked at Eli and thought to himself, that person is the head of the Joshua family, so that means he is my grandfather. The heavens, look at the aura of survival radiating from him. It feels like everything will be fine. Zilai suddenly stepped forward and blocked his path, then said, "Please wait a moment. Dissecting Isaac right now will not solve anything." Meanwhile, Isaac thought to himself, "Calm down, dear uncle. He has no reason to cut open my stomach." Eli looked at Isaac with a stern gaze. He pointed at him, then coldly ordered, "Throw him into the fire." Those words frightened both Isaac and Zilai. Zilai immediately begged, "That cannot be, father." Isaac thought in confusion, "Is something wrong with my survival aura? Why do they want to burn me? Is he insane? So only uncle is on my side." Zilai continued explaining, "The child is still too young to enter there." After hearing that, Isaac thought, "So if I grow a little older, they will really throw me in. No matter how it sounds, I still end up being burned." He pleaded earnestly, "Father, please reconsider." Gol also stepped forward and added, "That is right. Such a reward is already too generous for this brat." Isaac angrily thought, how could something like that be called a reward? Zilai analyzed, "If we throw Isaac into the fire, we can retrieve the body of the skeleton demon king. Moreover, the boy may grow stronger thanks to the blessing of the flame." Hearing that, Isaac thought in confusion, "A blessing? We still have other methods. Please give us more time." Gol immediately proposed, "Then cutting open his stomach is also acceptable." Gol continued suggesting, "Or perhaps, throw the boy into the water." Isaac cursed inwardly, "These lunatics, all of you go to hell." Gol frowned and said, "That is impossible. The fire and water of the temple are secret treasures of the Joshua family used to nurture the saintess. Yet you want to use them on a useless brat still with a runny nose." Zilai retorted, "Useless? How can you say that?" Isaac looked at his reaction and guessed inwardly, "It seems those things are beneficial for me." Gol continued analyzing, "Uzi is the one worthy to receive it. Ozzy defeated the demon in the archive." Zilai immediately refuted, "What are you saying? Isaac was the one who defeated that demon. Even the holy dragon confirmed it." Gol sneered, "That dragon must have been mistaken. How could a baby who cannot even walk do such a thing?" Zilai angrily warned, "Do not cross the line, brother. This has already gone too far." Isaac even used holy fire to refine the metal granted by the Pope. "We all witnessed it ourselves. Are you going to deny that as well?" Gol coldly replied, "Who knows? Perhaps you and the elders colluded beforehand. Besides, there is no evidence at all." Zilai suddenly said, "The metal." He took out the melted metal and asked, "Is it this one?" The only one who can directly connect with the gods is the Pope, and the object he blesses is called blessed gold. Isaac thought to himself, "Even when I was the skeleton demon king, I could not melt it so easily. What exactly is going on? Could it be that in this life I was born stronger than before?" Zilai suddenly asked, "Father, where did you find it?" Eli calmly replied, "I picked it up on the way here. It seemed to be at the bottom of Lake Eli." Eli said, "Father, look. The boy carries a flame that can melt even the symbol of the Pope." Isaac smugly thought, "That is right. Now you can prove the Joshua family surpasses the Pope. Isaac can even withstand the flames of the skeleton demon king." An elder added, "That is right, family head. This child will surely become a great hunter of the skeleton demon king." Hearing that, Isaac happily glanced at the two of them. He added, "Many civilians have been injured while the skeleton demon king has been hiding all this time." The elder nodded, "That is right. If left unchecked, the era of the skeleton demon king may return." Isaac sat beside them silently listening to everything. Whisper commented, "Whether in the present or the past, those who impersonate you appear everywhere." Isaac replied inwardly, "I am curious who they are as well, but it does not matter. The more attention they attract, the more beneficial it is for me." Whisper agreed, "That sounds reasonable." At this moment, Zilai continued pleading, "Not only now, Father, please remember what happened 70 years ago. The skeleton demon king once came to the Joshua family and cursed us." Isaac was stunned when he heard that. "What?" Zilai recounted. "He declared he would destroy the bloodline of the saintess. Just thinking about that curse makes me furious." Christopher laughed and said, "If that happened 70 years ago, then it cannot be you. Master died 150 years ago." Isaac thought again, "A curse on the bloodline, so that is why they say I cannot live long. The curse of an ordinary demon is nothing more than child play to me. It only requires suppressing it with higher-level mana." At that moment, a female elder said, "The curse does not kill us, but it weakens vitality. It may cause erectile dysfunction or hinder development." Another elder said, "That is why many people live their whole lives without growing hair." Isaac cracked his knuckles and thought coldly, "I will definitely kill that imposter." Whisper laughed, "Perhaps it is Ozzy." Isaac replied. Do you not see the family head and Zilai still have full heads of hair, fool? Zilai approached Isaac and asked the curse. Looked at the boy's red eyes and said, perhaps the child has also been cursed. Fire and water may still not be enough. Isaac thought nervously, what is this? This sounds a bit frightening. Zilai decided, I will grant the boy a Holy Spirit. The elders exclaimed in shock, what? Isaac widened his eyes and thought, a Holy Spirit. That is a creature one can only possess when granted. The thing I need to reach transcendence where even the gods cannot touch me. What an incredible gift. With a Holy Spirit, I will reach transcendence and punch those arrogant gods. Cole said in surprise, a Holy Spirit that is far too favorable, Father. Is that not a reward meant for one who brings great glory to the family? This boy has done nothing. Even if he melted the metal, it was merely provoking the Pope. Do you think they will ignore it? Isaac glared when he heard him obstructing again. This man again. Eli asked coldly, then Gold. When they brought that so-called gift, what did you do? Heretics dared insult us inside the estate. Yet you not only escorted them safely, but now even stand up to protect them. In the end, what did you accomplish besides bullying your own young nephew? And now you still intend to obstruct him. Even wild beasts know how to protect their own kind. Have you forgotten the Joshua family was built on the principle of protecting the weak? This tiny child should have been protected, yet he helped us restore our honor. Is that not bringing glory to the Joshua family? Hearing that, Isaac revealed a smug smile. Eli ordered, summon everyone to the main estate. Will bestow a blessing upon Isaac. Several days later, Zilai asked, Father, you are not simply giving the boy a blessing, right? What do you mean? Eli replied, do you not understand? If we throw him into the fire or water to separate the skeleton demon king, the boy will be injured. Fire and water of the temple possess extremely strong demon resistance. Thus the boy will be unable to learn any exorcism ritual. Zilai worried, then the boy will not surpass level 5 priest. Eli said, that is correct. He will stop at level 4. I will let Isaac choose between fire, water, or a Holy Spirit. That will also be a test. Zilai raised his hand, and 3 small spheres of different colors appeared. Goal rejoiced inwardly. That is right. I knew he would not easily hand a Holy Spirit to that brat. Zilai dropped the 3 spheres onto the ground and said, choose Isaac. Seeing Isaac hesitate, Zilai thought, the energy of fire, water, and a Holy Spirit. Isaac, choose the white one. Please choose it, Isaac. In the end, Isaac reached out and chose the sphere containing the energy of fire. He raised the sphere high before everyone. Cole laughed smugly and said, do not be sad. After all, even a level 4 priest is enough to bring glory. Suddenly, a flash of light burst out, making Zilai startle. Light came from the sphere in Isaac's hand. Its surface began cracking piece by piece. A violent flame erupted in midair, and the elders exclaimed in shock, what is that not the fire of the temple? Within that sea of flames, a Holy Spirit slowly appeared. Isaac exclaimed in shock, that is. In the sea of fire, a Holy Spirit gradually took form and slowly stepped out from the flickering sparks. She raised her hand, and flames immediately burst everywhere, causing the female elder to scream in terror. Cole asked in horror, what is happening, Father? Why did a Holy Spirit appear inside that sphere? Eli calmly replied, calm yourself, Goal. I never said there was only one Holy Spirit inside. The origin of the Joshua family is water, but for a child who can produce flames hot enough to melt the Pope's gold. I prepared a small trap in this test, and it seems the boy chose correctly. Even so, this result still exceeds my expectations. Eli said, after seeing the furious face of the fire Holy Spirit. She roared, Eli Joshua, you have lost your mind. You dared to summon a royal rank Holy Spirit into the human world. Her eyes burned crimson. Her entire body was wrapped in dazzling golden flames. After that, she released violent streams of fire spreading everywhere. The elders fled in panic before the rage of the fire Holy Spirit. An elder shouted loudly, quickly use defensive holy magic. Goal panicked and asked, Father, did you just summon a royal rank Holy Spirit? Do you intend to burn our entire territory? Eli calmly pointed forward and replied, not me. That child did it. That brat did it. Is he truly planning to turn this place into his own grave? Meanwhile, Isaac only stared blankly at the flames erupting everywhere. The fire Holy Spirit furiously poured flames onto the ground, burning everything, as people cried out in agony. Isaac trembled and thought, I only added a little holy power to summon mid-rank. How did it call out royal rank instead? Whisper also asked in shock, what exactly are you made of? Isaac widened his eyes and stared ahead, then continued thinking. I once wondered what I could summon if I tried harder. Around the fire Holy Spirit, the flames grew denser and denser, releasing terrifying power. Whisper suddenly realized, demon-resisting flame. That is a flame capable of converting mana into holy power. It will be extremely useful for you, master. After staring for a moment, Isaac replied, that is right. But how can he make her submit? At that moment, the fire Holy Spirit continued attacking everyone with flames. Whisper asked worriedly, use the traditional method. Isaac frowned while thinking. Moreover, royal rank Holy Spirits are connected to the heavenly realm, but he still cannot reach those damned gods. Whisper nodded. That is true. After all, Holy Spirits have close ties with the gods. Suddenly an elder cried out, family head, quickly drive her away. Even the gods have abandoned this mad Holy Spirit, he said while pointing toward the fire Holy Spirit. Eli stroked his chin and replied, if he were hated just because of hair color, then he would have severed ties with the gods as well. He thought silently, perhaps anything with black hair cannot be trusted, so that must be why she was abandoned. He pointed at the elder, then launched fire toward him and shouted, shut up, weak humans. What nonsense are you thinking? You dared summon me with a subjugation ritual, Eli calmly replied. He did not call her. She did not believe it. Nonsense. You must have used the authority of the family head to summon me. Eli immediately cut her off and pointed toward Isaac. It was that boy. She stared silently at Isaac for a moment. Then she shouted even more angrily, have you gone mad? Sacrificing a child to call me? Eli shook his head. He had never done such a thing. He growled, even if your family has declined, you cannot do that. What exactly have you done to this child? What is wrong with this brat? She was surprised when she saw Isaac stretching both hands toward her with excitement. Isaac thought with excitement, powerful and hostile toward the gods. He must have her. She will become his mana filter. The fire Holy Spirit raised both hands and shouted, fine then. I will verify it myself. If this child truly summoned me with a subjugation ritual, then he will survive this strike. After speaking, she immediately shot a stream of fire straight toward Isaac. The flame rushed forward at extreme speed, then exploded violently. Eli shouted from outside Isaac. He smiled coldly. It is better if she finishes it cleanly. What, she stammered when she saw Isaac still alive and crawling out of the exploded flames. Only then did Eli speak. Now do you believe it? That milk-drinking child summoned you. Then choose, form a contract with him or refuse and accept punishment. The fire Holy Spirit gritted her teeth in resentment. He growled, do you think I fear punishment? Even better, I will burn the Joshua family to ashes and leave freely. Watch your souls burn into ash. You foolish whales. Before she could finish, Isaac rushed forward and bit away half of the Holy Spirit, leaving only her legs struggling. Everyone stared in shock. Everyone hurried forward to stop Isaac. The Holy Spirit roared angrily. Hey, you crazy brat, Zilai also shouted. Isaac, you must not eat that. This time do not swallow it whole. The Holy Spirit in Isaac's mouth gritted her teeth this time. Have all of you gone insane? How exactly did you raise this child? Just wait, this time I withdraw, but I will definitely repay this debt. Hearing that, Isaac thought, she intends to teleport. The fire Holy Spirit laughed and said, farewell, you dogs. But after a long moment, Isaac still held her in his mouth, and everyone watched while holding their breath. Christopher, standing nearby, sighed inwardly, oh heavens. The Holy Spirit in his mouth was also confused. Why can she not? Suddenly her body was covered by an enormous source of mana. She screamed, damn it, this is dark mana. Did you feed this child? Eli calmly replied. He swallowed the thumb of the skeleton demon king. Isaac happily thought, Holy Spirits are the purest beings of the holy realm. Therefore they are almost the embodiment of holy power and extremely weak against dark mana. The Holy Spirit began weakening. She covered her mouth. Damn it. Is she losing her strength? It feels nauseating. He pleaded, stop it. Isaac smiled happily. Eli pretended to clean his ear. What a pity. The power of the skeleton demon king is too great, so we cannot approach it. She roared. You people go mad whenever you hear skeleton demon king. Why are you speaking nonsense now? Zilai sat down and coaxed. If you stay beside his nephew and purify the dark mana of the skeleton demon king, then he will release you. She cursed, who do you think I am? Eli said coldly, then stay there and be eaten. Fire Holy Spirit cursed angrily, you lunatics. This is why I hate humans. If not for the descendant of the saintess, I would have abandoned you long ago. Since it has reached this point, she will use this brat to destroy those damned gods. Someone shouted angrily, damned gods. Isaac at that moment was about to swallow her whole. The Holy Spirit panicked and quickly compromised. 4 days? Just let me stay with that brat for 4 days. 4 days is enough for one finger. Eli thought silently. Only 4 days, that is little. After that he turned and ordered, open the eastern estate gate. Bring the child and the Holy Spirit inside. No one may enter until the purification is complete. Zilai called out, family head. Gol also tried to stop him, the eastern estate, but Eli interrupted. Enough, he does not want to hear anything more. Only then did Isaac slowly release the fire Holy Spirit from his mouth. He held her tightly in his hand and thought happily. The eastern estate lies beside the annex where many mana cores are stored. The scene shifted to the eastern estate of the Joshua family. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from inside. Those standing outside whispered continuously. Another explosion again? Is it Isaac? No, it must be the skeleton demon king and his mana. Perhaps the family head has given up. A male servant wondered. Then the successor will probably be Gol, the descendant of the Pope line or his elder brother. A maid replied. It seems Isaac has been cursed, so he has been removed from the line of succession. Another male servant suddenly asked, then does that mean Lord Isaac truly has been afflicted by the curse? Everyone began whispering stories. Just yesterday, a servant who went in to check was so terrified he ran out immediately. Brown-haired servant added, he even said Lord Isaac looked like a bald old man. The maid asked in surprise, should it not be a monster or skeleton? Thinking about it, that is true. He has been inside with a Holy Spirit for such a long time. 10 years have already passed, they said while recalling the mansion fire that happened 10 years ago. The Joshua Estate Eastern Mansion, a painful scream echoed miserably. Servants in the estate busily ran back and forth around the mansion. Silly trembled while standing before the door of a room. She placed her hand on the door handle, and she gently pushed the door open and entered calling, young Master Isaac, I have arrived. Silly asked worriedly, young master, are you still well? At that moment, Isaac had something in his mouth. It turned out to be a lollipop. He pulled it out, then glanced at Silly, and the atmosphere in the room became gloomy. Silly wondered, just how powerful is the curse of the skeleton demon king that you still have not grown? Isaac smiled inwardly. What are you saying? He intentionally did not grow. After all, when he is an infant, the body absorbs power most efficiently. Some innate abilities only appear at the newborn stage. The Fire Holy Spirit sat on a chair stretching tiredly. She complained. Her whole body aches. Silly asked worriedly, did you sleep poorly? She cursed irritably, damn it. No matter what, today she must purify all that mana. Yesterday she almost purified most of it already. Hey brat, why is your mana increasing? Hateful monster. How many parts of the skeleton demon king have you swallowed? 10 years of purification, yet the mana has not decreased at all. Every time she wakes up it even increases. She scolded while grabbing Isaac by the collar. Isaac thought happily, because for 10 years every night he secretly absorbed the mana pillar in the annex. Whisper, standing beside him, also sighed in admiration. Who would have thought the annex contained so many mana cores? Wonderful master, I thought it would take 40 years. Unexpectedly you completed it in only 10 years. The Fire Holy Spirit floated in the air complaining, while Isaac happily thought the exhausting mana absorption was finally complete. Because he studied alone, his knowledge is still limited, but he has already mastered level 6 holy magic. Isaac's face was filled with excitement. Vasily approached and comforted him. It is all right, young master. The Holy Sea will soon act. Lifted him up. Hearing that, Isaac thought silently, the Holy Sea. Vasily continued, the subordinates of the skeleton demon king, his 14 attendants, all of them will be executed. Then we can completely purify the skeleton demon king's mana, so please do not worry. Isaac panicked inwardly. Have you gone insane? He still has many things to ask them. Vasily took out a candy and coaxed him. Young master, eat candy and rest. Isaac lay on the bed thinking, that damned imposter, he must do something. Suddenly loud laughter sounded, drawing Isaac's attention. It was a voice praising, you did well, Uzi. Gol and Uzi walked toward the mansion. Gol proudly said, not only did you surpass your level, but you also became the youngest priest ever ordained. I heard the princess will also attend the ordination ceremony this time. It is an honor that you, the top graduate, have been appointed as her guard. Uzi smiled and replied, of course, I am your son after all. Hearing that, Gol grinned widely. Truly, my son is both humble and reliable. You are exactly like me, very intelligent. But before he could finish, a tearing sound rang out, and Ozzy suddenly disappeared, leaving Gol staring blankly while calling, Uzi, Uzi. At that moment, Ozzy was dragged into a room. He fell from above and shouted in panic. He crashed onto the floor with a thud. A voice sounded calling, hey, Uzi. Isaac stood on the edge of the bed with killing intent in his eyes and asked, do you want to die? Every time you open your mouth, trouble follows. Do you think your life ends after graduating the academy? Ozzy panicked inwardly. That lunatic again. Isaac continued interrogating. Remember it well. Thanks to his training, you surpassed your level and achieved high scores in the exam. Yet now you dare act arrogant. Ozzy stammered. He already tried very hard. Do you think becoming top graduate is easy? Isaac said with disdain. With your ability, it is impossible. Ozzy sighed and accepted it. That is true. Isaac stroked his chin and thought, perhaps he should also prepare for the priest ordination ceremony. After all, most holy magic requires ordination before it can be used. Jumped down and said, hey Ozzy, he needs your help. Ozzy asked in surprise, me, what is it now? He asked while trembling when he saw Isaac's cold gaze. Isaac said coldly, hand over everything you have, the reward from the oral exam and the allowance Gol gives you. Ozzy thought with teary eyes, that man truly is a demon. Yet he still obediently massaged Isaac's shoulders and asked, what about the execution of the skeleton demon king's attendants? Ozzy explained, in year 258, after the Holy Relic Archive incident, They stopped obeying orders and seemed to be waiting for death, so it was decided to eliminate them. Isaac asked suspiciously, "Is that true? It seems he must obtain it this year." Ozzy asked again, "Obtain what?" Isaac replied, "The priest ordination." Ozzy burst out laughing mockingly. "You have not even entered the academy yet, and you want ordination." A punch immediately flew toward him. Isaac turned and said coldly, "Try laughing again." After the punch, Ozzy immediately answered obediently, he would not dare. "Actually, there is a recommendation system. The academy professors are here. With a recommendation letter and passing the test, one can be ordained priest." But Isaac laughed and said, "Truly the perfect backdoor path." Ozzy spoke quietly, "But the recommended person must have great merit to prove virtue." Isaac became annoyed after hearing that. Whisper, standing beside him, instead praised Ozzy for judging people accurately. Ozzy explained further, "You must save a life. The higher the status, the greater the chance. But it is not easy to encounter an important person in danger to rescue." Isaac asked, "The princess will attend the ceremony, right?" Ozzy replied, "Yes, but..." Isaac revealed a dangerous smile. "The princess is an extremely important person." The scene shifted to the training area of the Joshua estate. Eli stood before the gate, urging, "Hurry up. Isaac will not go to the capital." The brown-haired man said, "Duke, this year is completely different." The woman beside him continued, "This time he must attend the founding ceremony." Hearing that, Zilai frowned while thinking. Woman explained, "Over the past 10 years, other candidates all achieved feats, while young Master Isaac has not even appeared." The man added, 10 years ago he displayed extraordinary talent in the Holy Relic Archive. I truly wish to see how he has grown." Woman continued, "As an academy instructor, teaching Isaac is her dream. Moreover, the ordination coincides with the princess' birthday, so the Pope will personally preside." Those words made Zilai waver. He thought silently. The Pope. Woman added, "Those who are ordained will receive the hero title." Eli thought, the hero title significantly increases strength. Indeed, a great benefit, but finally he said, "Isaac is still not old enough for ordination." The woman protested, "If he is talented, then age should not matter." Both looked at Eli pleadingly, causing him to sigh. In the end, he agreed. The two of them cheered happily. Eli added, "Isaac may only participate if they take responsibility." Meanwhile, Ozzy was still massaging Isaac while he sucked on a lollipop and calculated his next plan. A loud explosion suddenly echoed through the mansion. Inside, a priest stood observing the situation inside. He looked inside and thought, so it is there. Even the Pope can only summon a spirit king once. Yet that brat summoned one through a subjugation ritual. A black-haired fire spirit. Most likely it is the guardian of the heavenly realm. A holy spirit that cannot become a spirit king because of its evil nature. He smiled cunningly. The Pope and his family love collecting spirits. When they see it, they will surely go mad. If he steals this holy spirit and offers it to them, the reward will surely be extremely generous. He already prepared something capable of neutralizing holy mana. As long as he suppresses the boy's holy mana, the skeleton demon king's dark mana will run wild. When chaos erupts, he will secretly take the Holy Spirit away. Scene shifted to another room. A voice said, "Professor, this is the room." The woman said, "Finally we can meet young master." The man nodded, "That is right." As soon as she saw Isaac, she called lovingly, "Oh, young Master Isaac." The man also sighed, truly the same as 10 years ago. Isaac turned and looked at the two of them. He widened his sparkling eyes and babbled, "Please come in. Where are his recommendation letters?" Seeing that adorable face, the two could not help exclaiming, "My heart. He must be brought to the academy immediately." Meanwhile, the priest cursed inwardly. This little fox dares to charm others. He will make the skeleton demon king's mana go mad. After thinking that, he spread his arms and walked toward Isaac, while Isaac looked on blankly. He embraced Isaac and thought, "Now go mad." The room suddenly fell silent. Yet Isaac not only did not go mad, but happily rubbed his head against the man. He touched the chest where the man had just released holy mana to suppress the dark mana. The man wondered inwardly why nothing happened. Suddenly the fire Holy Spirit appeared and snapped. "Hey, you damned brat, what are you waiting for? Kill that priest. Why did he release so much holy mana?" Seeing her, the man rejoiced. "There it is. A royal rank Holy Spirit. His chance has arrived." Then he pulled out a handkerchief infused with dark mana. The priest pretended to wipe Isaac's face and said, "Today is very hot." Isaac smelled the scent from the cloth and glanced sideways, thinking, "This smell is..." Isaac cursed inwardly, "Look at that bastard." Dark mana immediately affected the Holy Spirit, making her cry out in pain. The man shouted in panic, "Holy Spirit, what is happening?" Suddenly the fire Holy Spirit power erupted throughout the room. She seemed to go mad and screamed violently. The priest pretended to say, "The skeleton demon king's dark mana is out of control." The woman behind him also panicked, saying, "It is dangerous, Professor." He secretly took out a gem and calculated, "Good. He only needs to take the raging Holy Spirit outside." At that moment he crushed the gem in his hand. Then he raised his hand. and released a crimson power. Shouted soul-severing veil. The power instantly struck the Holy Spirit and sent her flying. The Holy Spirit immediately swung her hand and flung flames forward. The flames reversed direction and flew straight toward the priest. They burned his entire body, making him scream in pain. Isaac sat on the bed thinking smugly, "You thought it would be that easy." At that moment, Zilai rushed in calling Isaac. Asili behind him also ran in shouting, "Young master." Isaac touched the mana flowing from the chest and thought, "That is enough good, now there are enough witnesses." He closed his eyes, then raised both hands and began absorbing mana. Isaac continuously drew in all the mana filling the room. The man realized it and said, "Young master is absorbing mana." The woman nodded, saying, "Yes, he is calming the frenzy." Suddenly, Isaac opened his eyes and smiled, raised his hand and thought, "The mana has now been handled." Then he spoke an order, "You there, stop." Everyone saw the Holy Spirit now surrounded by a green aura. Isaac exclaimed, "Purifying holy power." Asili also cried in shock, "Oh heavens." Fire Holy Spirit slowly descended to the ground. Even she was surprised by the sight. Man clasped his hands in admiration, saying, "Remarkable, young master, controlled the skeleton demon king's dark mana." The woman added, "And even calmed the raging Holy Spirit using the Joshua family's purifying holy power." Someone said joyfully, "This is truly a miracle." Zilai stepped forward, calling Isaac. Asili also called young master, praised him, saying, "Finally you can speak clearly." He is very proud of him. Isaac thought in disappointment, "Hey, you only noticed that." Everyone suddenly tossed him into the air, cheering Isaac forever. The priest regained consciousness, but still did not understand what happened while he was unconscious. The Holy Spirit stood angrily before him and shouted, "She should be the one asking you, servant of the golden faith. Who is behind this?" He trembled and replied, "Behind what? You misunderstand. He only came to meet young Master Isaac." She sneered, "Misunderstanding. You wear fire-resistant clothing from head to toe and call it misunderstanding. From now on, all fire spirits will sever relations with priests of the Pope family. She only does this because she is irritated. Do not misunderstand her intention." After saying that, she turned away, leaving him sitting there stunned, asking, "What? Please wait a moment. How can a Holy Spirit sever ties with priests connected to the gods, especially those from the Pope family?" She did not answer and shouted, "Get out of here." She severed ties with the gods long ago, so she is no longer bound. Isaac stood there smiling with clear satisfaction. Seeing that man still sitting there, the Holy Spirit threatened, "Get out of my sight immediately." Then she turned to Isaac and continued speaking, "You saved me with holy mana. You even controlled the dark mana of the skeleton demon king. Now the dark mana has been purified, so our contract is considered finished. However, I will stay by your side to repay the favor." Woman said happily, "We will return to the Holy See immediately to report. Such a child must definitely be ordained." Hearing that, Isaac laughed loudly in satisfaction. Zilai brought a stack of documents for Eli to see. Eli said happily, "The Holy See has approved Isaac ordination. They want the boy to attend the ceremony." Zilai asked in surprise so quickly, "Is it because he saved people from the family and the academy?" Eli shook his head. "No, the boy was recommended because he saved a royal rank Holy Spirit. After that, who could oppose it?" Pointed to the paper and said, "More importantly, the ordination is equivalent to academy graduation. Therefore, he tested Isaac's knowledge. Unexpectedly, he achieved perfect scores in all 1,600 questions." Zilai exclaimed in shock, "Perfect scores. Wonderful. Moreover, now the boy can walk and speak as well." But Eli was still worried. Unfortunately, his attitude is somewhat poor. Now only the character test remains. Usually everyone passes except criminals or madmen. Eli recalled, that is the holy spell test, forcing the respondent to speak the truth. Eli still wanted to see how Isaac would answer. They read the question, "What do you think about the family that gave birth to and raised you?" Isaac answered he will conquer it. Everything will be his. Zilai laughed with interest, such strong will. Eli said when he first read it he was also shocked, but such spirit suits a member of the family. Next question, what will you do after ordination? Isaac answered he will chew the heads of those damned gods. Next question, what is your goal when becoming a priest of the Holy Kingdom Helen? Isaac answered he will destroy this nation. The two of them were immediately speechless. Eli quietly turned away and sighed. Truly a child. He had already expected this result. If Isaac performs another test like that again, the boy will certainly be accused of heresy and executed. Unable to endure any longer, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted he will attend the ordination ceremony in his place. Isaac must not leave the house during this time. Understood. That boy must first receive proper discipline. The scene shifted to the room where Isaac was staying. Christopher slipped in through the window and whispered, "Master, have you decided yet?" Of course he has. Isaac tightened the bundle in his hand, immediately slipped outside quickly. Morning at the Capital Academy Dawnment. At the Holy Magic Department, whispers spread. They say this time a 10-year-old child will be ordained. Is that true? What did he do to be ordained so early? It seems this year graduation ceremony will be very lively. The corner of NICEP's mouth curved with ridicule. Said disdainfully, "A brat who cannot even walk dares to seek ordination." Another student wondered, "Nizer, what do you mean cannot walk?" He snorted coldly and replied that brat has not grown at all in 10 years. He was cursed by the skeleton demon king, so how could he mature? NICEP turned to another person and asked, "Right, Uzi, a child like that being ordained, it must only be a symbolic title." Ozzy stood at a distance observing them. It made him extremely uncomfortable, truly troublesome. They had just been quiet for a moment and already started again. NICEP deliberately mocked. "The Saintess family is truly fortunate. Even a useless brat receives ordination. How ridiculous." Ozzy could not endure any more and thought that bastard dares. Ina stepped out from inside and said coldly, "Do you think the Holy See is a joke, Nizer? Moreover, the one who accepted Isaac's recommendation letter is Duke Lion, your father. I do not think you are foolish enough to insult your own father." Being humiliated like that, he shouted angrily, "You are not even a student anymore. What are you doing here?" Kina replied she did not wish to come either, but she was invited. After all, she came here as a consultant and holy magic instructor to guide them. Turned to Ozzy and said, "Ozzy, he is also worried about you. That cursed Isaac cannot become a priest. The Joshua family surviving until you become family head would already be fortunate. If it collapses, then come find him. He will give you a servant job in the Pope family." Ozzy tried to suppress his anger. No, he must remain calm. Now is not the time. He replied coldly, he does not need that help. After saying that, he turned and walked away as if nothing happened. Worry about yourself first. The scene shifted to the dormitory area. Book was thrown heavily onto the floor by Ozzy. Held his head angrily, those bastards. Why does such nonsense happen to him? His family did not even attend the ordination ceremony because of that brat. Why must it be at this moment? That damned useless brat. Even the curse of losing all hair like the skeleton demon king. That moment Isaac appeared behind him asking, "What did you just say?" Ozzy was startled in shock. Isaac became angry, losing all hair. "Do you want to die?" Ozzy, still confused, asked, "How did you come out from there? Moreover, how did you arrive here?" Isaac pouted and said to receive ordination, of course. The family head and uncle kept stopping him, so he sneaked out. "Anyway, Ozzy, you." Isaac pulled out a large pestle, making Ozzy panic. "What is this now? This weakling. You dare to ask for a servant job from the Pope family." Ozzy tried to explain, but before he could speak, Isaac had already punched him and scolded those bastards dared to insult the Joshua family. Joshua belongs to him. Only he has the right to curse it. Ozzy asked in confusion, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Isaac continued lecturing. "Listen carefully, Ozzy. He will be the one to burn the Joshua family." While Ozzy prayed silently that heaven would take this lunatic away, Isaac pulled him up and said, "Stop being weak. Stand up and lead the way." Ozzy asked, "Where are you going?" Isaac smiled coldly, "To teach those dogs who dared touch you a lesson." At the academy hall, people were still discussing. The students were surprised. "Who brought this brat here? Look at his hair." Isaac walked forward holding a stick and asked which one dared to cause trouble with someone from the Joshua family. Ozzy could only stand still observing the situation. Isaac looked at them and evaluated that red-haired girl. He seems to have seen her at the Holy Relic Archive 10 years ago. It must be her. Ozzy thought in panic he must stop him. If he causes trouble here, it will be a big problem. Moreover, that girl is the sister of Nizuma. Her name is Naki. Isaac immediately ran forward, making Ozzy unable to catch up. Isaac jumped onto the table before the red-haired girl and said, "Hey, red hair. You are the one who caused trouble for Ozzy, right?" The girl calmly replied she never touched Ozzy. "The one causing trouble is NICEP." Isaac nodded with satisfaction. "Good, then you admit it." Naki said irritably, "She already said it was not her but NICEP." Whisper appeared behind, reminding Master, "I sense familiar energy from this girl." Isaac nodded. "It is indeed familiar. That is the energy of one of the 5 great supreme gods." Naki also realized Isaac's identity and said, "You are Isaac from the rumors. One cursed and one a descendant of the Pope family. It seems the Azure faith this year is unimpressive. The Joshua family will sooner or later be expelled from the 5 faiths. Look at his rude attitude. Truly servants of the 5 great supreme gods." Ozzy hurriedly intervened. "Isaac, do not cause trouble with the rival family. Go back now." Isaac sneered. Why should he go back? He came here to receive his ordination. Naki said coldly, "That will not happen." NICEP said he will submit a protest to the Pope to cancel it. How can a child not yet recognized be ordained? Ozzy thought inwardly, it is over, that damned NICEP. Naki continued, "Speaking with your attitude like this, there is no need for protest. Sooner or later you will destroy yourself." A servant reminded young lady. Should he call the judges? Ozzy panicked even more, thinking this is bad. 70% of judges belong to the rival family. Isaac, leave now, otherwise it will be too late. But at that moment, a strange sound came from outside. The heavy footsteps of a monstrous beast approached. A gigantic creature appeared, a monster. Before Isaac and Ozzy could react, Naki said it has arrived. Her trump card. Naki hurried to retreat. That monster escaped from the training room. It is dangerous, young lady, please step back. This place suddenly fell into a chaos that should never have happened. No one knew where that monster came from. Naki said, trembling, that it was moving closer to her. No one knew since when. That figure had already gripped a weapon tightly in his hand. He dared face it alone. That was no simple matter. You have been causing trouble all this time, and only crawl here now. Claws of that monster were frighteningly sharp. It seemed determined to destroy everyone here. Naki had already grasped the secret in her hand. That damned monster. The anger in his heart surged violently. Yet the enormous monster showed not a trace of fear. It clearly felt the flames burning within its body. It suddenly turned around and fled. Christopher had to admit the plan was truly bold. Truly, my master. You woke a sleeping monster, beat it half to death, then led it here to display before everyone. Isaac only smiled inwardly because he believed he simply did what needed to be done. Soldiers from the building were already dispatched. Where did that monster go? Stay away from that monster. It seems it ran that way. We must report immediately to the monster suppression unit. Even worried about Naki. Young lady, are you all right? We are enforcement officers. No matter what, we hope we can leave here safely, so we will take our leave first. But unfortunately, they were stopped. Stand still. No one leaves before the investigation ends. He immediately felt doomed. He truly knew nothing at all. Naki suddenly changed her attitude. Stop doing meaningless things. Naki raised her hand and pointed at him. That child saved me. Isaac was also surprised by this reaction. Naki stepped closer. Your name is Isaac, right? I apologize for what I said earlier. Do not think I am especially grateful to you. Understand. Everyone wondered inwardly what happened to her. So that boy really. No one expected someone like him to receive a recommendation letter for saving a life. Father Lot also stared in astonishment at the child. Could he be the one his brother once mentioned? The scene shifted to the Joshua mansion. Inside Eli's office, someone spoke angrily. Why do you keep refusing? Your grandson being appointed Azure Cardinal is not something to celebrate. The boy attend the ordination ceremony, but Eli still firmly refused. The man reminded him the Pope might become angry, but Eli coldly replied that is none of his concern. His grandson will be raised at the Joshua mansion until he reaches adulthood. The man argued that confining a child like this would affect his character. Eli became even more irritated and said his character was already far from good. That person still tried to persuade him. Perhaps you have not heard this news. It is said a golden-haired child has appeared in the academy. Eli suspected it might be Isaac and immediately called Zilai. Prepare to depart for the capital immediately. We must arrive there before tomorrow. Zilai felt this was absurd. Even by the fastest route, it would take at least a week. But Eli said they only had 23 hours, 48 minutes. Eli wanted to confirm everything quickly. They must depart immediately. The next day, still at the place where Isaac was staying, Ozzy stood outside knocking. Hey, Isaac, what are you doing? Are you planning to squeeze that tiny body into a priest robe? Come out quickly, everyone is already here. We'll laugh at you anyway, so hurry up. Once you go outside, just give up and go home, please. Ozzy did not know what to do anymore. He was almost begging, but suddenly his attitude turned into panic. Isaac seemed to have stepped out. Come on, Ozzy. On the final night of the National Founding Festival, the banquet and ordination ceremony took place. All guests had already filled the tables. Suddenly, a loud voice ordered everyone to stand. Footsteps echoed as someone entered. Powerful figures appeared one after another. Eli was also present at the banquet. Everyone applauded to welcome him. Cole had long nurtured ambition, the future head of the 5 great families. The head of Joshua and the title Azure Cardinal would eventually belong to him. Zilai suddenly appeared behind him. I did not arrive too late, did I? Have you seen Isaac anywhere? Gol replied indifferently, why search for him here? He must be at home. Do not say you rushed all the way here. Zilai nodded and asked where Ozzy was because he thought Isaac might be with him. Gol honestly answered he had not yet met Pope Giuliano. Please bow, Giulio has arrived. His face was still gentle as always. He gave a blessing that the gods would always remain with Hela. Giulio gently placed his hand on the armrest, and he sat down in his seat. Afterwards he said there was no need for ceremony. Please be seated, honored guests. Eli looked around but could not see Isaac. The ordination ceremony officially began. Those whose names are called, please step forward. He gently swirled the wine in his hand and thought that was fine. Eli froze when he heard them call the name of his son, Isaac. The announcer called several times with no reply. Is Isaac present? Eli thought if he does not come, then skip it and continue the program. But before he could finish, a voice responded. Isaac had answered. Gol immediately became furious. That shameless brat still dares to come here. Isaac strode forward confidently from inside. No one expected he would truly appear here. Everyone present was stunned. What is happening? The ceremony host quickly invited him forward. Isaac, please come. Till I could barely stand anymore. He was so emotional he cried. Is that Isaac? When did you grow so much? And you even wear the robe I prepared. Murmurs spread as he walked forward. They said he was only a child. Could he have broken the skeleton demon king curse? The Joshua family truly has such talent, and he looks very handsome. Nizer Sebit could not believe his eyes. What exactly happened for him to suddenly grow so tall? Completely ignored the noisy discussions around him. Zilai finally understood the truth behind this appearance. That damned skeleton demon king, that devil head from hell. What have you done to Isaac? My grandson could never smile like that. Could that man have taken the boy body? Curse upon the Joshua family seems to be reaching its end. Kina continued listening to the whispers around her. If this is not a saint, then what is? He looks more like someone blessed by the gods than someone cursed. He walked forward and stood directly before Giulio. Isaac observed that face suspiciously. So this man is the Pope. From appearance, the old man seemed over 70. Yet the aura he emitted was terrifying, like a monster. Moreover, that face reminded Isaac of several popes he had faced before. Should he eliminate that old man right now? Eli and Zilai remembered the line he once wrote. As a newly ordained priest, do you have anything to say to the Pope? Kneel down so I can conveniently cut off your head. He had to do everything to stop him. Why are my hands trembling like this? Eli quickly played along with the situation. Look there. Gol could not understand what they were doing. Are you both insane? I swear I just saw a snake as big as your head here. The host spoke to calm everyone. Please maintain order. Next, Ozzy, please step forward. He felt extremely displeased, thinking they were trying to block him. Nevertheless, Ozzy had no choice but to follow the instructions. Throughout everything, Giulio remained silent. After that, those being ordained would offer gifts to the gods. Everyone waited nervously. Finally, the moment for the god to choose had come. Which god would bless my child? Eli stood from afar watching Isaac. Guessed the result was likely the guardian saint of Azure. Zilai, standing beside him, also anxiously hoped for that. You mean the evil god surely would not choose that boy, right? Eli had already prepared every plan. If that happens, I will deal with it myself. Zilai turned pale when he heard that, Isaac. Eli replied in surprise. I was talking about the Holy Grail. Did you think I meant Isaac? Ozzy cut his hand and took a drop of his own blood, and dripped it into the basin that had already been prepared. The dark red drop of blood dissolved into the water, transformed into a blue light. Gol was overjoyed. As expected of my son, the guardian saint of Azure has appeared. Isaac sadly turned away because he did not want to keep watching. So the god worshipped by the Joshua family was the poor yet upright god of light. Now it was his turn to perform the blood ritual. As for me, no matter which god appears, it only makes me uncomfortable. Giulio felt something strange when he looked at Isaac's drop of blood. He seemed to notice something abnormal. This is, the color of the drop of blood suddenly turned dark red. Isaac was also shocked when he witnessed this strange scene. Eli and Zilai were equally stunned. Eli began to fear that his premonition had come true. Could it be? Just as he guessed, Isaac also did not expect that his body contained this thing, the skeleton demon king. Skeleton demon king truly appeared. Eli could not allow it to ruin everything. Isaac up first. He threw a punch carrying terrifying power. Eli immediately struck that demon. The skeleton demon king separated from Isaac's body. It said it had been waiting for this saint to appear for a long time. Isaac still did not understand what was happening. It swore it would destroy the Holy Kingdom piece by piece, starting with this brat. Isaac wondered in his mind what the hell was going on. That face was exactly the same as mine in the previous life. It looked truly chilling. Christopher worried for his master. What is wrong with this imposter? My master should look more foolish and miserable. You bastard. Giulio continued gathering power. Surging energy rushed straight toward the demon king. Eli immediately stepped back to avoid the attack. Zilai hurriedly shouted for everyone to stop. Eli was still continuing to accumulate power. Could completely control the situation. In that violent source of spiritual power, a massive vortex of energy formed here. The skeleton demon king roared in pain. So it is the master of Azure. Because of my curse, you cannot use your full strength. Standing obediently still would be better. I calmly replied that to avoid destroying this place, he originally did not intend to act. His eyes began to shine. Eli looked at it with displeasure. But you have jumped around enough. The skeleton demon king began to form another plan. Restrained Isaac and threatened, do you want to see this saint boy die? Eli replied coldly, I think the same. My grandson was taken hostage, and you still dared to summon something dangerous like that? Why is it opening its mouth? He continued speaking whether anyone listened or not. A saint does not die from such a strike, you madman. Isaac could hardly endure any longer. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted, shattering everything around. Blinding light made no one see clearly. The skeleton demon king was also blocked. The palace instantly turned into ruins. Everyone panicked and searched for a way to escape. Goal still shouted, asking if he had been defeated. Everyone was terrified. The skeleton demon king had returned. Did he not disappear after cursing the Joshua family 70 years ago? Could it be he gathered enough strength and came back? Isaac slammed his hand on the table in protest. He shouted in pain that that bastard was only an imposter. Eli hurried forward to check Isaac's condition. Are you all right? Truly someone of the Joshua family, taking such a blow and still unharmed. It seemed the skeleton demon king called Isaac a saint earlier. Is that correct? Was he truly destroyed? Perhaps so. The master of Azure used the whale harpoon to deal with him. Isaac responded to those meaningless questions. He cannot die so easily. It was only an illusion. All eyes around looked at him with suspicion. Whisper had long suspected this. Perhaps he created that thing as a part of his body and sent it here, but something felt strange. You sensed it too. Isaac confirmed one thing with certainty. He used my mana. Could it be my mana core fell somewhere? If a piece of my bone is inside the relic vault, then that possibility is not impossible. But if that imposter is holding it, then even better. I only need to kill him and take it back. Eli sighed in relief when he saw his grandson still safe. He silently thought to himself, just now it was certain. If I had not acted, he would have conveniently killed Isaac as well. Eli then noticed Giulio's concerned gaze. That made him even more confused. What exactly is the reason? Giulio looked at Isaac with pity. It is truly unbelievable. The supreme god that the Golden family has desired for thousands of years. The god who stands above even the 5 great chief gods. In Giulio's heart a surge of anger clearly rose. Yet it chose such an ordinary brat. Giulio turned and walked away without looking back. Eli stepped forward again to check on Isaac. Come, let us return. My grandson has broken the curse of the skeleton demon king and has grown up so handsome. Isaac looked at that expression and felt afraid. Why is he smiling so ominously? Even promised many things. He will buy candy for you. Isaac became even more frightened. I will not go with you. Your face looks like you want to dissect me. Kina spoke to remind him, Count. Now is not the time to leave. Another loud explosion sounded outside. Monsters suddenly flooded into this place. The matter here has not been resolved yet. Isaac quietly sighed. It seems there is no other choice. I think we should not leave now. Kina stepped out from behind Isaac. He secretly thought in his heart, this arrogant one has grown so quickly, and now he has even become a saint. Isaac seemed to guess that thought. I do not know what you are plotting, but I will use you completely. I will prove to you who the real saint is. Isaac began gathering power into his palm. He focused and cast what he intended, purification. Immediately, the monsters began to panic. Everyone around praised in amazement. Such a brilliant purification, holy art. It has been 100 years since I last saw such pure light. Why does the boy not use offensive holy arts and only cast purification? Someone offered a guess. Since it has the ability to purify mana, the boy is probably trying to prevent their summoning. Isaac actually had his own calculations. In this remote place, I have nowhere to learn holy arts. If the purification holy art reaches rank G, then it can cause area damage over time. Those monsters cannot do anything to him at all. The reason Isaac did that was not so simple. In truth, he had to use purification because Kina did not care about him. The way he used holy arts could not deal with them. You can only use a 5th rank holy art and you already want to show off. Truly a once-in-a-100 years genius. But with that talent, you are still not my opponent. Watch carefully. If you want to defeat them, you must use strong strikes and attack from many directions. Kina noticed that behind him, everything suddenly fell silent. Isaac seemed to be covering his mouth and laughing. That made Kina confused. Have you never learned about those monsters? They possess extremely strong regeneration. You must destroy them in a single strike. At that moment, Isaac could no longer hold back his laughter. Isaac was clearly looking down on him. Truly an ignorant fool who knows nothing. Kina looked and felt annoyed. The master of Azure should have taken him away. Isaac told him an important thing. Those creatures are only bait. Kina did not understand bait. Isaac was searching for something to prove his words. Their true bodies are somewhere around here. He immediately activated the power in his palm. Right after that, the thing appeared, found it. Kina still did not understand what Isaac was doing. What are you planning to do with that bug? Isaac did not answer and instead drew his weapon and stabbed straight into it. A violent explosion immediately occurred. Isaac had proven his guess. They secretly poisoned everyone near. Therefore, it is extremely dangerous. If the poison seeps in gradually, you will not realize you are dying slowly. Skeleton Demon King said it earlier. He will destroy all of us. If the target is the Holy Kingdom, then first he must kill us, the trainee priests. Everyone began trying to escape. Quickly find the hidden bugs. Anyone poisoned must immediately use purification holy arts. Isaac suddenly noticed something unusual. The bugs were being destroyed one after another. Everyone was hunting them all down. Isaac immediately panicked. Wait, if they are handled all at once then. Isaac feared the next explosion would be even bigger. Whisper quickly appeared and reminded him, Master, this is an opportunity. If you purify those who were poisoned, you will be recognized. Isaac immediately understood. You truly are a genius. The opportunity had finally come. His heart filled with joy. Giulio suddenly appeared in the chaotic scene. The situation immediately changed with his actions. Isaac completely did not expect him to appear. Giulio quickly handled everything. Now no one will be poisoned anymore. That made Isaac lose his opportunity. That damned Pope. Heavy beast foot stepped down onto this place. You bastard who dared oppose our great king. I will not forgive you. I will drag you down to hell with me. Isaac suddenly sensed something unusual behind his back. Isaac's gaze instantly became vigilant. In front of him, that monster suddenly appeared. But before it could act, it already felt the pressure of power from Isaac. Isaac shook his head in boredom. Even a nobody dares think of harming me. We have handled the rest already. Quickly bring the injured to the infirmary. Kina could not believe his eyes. With just a glance, he forced that monster to flee. His hand clenched so tightly it trembled. Kina still could not accept the truth. Impossible. How did he do that? Only someone at the Pope level could do such a thing. The appearance of the skeleton demon king during the ordination shook the entire Holy Kingdom. The demon king has returned. The demon king fled after being defeated. Who is the saint he mentioned? Giulio was discussing with everyone. It seems the Holy Grail encountered a problem. There exists illusion summoning magic upon it. We are investigating its origin. Please wait patiently for the results. Some people still did not understand. So the problem is that an outsider appeared. Hai Jay agreed that was part of the reason, but what matters more is the barrier of the Holy Kingdom, protected by the Holy Dragon. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. Isaac sat alone thinking. The barrier weakened so the demon race could infiltrate, but the Holy Dragon is linked to the royal family. So does the Pope bear no responsibility? Truly a group of schemers. Goal suddenly appeared behind him. My grandson now even reads the newspaper. Congratulations, you have already been ordained. Isaac felt uncomfortable. How should I deal with this man? It feels as if the family head deliberately forced him to act. Eli continued praising Isaac. Since you can now speak fluently, you should read the poem Curse of the Skeleton Demon King. Eli suddenly appeared. He looked at the two of them. Good, both of you are here. Isaac, go outside for a moment. I need to speak privately. Isaac obeyed and immediately stepped outside. Eli entered with a serious expression. Immediately used absolute sound isolation, holy art. Zilai asked in surprise, what do you intend to say that requires a sound isolation barrier? Just to be certain. This matter concerns Isaac. I think Isaac was chosen by an evil god during the ordination ceremony. The god who chose Isaac is certainly not ordinary. That mark has never appeared in the history of ordinations. Only the Pope and the Golden Cardinal saw that mark. And the Pope tried to kill Isaac. Zilai was horrified. What, the Pope did that? It is hard to believe, but it is the truth. If it were not the choice of an evil god, he would not act like that. Gol began to suspect. Could it be not an evil god, but the god of the Golden family? The two immediately turned to look at him. You mean the Golden Faith? Gol explained they hate anything impure. If someone of Joshua was chosen by the god of Golden, they certainly would not stay silent. If the Pope reacted like that, then Isaac's god must certainly be related to Golden. It may even be the god they have never been able to summon. If it is Isaac, then that is entirely possible. Eli still did not believe it. You think that Brat summoned a god? Gol sighed. Certainly not. Eli gave an order. Gol, contact the Pope family and investigate the god who chose Isaac. He showed reluctance. Me. If you do well, I will record merit for LG. And from now until Isaac begins his internship, the boy will be under special supervision. If Isaac continues achieving results like the previous faith test, then in the future he might become dark priest that makes everyone tremble in fear. None of the three wanted that to happen. Gol thought if Isaac became a dark priest, the family would be seen as traitors. Zilai became serious. We must stop that at all costs. Zilai began explaining the regulations to the two nephews. Soon you will begin your internship. Back then our seniors tormented us terribly, but now that time has passed. Isaac felt uncomfortable. It sounds like returning to military service. During the internship you will work with seniors. You will understand your abilities and the real work of priests. The evaluation results will determine status and benefits. After completion, you will sign a contract with a god. Isaac suddenly remembered something he needed to ask. Uncle, may I ask when we can participate in the god offering ritual? Zilai was pleased. You are interested in the ritual? Isaac replied seriously. I am very interested, especially in creating the form of the skeleton demon king's subordinate. Zilai nodded in satisfaction. I am very glad to see your faith growing. Let me explain the god offering ritual. Isaac immediately listened attentively. Zilai explained the origin of the ritual. The god offering ritual is when offerings are presented to the gods and everyone gathers like a festival. The most important thing is the faith of each individual. Continued explaining at length that the ritual is essentially a communal act. The core is the service to the gods. Isaac felt his uncle was too serious. He said the ritual is like a festival. Joy is also part of faith, therefore the gods grant blessings through that joy. Zilai laughed comfortably. Isaac, you probably want to personally create the form of the skeleton demon king subordinate. That righteous spirit is admirable. Cole also reminded the rule. The group with the highest score will receive the honor of creating the skeleton demon king subordinate. Isaac did not like that at all. Teamwork again. Zilai looked at him affectionately. I hope you all achieve good results to do what you wish. Isaac had no choice but to accept yes, uncle. In his mind, he thought of another plan. Perhaps I should deal with a few groups, then pretend to save the remaining one. Zilai firmly believed Isaac could never become a dark priest. He felt relieved. Gol asked what he was curious about. Isaac, during the ordination which God chose you. Isaac knew he would ask this question. Isaac answered, I do not remember clearly, but the mark was very strange and unpleasant. Look, this is the trace of it. The two immediately panicked. That is certainly an evil god. Zilai stood up trembling, but he quickly reassured that sometimes there are gods with terrifying marks. All right, the Golden Cardinal wants to meet you. Isaac did not want that at all. Suddenly someone called Isaac's name. Both of them looked out in surprise. Kina suddenly stepped in. I have something I need to discuss with you. Zilai and Gol were confused. Why is he looking for Isaac? Did the Pope send him? Kina gently took Isaac's hand. He said something strange. I once thought you were useless. Now I realize I was wrong. Isaac was startled. Is this man insane? Kina continued saying Isaac disappeared for 10 years because of training. He did not want his skills to be tainted by the fools in the academy. Knew at the moment you were ordained, you surpassed the others by far. It is truly wasteful for you to do internships. Isaac found him frightening. Kina made an offer. Train with me under his guidance. Take my hand, Isaac. Together we will destroy the skeleton demon king and lead the holy kingdom. Everyone was shocked. Is this some new form of bullying by the Pope family? But he seemed very serious. Isaac immediately refused. Get lost. Will do my internship like everyone else. Uzi thought to himself that this man is truly crazy. Kina continued persuading and said he would grant Isaac the qualification of a priest with 10 years of experience. But Isaac did not care at all. If you want someone to go with you, then drag that man along. Ozzy immediately panicked when Isaac pointed directly at him. Even though he and Isaac are clearly not on the same level, Ozzy still felt deeply humiliated. You bastards. Kina wanted to connect with Isaac's talent. You possess the ability to frighten monsters with just a glance. Whisper understood his intention. He must have seen Master scare the monster earlier. Isaac immediately realized, this man wants to learn that move from me. The more Isaac heard it, the more irritated he became. I will say it again, get lost. Just thinking about studying with the Pope makes me nauseous. Kina became furious when he heard that. You just said he makes you nauseous. Isaac had his mouth covered, yet still muttered, of course. I even want to slit his throat. People around completely did not understand what was happening. Eli appeared just in time. My grandson is busy. From now on, stay away from the boy. Kina had not forgotten what just happened. Even if you are the master of Azure, it is the same. If you keep letting him associate with that brat, he will turn you into trash. Kina was shocked by that warning. He struggled to break free but failed. You damned Joshua. I will definitely destroy you. 5 colors is the examination every trainee priest must pass. White, gold, eagle, azure, and red are the order of the evaluations. Each part is hosted by a cardinal of each faith. To become an official priest, one must pass this challenge. Isaac arrived at the gathering place. Our group will be here. 30 people of the same faith or background form a group. Are they trying to make them fight internally? Ozzy once said this group was full of his friends. Isaac thought sending someone to study early really helped Ozzy. Isaac decided to use this group to pass the 5 colors examination and rescue his subordinate. First, he must leave a good impression. But the moment he entered, someone shouted, he is here. Quickly tie that bastard up. Isaac had not even understood the situation when he was questioned. You are the one who bullied Ozzy for years, right? Consider this a lesson from us. Do not be foolish enough to report to Ozzy. Isaac looked at their expressions and understood. This bunch is useless. They still look down on him. Just treat it like a friendly meeting. That is trung lactae. So the rumor that he was once a newborn infant is true. They tried to hang Isaac up, but he immediately kicked one straight in the face. That person could not withstand the blow. Everyone panicked. What the hell is this? This man is crazy. Isaac said coldly, if you want high scores, you must be close, right? Then let us get acquainted friends. Isaac began teaching the entire group a lesson. The whole room was filled with cries. Ozzy entered and froze. Isaac, I do not understand what is happening. Isaac replied calmly, this is called group exercise A. The others were in pain but did not dare resist. Help Ozzy. Is he not your relative? Ozzy tried to avoid it. Thanks for playing with my cousin. Hurry, save them. Ozzy suddenly remembered and reminded him. The first test evaluates group harmony. What do you plan to do? Isaac laughed. Are you blind? Do you not see this pyramid? This is harmony. Isaac handed Ozzy a sheet of paper. Look at this. Ozzy was shocked. What is this? List of those who have lived off Joshua for 7 years. One person argued Joshua never needed their help. Isaac immediately covered his mouth. Your limbs are intact. Your organs are still complete. I do not need much, only a fair relationship. Give as much as you take. Therefore, in this group activity, work hard and be honest. Otherwise, Isaac will use his own methods. No one answered. Finally, they hurriedly agreed. Isaac nodded and stepped down. Good, group training is over. Ozzy asked worriedly, what if we fail the test? Isaac said, follow me. I have something to show you. Ozzy was still worried. Missing just 1 point means elimination. In front of them was a man tightly bound. Ozzy panicked when he saw the scene. He angrily grabbed Isaac's collar. You madman, what did you do? That is a member of our group. Isaac calmly said that man was a spy, and he still has the confession letter. Ozzy turned to look at the man. He still could not believe it. Sebit told you to do this, right? The man trembled, apologizing, and admitted he was forced. Isaac continued asking, what did Sebit order you to do? He said to sabotage the Joshua group. Even provoking Isaac during the welcome banquet was under his command. Isaac did not expect him to be so bold, daring to touch me, and even wanting to execute my subordinate. It seems I must teach him a lesson. A few days later, Sebit was irritated when the plan failed. He asked why spying was so difficult. One person asked to leave because of group assignments. Sebit told him to get lost in annoyance. He thought within the Joshua group, there were still 3 loyal men. His heart was filled with hatred. Isaac must be dealt with soon. Even his father had begun paying attention to Isaac. But after today, everything will be finished, because he believed the Joshua group would be eliminated. Today's lesson begins. Welcome to 5 Colors Harmony. The White Faith opens the ceremony. The first theme of the 5 colors is harmony, and it will be decided by voting. Sebit stood outside observing Isaac's situation. If even one person opposed keeping the formation unchanged, the whole group would be eliminated immediately, and the one who opposed would be transferred to another team. In other words, even if someone betrayed the Azure group, it did not necessarily mean they would be eliminated from the test. Minthai had already planted a spy beforehand. Therefore, your failure this time was almost certain. In truth, Sebit had secretly set a trap for Isaac long ago. If he had not been cautious, then being eliminated would not have been strange at all. The host finally prepared to announce the result. The Azure group mentioned was, every member unanimously agreed to keep the original formation. Because of that, the whole group successfully passed the 5 Colors Harmony trial. Isaac turned to look at him and gave a faint smile. As soon as the announcement ended, Ozzy immediately ran after him shouting, Isaac, wait for me. How did you do it? How could you make all of them agree like that? Isaac had no choice but to explain everything. Do you remember the Golden Cardinal repeatedly summoning me a few days ago? Ozzy nodded. Of course I remember. You even dared refuse the Cardinal's summons. Do you want to die? Isaac could only apologize. Isaac continued the story. I told him if he wanted to see me, he had to bring the golden medicine. Ozzy was shocked when he heard that. Is that not the secret medicine only the Golden Faith bloodline possesses? There is no way he would give it to you. Isaac said something that stunned Ozzy. In the end, he still gave it to me. So I used that pill as a bargaining condition with those men. Ozzy was horrified what he actually gave it to you. Ozzy asked, so after the vote you will give them the golden medicine? Isaac shook his head. I already made them drink it before the vote. Ozzy panicked even more. What if they betrayed you? Isaac had already planned everything. It is fine, I believe in my teammates. Ozzy still felt Isaac seemed very different today. Could it be he had truly changed? If that was true, then it would indeed be good news. The moment he entered the room, he saw them trembling and begging. Please, we followed everything you said. Please give us the antidote. Ozzy had not even understood when he heard them cry out, what antidote? My stomach hurts so much. Isaac remained calm. I told you they would not dare betray us, Ozzy shouted. What the hell did you do, you madman? Ozzy guessed the truth. Do not tell me you gave them poison instead of the golden medicine. Isaac tried to avoid it. I gave them golden medicine. The ingredients were 93% flour, 5% skeleton demon king mana essence, 1% laxative, 0.5% hair extract, and just a tiny bit of golden medicine. Even rinsing a real golden medicine pill in water would have more than that. Isaac felt no sympathy for the scene before him. After years of draining others, it was time they paid the price. Writhed and begged, save me, I cannot endure anymore. We already passed the 5 Colors Harmony trial. Please give us the antidote. Isaac opened the cabinet as if he had softened. Fine, I am a man who keeps his word. Let me see where I put the antidote. What he took out was a diaper. Found it. Ozzy was horrified when he saw it. Are you insane? That is the diaper you used before, who would hide an antidote in there. Isaac deliberately teased them. Now who should I give it to first? Sebit could not endure any longer and rushed in. Return my men, you bastard. I do not know what trick you used to take my men, but I will not let this matter go, he warned sternly. Do not touch Isaac. Sebit could not understand why his own subordinates stood up to protect him. What did you do to them? Isaac calmly questioned Sebit word by word. I heard you once told them that when humans fall into danger, what they seek is overwhelming power. You are wrong. The most important thing for them right now is simply keeping their own lives. In the face of death, no one can stand firm. Hearing those words, Sebit trembled involuntarily. He could not believe this was real, impossible. Could those eyes truly belong to a human? At the same time, inside the Holy See office, Jay was busy handling his work. Come in. To meet a trainee priest, and I had to wait 7 days. What insolence. Forgive me, my lord, but his request. Isaac said he would not come. Jay did not expect Isaac to be this stubborn. Even after receiving the golden medicine, he still would not come. Did he truly say that? He also asked me to pass along a message. Jay frowned. What message? Next time if you want me to come, then send a whole bar of gold. Jay became so furious, he smashed everything around him. By any means bring that brat before me. Sebit left after the argument, his heart filled with rage. That bastard. However, he still obtained a piece of information. His subordinate reported that Isaac seemed to have something he could not let the Inquisitor see. If investigated carefully, a clue would surely appear. I will personally expose his identity. Suddenly, he saw many people gathered here. What are you all doing? Why is the dormitory so noisy today? He hurriedly explained, we have something to deliver to the young master. Sebit thought to himself, why are people from the Crimson family here? The long-time enemy of the Golden family. Get lost, you Crimson freak. If news spreads that the Golden Cardinal summoned someone from Azure, it will cause serious trouble. Sebit looked at him with clear displeasure. Isaac walked out when he heard the noise. Why are you so late? I told you to come earlier. I still need a few things for afternoon tea. Secretly rejoiced, this brat must be trying to help us. In this situation, it must be that way. Joshua is always predictable. Yes, my friend came here to deliver something to the young master. He is preparing it. That is right, a social visit should come with gifts. Bring them before the day ends. Sebit became even more furious. A social visit. That meeting is what bewitched my subordinates, right? Then we will take our leave first. Sebit immediately cast the 5th rank, Holy Art Grey Repentance hell upon them. I am only letting your men rest a little. I have something private to discuss with you. Why do we not try an interesting faith test? Ozzy instantly imagined the worst outcome. No, if that test happens, he will certainly be burned alive. Worse still, the whole family might be implicated. Sebit continued tempting Isaac. I have a very convenient item. Just place your hand on it and it will react. Let us use it for now. Jay arrived personally because of his anger. Isaac, I did not expect you would ignore my summons just because you were busy playing around. Do you think I am a joke? Sebit turned and saw the terrifying sight. Do you think I am merely a joke? I did not expect you would refuse my order because you were busy having fun. Isaac was also surprised when he saw who arrived. Cardinal. Jay looked down at Sebit. You are even associating with the Crimson family. A brat from that family even dares attack my subordinate. Hearing those words, he was completely stunned. Sebit did not expect the situation to become like this. He is on the same side as that family. Isaac immediately bowed his head in apology. Forgive me, Cardinal. As you see, young Master Nye instructed me to avoid associating with the Golden family, so I could not arrive in time for your summons. Immediately looked at Isaac with suspicion. Sebit hurried to defend himself. When did I ever say that, you bastard? Wait a moment, what do you mean the Cardinal summoned you? I thought during the internship bishops were not allowed to contact trainees directly. Could it be that the Red Cardinal, specifically Jay, was truly surprised by this news? Was that really the case? Meanwhile, Isaac quietly laughed inwardly. The situation was starting to become interesting. Jay clearly showed disappointment toward him, the 3rd son of the Crimson family. I gave you enough time to build teamwork, yet it seems you have wasted all of it. This time I will overlook it because I know your father. Sebit hurriedly tried to explain that he had been completely misunderstood. It is not like that. Jay began to feel annoyed with him, but I will still assign an additional task from the Holy See to your group. Sebit struggled to explain. Please do not do that. Jay turned to speak seriously with Isaac. Now come with me to my room. Isaac immediately prepared to refuse. I am sorry, sir, Yellow Cardinal, but the Red Cardinal called for me earlier. Sebit had not even found a way to leave yet when he received another piece of bad news. The Red Cardinal originally did not want to speak with him. What should I do? I already have an appointment. When it is more convenient, I will meet you later. Jay had to confirm again. The Red Cardinal just summoned you. Isaac confirmed it without hesitation. Yes, the Red Cardinal just summoned me. Sebit had never told him this. I clearly never mentioned it. How did he know? If this continues, then Cardinal Boyd will certainly hate me. My evaluation score will be ruined. I must quickly withdraw from here. That is right, I mainly came here to call Isaac. Therefore, allow me to take him away first. IJ still looked suspicious about this matter. Nizer Sebit had tried his best, but it seemed to have no effect. He tried to explain once again, Your Eminence, but the other side only replied with a short sentence. Very well. If you already have an appointment, then I cannot keep you here. Go. Nizer Sebit breathed a sigh of relief. Even Cardinal Boit did not want to cause unnecessary trouble with his family. But what happened earlier still made him uncomfortable. After all, raising a troublesome person for the Yellow family was still a fact. However, he still could not escape trouble. Therefore, starting tomorrow, I will assign additional tasks to you. Nizer Sebit tried to calm himself. It is fine. As long as I hand this guy to Father, then everything will be cleaned up. But when he turned around, Isaac had already disappeared. Where did that brat go? Ozzy answered for him. Isaac went to sleep. He said that if he wants to grow taller, he must sleep early. Nizer Sebit gritted his teeth in anger. It is only 2 in the afternoon now. This hateful guy. Hey, wake up, hurry and wake up. Please stand up. Drag him out of here immediately. But Isaac remained deep in sleep. 3 days later would be the time he had to begin the cleaning work. Nizer Sebit still held resentment toward Isaac because of what happened earlier. I will definitely kill you. Who could endure cleaning for 18 hours every day? Useless person who cannot even bring a child in front of me still dares to beg for help. Teammates complain every day because of low scores. Even my father does not want to intervene. If I want Father to acknowledge me, then I must bring that boy back. In that case, I must find him first, no matter what he will come to the chapel to. Then I will wait for him in the prayer room. Over 6 hours passed, and Nizer Sebit still sat there waiting in vain. The people accompanying Isaac felt he was extremely annoying. What the hell are you doing? We still have work to do. If the score drops again, I will kill you immediately. But he stubbornly remained. No, I must meet Isaac no matter what. Finally, Nizer Sebit saw Isaac appear. Isaac smiled kindly and waved in greeting. Nizer Sebit shouted in panic, "Let me go." Even while being dragged away, he still tried to stay. Ozzy stood behind looking bored. You really are a devil. You came at the perfect time just to irritate him. If we meet the Red Cardinal, then it would benefit us, right? Isaac still did not understand. Why is that? Ozzy explained according to his thinking. Because Cardinal Boit will never help us become king. Isaac asked again, what do you mean by king? Ozzy looked irritated when he saw Isaac knew nothing. Come on, at least know the scoring criteria. Isaac thought he should have mentioned this earlier. Ozzy began to think of the worst situation. If the Cardinal becomes angry and ranks us as Skull, then we will be exiled to the Academy. Cardinal Boit might even kill people. Isaac still did not believe it. Say something more reasonable. Who would hate enough to kill a 10-year-old child? He even gave me the royal medicine. Ozzy was surprised that Isaac still did not understand. You do not know. Your mother was once engaged to Cardinal Boit, but your father took her away from him. That engagement was broken and became a conflict between the two families. Isaac turned pale when he realized it. He definitely wants to kill me, 100%. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Whisper. You startled me. Ozzy continued to guide Isaac. If we pull the Red Cardinal to our side, then we can use him to restrain the Yellow Cardinal. Moreover, the descendants of the Yellow family must pass the test of the Crimson family. Just promise not to rank them as Skull in the Yellow evaluation, and that will be enough. Isaac felt that this sounded reasonable. Yes, that makes sense. I will try to meet him. But at that moment, a hand suddenly covered Isaac's mouth. Ozzy had not heard the last sentence clearly. What did you just say? But Isaac had already disappeared from that place. IJ was still sitting in the room reading documents. He was the one who caused Isaac to suddenly disappear. Isaac spoke angrily. Sir Kidnapper, what are you doing? You always act noble and righteous, yet you sent subordinates to kidnap me. IJ felt irritated inside. This insolent brat. I have something to discuss with you. Isaac seemed to guess his intention. Yes, there must be something. Did you call me here because I ignored you all this time? IJ's expression at this moment was difficult to describe. IJ extended his hand. I want to adopt you. He was making an offer to Isaac. Isaac did not understand why this was happening. A series of questions appeared in his mind. What did he just say? Adoption. Does that mean joining the Yellow family? He wants me to become part of the Yellow family. What the hell is this? Is he mocking me? Or is this another scheme to control the Joshua family? Jay understood what Isaac was worried about. There is no scheme. I only want you to leave Joshua and become the adopted son of the Boit family. But Isaac still doubted it. That only sounds more suspicious. Why would you do that? Is it because that fake skeleton demon king once called me a saint? Forget it. Whatever their purpose is, it does not matter much. But if I become your adopted son, then what benefits will I receive? Since this is negotiation, then the conditions must at least be clear. IJ did not expect the boy to be so sharp. He is bargaining with me at this age. He will give you things the Joshua family cannot. The papal family can compensate for all your shortcomings. Isaac only found it amusing after hearing that, but the Joshua family lacks nothing. IJ quickly thought of another direction. I heard Joshua is trying to keep you inside the estate, correct? The Azure faith requires patience and self-control. Therefore, you will have to endure countless restrictive rules. But my yellow family will not interfere with anything you do. We will even support whatever you want. Isaac was still unsatisfied. That still sounds too little, unless you intend to support me as the next heir of the Boyd family. Otherwise, it is not enough. IJ was surprised by his greed. I heard you want to become a saint. Now you are even aiming for the position of Pope. If you truly want to become Pope, then joining the Yellow family would be more beneficial. Isaac replied coldly, but I am still a member of the Joshua family. If you think I will change sides for just those things. IJ immediately offered a more attractive condition. A territory in your name, a land of your own, a massive treasury of gold, an army under your command, tax exemption, and a mansion even larger than Joshua. I will even grant you the privileges of a direct descendant. Isaac nodded. I will think about it. IJ felt he had almost convinced him. Good, then I will begin preparing the procedures for your entry. But for now, do not tell the Joshua family about this. Isaac agreed immediately. Yes, of course. I already promised to keep it secret. Suddenly, Hi-Jay rushed out of the room. Ozzy, standing outside the door, immediately panicked. I trembled when I saw his figure. Ozzy immediately ran away. I did not hear anything at all. Hi-Jay sighed softly. Finally, that troublesome guy is gone. He walked back inside and relaxed. Forget it. The important thing is still your decision. Even if that brat runs back to tell Joshua, nothing will change. Isaac still stood there with crossed arms arrogantly. I only said I would think about it. I never promised to join. Even if I die, I will never step into the papal family. IJ had to confirm again. You mean you would rather die than agree? Isaac still affirmed firmly. Anger made him tighten the cloth on the table. You resemble your mother in every detail, from appearance to the way you speak. With just one sentence from me, you will be expelled from the church. Do not dream of becoming pope. Even the title of saint will never belong to you. The authority of the pope, I can completely forbid you from setting foot in the holy nation. You know that clearly and still dare to say such words. Isaac still kept his arrogant attitude. I will establish a nation where priests or popes are no longer necessary. From the beginning, I never understood why a country must have two leaders. Anyway, that place will become my nation in the future. Ozzy, standing outside, listened in shock. What are you talking about? Isaac rubbed his head as if it was nothing. If I want to defeat the skeleton demon king, then I need at least that many weapons. Consider that I never heard your adoption offer. It will be better for you. Honestly, what I saw from you made me a little curious. I am wondering what exactly happened during the consecration ceremony. What made the Yellow family want to adopt the direct descendant of a rival family? I guess the people of the holy nation must also be very curious about this. At the Joshua estate, Eli was shocked when he heard the news. Isaac passed the 5-color harmony test. How could that boy possibly do it? He should have failed instead. Perhaps my faith is still not strong enough. After saying that, he immediately dropped to his knees. Please listen to my prayer. O God who governs heaven and earth, please let my grandson fail that exam. Benjamin felt the situation seemed strange, so he asked Zillah, what happened to the family while you were away? Since when did the Azure faith start cursing other people like this? Is Isaac truly such a troublesome child? Zillah immediately denied it. Troublesome, the boy is gentle, polite, and also very intelligent. Benjamin looked at his father and asked, then why did father do that? Zillah explained, perhaps he is only overly worried about his grandson. After all, the upcoming test of the Yellow and Crimson families is extremely dangerous. Benjamin still could not understand. Because he is a second son, he cannot inherit the family. The appearance of a child with potential to succeed should have been good news. So why did he feel uneasy? Eli scratched his head in confusion. The person who received this blessing should have been so excited that he fainted for 3 days. Why does it not work on that brat? It sounds more like a curse than a blessing. I think it would be better if it did not work. Voice suddenly sounded from behind. After all, that child is very important to you right now, is he not? Leia walked in and greeted them. Greetings, family head and uncle. Everyone had not seen each other for a long time, so they were delighted. You are back. Leia asked about everyone's health. Is everyone still well? Eli continued the earlier topic. But why did that boy pass the harmony test? He should not have been able to pass it. Papal family seems to be paying too much attention to Isaac. If they truly target the boy's life, then it would be best for him to return soon. If the consecration were still 1 or 2 years away, it would not be a problem. But the boy is too outstanding, so delaying it is almost impossible. Therefore, everyone began to pay attention to another matter. Benjamin suddenly asked, who sent that letter? The envelope looks far too luxurious. It does not look like ours. Eli sighed and decided to tell the truth. That letter is from your 4th brother. Hearing that, both of them were startled. Zilai immediately guessed. Noah, he sent a letter. Eli held the letter and read aloud. When will you stop being family head? You are about to die anyway. Quickly pass the position on. That is what it says. Therefore, we must properly raise Isaac. No matter what, we cannot let your brother take power. Zilai immediately agreed. He only wants what is best for the family. If Isaac is not qualified, then Zilai will become the next family head. But the boy passed the harmony test, so perhaps there is still hope. Just then Salat angrily flew in. Zilai calmly asked, "What happened, Salat?" She hurriedly reported, "That brat is using his rattle to beat people everywhere. Would use healing magic just to make hitting people hurt more." Eli was not too surprised. That is exactly Isaac's style. Benjamin frowned in annoyance. But the matter did not stop there. He even poisoned and threatened his teammates to pass the harmony test. Zilai tried to remain calm. It is fine as long as the papal family does not know about it yet. But Ozzy suddenly ran in. "Grandfather, something terrible happened." He spoke while panting. "Cardinal Boyd wants to adopt Isaac." Zilai's whole body trembled. How did Isaac respond? He did not believe it. Isaac is a member of the Joshua family. He would never betray them. Ozzy spoke clearly. He said, "That is great." Zilai became furious. "What do you mean, Ozzy? What exactly did that man offer to lure Isaac?" Ozzy feared being beaten, so he spoke quietly. "A lot of money, so much that no one could refuse." Everyone began to murmur. "With money, anything can be bought." "That is right." Eli angrily slammed the table. "Those bastards! This old man is still alive. They dare to steal a member of our family." Large pile of gold was displayed before their eyes. Everyone was shocked. All this gold was sent by the Boyd family. I heard it is for Isaac. So the matter about Isaac being close to the papal family is true. Isaac stood behind and heard everything, then said, "This looks more like hush money. After all, gold is still just gold." Ozzy brought a white flag with the words "Isaac belongs to the Azure faith." Isaac looked at it and felt confused. "What is this? Why is it like this?" The family head sent it. That stingy old man. Isaac had no choice but to open the paper and read it. Content Zilai sent was very sweet. "You are family to me." Isaac finished reading and felt goosebumps. Good heavens, what is this? Ozzy looked around in confusion. Why did they appear here? Everyone suddenly recognized someone. Sister Leia. The family head also came here. Isaac turned around in shock. "What?" The people around whispered. "They are the saintess of the Joshua family. Look, it is Melissa." Isaac was stunned. "Melissa, why is she here? Does she know how hard he worked to avoid her?" Isaac hurriedly tried to avoid her. "I must find somewhere to hide. It looks real." That is a video from the communication orb, right? Isaac jumped in anger. "You startled me." "Do not exaggerate. I thought she really came." Isaac clutched his chest and complained. "Hey, I did not do anything wrong." Melissa approached. "You must be Isaac, right? I heard you are growing very quickly. It seems the rumors are not wrong. So you truly broke the curse of the skeleton demon king. I am very impressed." Isaac secretly sighed in relief. Luckily, they were only speaking through the communication orb instead of meeting face to face. Otherwise, she would have realized he is the skeleton demon king. Melissa continued the conversation. "I heard you were once kidnapped by his subordinates, right? You must have suffered a lot at that time." Isaac was startled when he heard that. Impossible. Could she still sense it even through the communication orb? Melissa seemed to be probing Isaac's identity. "Why do I sense the power of the skeleton demon king from you?" Isaac quickly stepped back because if he were exposed, everything would be over. "Perhaps it is because you swallowed the finger of the skeleton demon king 10 years ago, right?" The atmosphere around them suddenly became strangely quiet. Melissa nodded as if she understood. "Ah, that is right. I heard Zilai mention it. I mean, how could the skeleton demon king be here?" Isaac secretly felt relieved because he swallowed that finger. Melissa spoke confidently. "If he really appeared here, I would skin him and hang him upside down." Isaac secretly thought, but how could she skin a skeleton? Others could not help wondering. Did they come all the way here just to meet a trainee priest? Nizer Sebit was also surprised. The saintess normally does not interfere in family matters. Why did she appear here? Melissa turned and replied, "Because I am quite interested in you, the third son of the Crimson family. I heard you were once chosen as the successor, but caused your entire team to fail the harmony test and made them receive punishment." After hearing that, Nizer Sebit fainted. "Hey, wake up. Damn it, did his spirit collapse?" Melissa softened her tone toward Isaac. "Anyway, Isaac, I prepared a special gift to reward your effort." Isaac became curious about what it was. "A gift of money." Melissa immediately clarified, "That reward is my strongest ultimate technique, the supreme holy attack that once defeated the skeleton demon king." Isaac gritted his teeth and said he did not need it. Ozzy was shocked. "The saintess technique. That is the legendary divine power. Money cannot buy it. Essentially, it is an enhanced version of holy power." Members of the family began to worry. "Nizer, if this continues, the Azure faith will surpass us. This will only make that brat more arrogant." That moment, someone hurriedly spoke in opposition. "Will the saintess ignore the fact that he poisoned his teammates? I must report this clearly and revoke his right to stay." "Saintess, I have something to report about Isaac." Isaac forced us to drink poison to pass the harmony test. Melissa froze when she heard that. Isaac made us drink poison to pass the exam. Candidate for saint actually using poison. Can you believe it, saintess? Melissa still had not recovered. What? Poison. Nizer Sebit secretly rejoiced. Good, finally you are useful. Once that brat is dealt with, I will let you join my team. Melissa turned and asked Isaac directly, you think using poison alone is enough? Poison is the least effective method for training willpower. What you did was truly terrible. That person hurriedly added, wait, saintess. Isaac also beat us until we were bruised. Melissa was startled again. What? Listen, Isaac, hitting the skin and flesh does not help training. From now on, remember to break their bones. That way they will become stronger. Make amends, I will personally break their bones for you. Leia quickly stopped her. That cannot happen. If you do that, they will die. How about letting me do it instead? Not worry, I will resolve it quickly. Isaac hurriedly waved his hand. No need, I will handle it myself. See, if you had listened to my warning earlier, you would not be suffering like this. From now on, you will be my living shield and subordinate. That person could not believe it. The Joshua family really is full of lunatics. After that, everyone returned to the building to talk more comfortably. Melissa went straight to the point. Isaac, do you want to become the family head? If you become the family head in the future, what will you do? Isaac answered without hesitation. I will wipe out all the saintesses. Ozzy, standing behind, hurriedly warned him. This madman. Leia asked why he thought that. Isaac immediately explained, because saintesses are unnecessary. Ozzy panicked again. Please stop talking. Isaac immediately corrected himself. I will personally destroy the skeleton demon king. Then why do you not give up the position of saintess? Leia quietly observed Melissa's reaction. Melissa answered without hesitation. I cannot. I once committed an unforgivable sin. In my life, I once had a chance to destroy the skeleton demon king. A perfect opportunity to erase him forever. I failed to do it. Do not know why. Perhaps the gods will never forgive that. Because of that, the Joshua family was afflicted with a curse. To break the curse, we must defeat the skeleton demon king. That is the burden I must carry. Isaac secretly thought he must investigate this matter. An unforgivable sin she should not have committed. Melissa looked extremely regretful when mentioning it. Leia thought there must be a reason she could not kill the skeleton demon king. Melissa continued, Isaac, that is also why I wanted to meet you today. Suji was surprised when she saw the object before her. Is that the symbol of the saintess? A pendant appeared. Isaac fell into deep thought. The symbol of the saintess exists only one in the world. Its value cannot be measured. Isaac could not understand Melissa at all. Why would she give this to him? Melissa explained, I heard your offensive holy technique is rather weak, so I placed a portion of my power into it. With this pendant, you can use divine power whenever you wish. The remaining 5 color test cannot be passed with purification holy techniques alone. Therefore, use it. I will soon return to the holy nation. When that time comes, I will teach you how to deal with the skeleton demon king. Farewell. Isaac had been irritated the whole time. Go and never come back again. Right after that, Leia also prepared to leave. I should go as well. Before leaving, she looked at Isaac with a strange gaze, as if she suspected something. Isaac, listen to me. You have a mana core, right? Isaac froze. Did this girl discover the mana core he created? Even Melissa did not notice it. Did he kill her right here? Leia spoke innocently again. Or perhaps I am mistaken. Inside, that is the mana core taken from the annex, right? Isaac nearly had a heart attack. All right, the mana core, that is correct. He reached his hand to his chest. I forgot I have not absorbed it yet. I thought I could break the seal with holy techniques, but it still did not work. Exactly as that damned seal. Nothing can break it. Leia continued. You can break the seal with that necklace. Isaac kept being shocked. She not only knew about the mana core, but even provided the solution. Leia spoke gently, but I am not sure whether you can truly use it. It seems you are trying to restore the secret of the family. After eliminating the saintesses, what will you do? Isaac answered bluntly, become a wealthy parasite. Leia should not stay too long either. I will go first. We must meet again after you finish your internship. Isaac watched her leave and felt confused. That girl is not normal either. Outside, someone was already waiting to receive her. Let us return, miss. You have stayed here quite a long time. Can that necklace reveal the secret technique of the family? Leia quietly stepped into the carriage and said, I know. That is the hereditary treasure handed directly from the family head. Therefore, other direct descendants are all targeting it. If it gets stolen, then it only proves his worth ends there. But if he keeps the necklace, then he will become the successor. That is still better than letting him destroy the Holy See. She recalled the words Isaac once said, I will wipe out all the saintesses. I will personally deal with the skeleton demon king. Remember to accomplish that, Isaac, as long as you keep your promise. At this moment, night had fallen. Light rain began to fall. A close subordinate approached Gold. Lord Gold, it has been a long time. He walked in and asked, are you still well? And what about the Joshua family? Gold looked displeased. What else could it be? They are still trash as usual. Those hypocritical Joshua people. Honestly, sometimes I fear I may become soft toward them. Something must have happened during the consecration ceremony. The priest responsible for Isaac's ritual was discovered dead in the monster forest. Was it so serious that he had to be silenced? Not only that the Yahello family even wants to adopt Isaac. This is absurd. Too many things are abnormal. Even though my mother belongs to that family, if I investigate deeper, I might lose my life. Want to rest for a while? Do not enter until I call. Yes, my lord. Become soft. Ah, the one who handed Joshua to Cardinal Boy. Sometimes I also thought perhaps I was too close to the Joshua family. But I cannot feel that within this hateful family. Noel entered Boyd's office. He searched the secret archive for Isaac's consecration record. Finally found it. This is the divine mark that chose Isaac. He saw that thing, he suddenly froze. Everything will belong to me. I am the greatest god. Perhaps that is why the papal family did all these things. Not for the Holy See, but for the survival of the Boyd family. No, it should be said the survival of the entire empire. Elsewhere, clothes were scattered everywhere. Christopher happily rummaged through them. This should be enough money to buy weapons to break the binding sphere. Isaac nodded. For now, this is enough. But the problem is demon-resistant stone. Whisper spoke. It not only erases mana, but is also immune to magic and holy power. Isaac became annoyed. They turned the binding sphere that imprisoned my subordinate into demon-resistant stone. Those bastards must have guessed this was the only way to deal with a 9th-rank demon king. Isaac decided to ignore it. For now, I will try to break the seal on the mana core. Whisper became excited. Finally, you will absorb it. Isaac followed Leia's instructions. This thing might help me break the seal. I have never seen anything like this. Look, it is opening. Isaac carefully observed the strange phenomenon. Whisper ordered the beast, hurry swallow it. Immediately obeyed the command. Isaac became even more excited. The mana quantity is greater than I thought, even enough to upgrade magic. From now on, I can freely use advanced spells. His power began to surge more intensely. Whisper continued devouring the energy source. Isaac wanted to finish this quickly, but he suddenly felt something was wrong. His hand suddenly turned into a skeleton. Isaac panicked. What the hell is this? My arm. In the room, there were only the two of them. Isaac tried to find a way to handle it, but his hand could not return to normal. That damned pile of bones again. It must be because of the curse. Curse that once made the skeleton demon king the strongest. The reversal between life and death. Whisper worried, that curse will take over your body. Isaac immediately denied it. My body holds too many blessings. It will not be easily devoured. The curse only grew stronger because the mana I absorbed increased too quickly. Whisper realized it. Then the balance has been broken. Isaac explained, I can use holy power to suppress the curse, but that means living like a devout believer. Truly troublesome. Whisper suggested, your body can convert mana into holy power. Why not try absorbing mana from the saintess symbol? Isaac thought that would be too wasteful. I have an idea. I will make use of the 5-color test. If I cleverly use the heretic test of the Crimson family, I can greatly increase holy power. For now, I will seal my right hand. Suddenly, Isaac heard someone calling his name. Chelsea suddenly appeared behind him. What are you doing here? Isaac immediately concealed it. You came here too. Chelsea became suspicious. Why are you smiling to yourself? It looks frightening. What happened to your hand? Are you injured? Isaac quickly shook his head. Not at all, I am fine. Ozzy worriedly held his hand. Are you really fine? Let me see. What the hell is this? Is this bone? Christopher whispered a reminder. Master, use memory erasing magic. Isaac shook his head. No, if I use it, I will be discovered. Chelsea trembled. I did not expect you not only to be morally corrupt, but physically as well. Could it be your morality rotted because your body has already decayed? You should have said it from the beginning. Everyone thought you were evil for no reason. It is the curse of the Joshua bloodline. Either born useless or a genius with severe deformities. There was someone like this before, but why are you both crippled and morally corrupt? Isaac felt annoyed inside. Should I just kill him now? Elsie worriedly said, first we must report to the family head and treat you. Even if you cannot live long, we can extend it. Isaac could not agree. If that happens, my identity as the skeleton demon king will be exposed. Do not tell grandfather or the uncles. I do not want our family to worry. Moreover, right now the 5-color test is the most important matter. I want to personally destroy the subordinates of the skeleton demon king before I die. Do not worry, I will not die so easily. I already have a plan. Ozzy was surprised by how clever he was. Is there really a way? Tell me, I will help. Isaac also felt fortunate to have this opportunity. Then, I need you to deliver an item to the Red Cardinal. 20 days later, the entire building echoed with complaints. Isaac, that bastard, plants bombs in the bathroom. He even released poison gas into my pillow. Not only that, yesterday he also put something into the food. Isaac calmly ate bread. Do you not like my personal training plan? Everyone became angry. What training? That is clearly assassination. What is this now? Isaac held out a paper and explained, these are your targets. After eating, put these on. Everyone looked confused. What is this wrist weights? Are you forcing us to train physically? We are priests, not knights. Isaac did not care. The next 5-color test is coming, so you must train your stamina. Everyone protested. The next test belongs to Yahello. Is that not the test that requires intelligence? Isaac casually said, I changed the order. Next will be the physical test of the Crimson family. Everyone was shocked. You changed the order. What exactly did you do? Isaac smiled happily. I also changed the content of the test. Enough talking. Put on the wrist weights and run 50 laps around the training ground. Everyone felt oppressed. What nonsense are you saying? Since when can someone just change the test like that? And you even want us to run 50 laps? Isaac waved his hand and corrected himself. I misspoke. It should be 100 laps. Today, if you do not finish first, then prepare to enter the underworld. Otherwise, start running, you damned dogs. After exhausting training, everyone complained. That is enough, I quit. Let us rest, why suffer like this? Do we not only need to reach king rank twice? We already have one. Isaac suddenly appeared behind them. Are you joking with me? You must reach it 5 times. They protested. The Crimson and Yellow families will never allow us to reach king rank. Besides, the next exam is yellow, so why train physically? The 5-color test is the tradition of the Empire. Who are you to change it? Someone ran in with urgent news. Everyone, something happened. The next test belongs to Crimson. The Red Cardinal just spoke with the Yellow Cardinal and changed the order. Everyone did not expect it to happen so quickly. The Crimson test is a duel. If you lose, you fail immediately. Isaac calmly said, then now you know the next test. Why are you not rushing into training? Few days later at the Imperial Training Center, everyone had gathered. Recep was extremely angry. I cannot believe my father agreed to Isaac's proposal. Isaac said he would show me something interesting. Attack it and force it to unleash full power. Not only that the match was changed from duel to team battle, but he already calculated everything. After all, the Azure team led by Ozzy is nothing to worry about. Aside from Isaac, the others are easy to deal with. The Crimson family specializes in battle. There is no way we will lose. He shouted loudly, brothers, prepare for battle. His confidence quickly disappeared when he saw his father sitting in the stands, and the man was watching his son, along with Kina, an extremely powerful warrior. The servant who usually throws food had a stomachache since morning. Luckily, I found a replacement. She is only an apprentice, so it should be fine. Recep became even more horrified. He could not believe it. What? Kina joined the Azure team. She is as strong as a high-ranking priest. Lion immediately warned, Yellow Cardinal, this is a bit excessive. Why did you allow Kina to join the Azure team? Kina calmly said, I made a deal with Isaac. If I deal with those pests, I will study with him and teach him some powerful techniques. Recep could not accept this at all. He wanted to shout, this is cheating. She is no longer an apprentice. How can someone this strong join an apprentice match? Kina replied, you are mistaken. I refused promotion to high-ranking priest. I also gave up all privileges. Therefore, I can remain here longer, just like Isaac. Everyone around was shocked. Both teams concentrated intensely. Isaac turned to ask the referee, what is the decision? The referee spoke according to regulations. Kina is still recognized as a low-ranking priest and has not participated in any 5-color test. Therefore, there is no rule forbidding her participation. Nizer became furious. Even if the entire team works together, they might not defeat Kina. With Isaac as well, it will be over. But if the captains fight, there is still hope. Isaac observed the situation between the two teams. What is wrong? Do you need the bathroom? I told you to go earlier. He worried about Isaac. After this match, your hand will recover right. Isaac confirmed, yes. Once I gain more holy power, it will be fine. Ozzy said, you are more suited to be the leader than I am. You should have been the captain. Honestly, without you, we could not have come this far. Since you became class leader, skipped grades, ranked first in the exam, until passing the harmony test, all of it was thanks to you. Isaac answered casually, that is right, because I am too talented. Few people can keep up. You managed it. Ozzy warned, even so, Recep is not an opponent to underestimate. We must not lose. She added another possibility. If you lose, I will personally stab you. Ozzy was determined not to fail. Referee announced, the match will begin in 5 minutes. Both teams prepare. It seems someone is very tense. Lord Isaac. Even though Kina stood on their side, the situation was still far from simple. Zilai had been watching Isaac for a long time. The current circumstances clearly placed both Isaac and Ozzy at a disadvantage. Those damned Crimson family bastards dared to use offensive holy techniques on children. It only made them grow even more frenzy. Isaac was currently holding the upper hand. Wait, it is not the moment yet. Do not rush like that. You there. A quick glance was enough to guess. That thing looked like the holy technique of the Azure family. Lord Isaac once asked me to pass that spirit awakening holy technique to him. Well, I could not believe his eyes. That really is the spirit awakening holy technique. According to Isaac's understanding, it only helped people strengthen their spirit and erase fear of the enemy. But their expressions were completely different. They looked like wild beasts. Isaac calculated silently in his mind. I never told anyone this secret. When combined with stimulating herbs, it creates a special phenomenon. The transformation causes people to completely lose self-control. Everything has already been prepared for their beast transformation. Now it only needs to be fully exploited. You understand? He had already realized the battle was beginning to change. I did not expect everything to happen so quickly. Has the battle already begun? Hidden secret techniques are about to be revealed. Surrounding trees began to shake violently. It seemed a special figure was about to appear here. Everyone was waiting for this moment. That is, the guardian god of the Crimson family, the deity representing justice. Uzi signaled everyone, hurry and pray. Whoever has stronger faith will receive the blessing of the Crimson God, then we will gain the advantage. We must win at all costs. However, Isaac deliberately threw a stone at the statue. It was obvious he did it out of anger, rather than by accident. Isaac tried to avoid the matter he had just caused. I truly did not mean it. Yet that deity had fallen by his own hand. Someone immediately grabbed Isaac by the collar. Have you still not gotten rid of that habit? He only smiled in reply. Do not make such a fuss. Everyone present was stunned. Isaac had just destroyed the statue of the Crimson family. He even cut off the head of the statue. Yoji was so sad that he burst into tears, yet could do nothing else. Kina could not believe it either. Did you truly destroy the statue? How exactly did you do it? It was with some kind of holy technique, right? Can you teach me? But Isaac looked confused. Why learn that? Besides breaking the head of a statue. Kina immediately stared at him sharply. So what? Except for the god of the Yellow family, the other gods mean nothing to me. He was completely helpless before these two people. Oh gods, please save this man as well. Isaac, you bastard. You were only testing whether the arena floor was sturdy, right? Truly insane. Hurry and apologize, Isaac. Were you forced? Fine, I apologize. Is that enough? Lion and High J were still sitting above the stands observing. He could not help admiring. That boy truly is unpredictable trouble. If he collapses, it would be very interesting. Ozzy quickly realized their intention. They planned to interrogate Isaac. High J was attacking the opponent psychologically. If we talk about problems, then did not the Crimson family allow their own statue to be destroyed? Moreover, you even allowed an apprentice priest to use magic to destroy it. Perhaps the faith of the Crimson family should be reconsidered. I will not allow you to touch Isaac. The two sat side by side, but were actually opponents. Lion had long seen through his nature. This venomous snake, creating a heresy investigation organization just because of a few apprentice priests is excessive. Let us continue the 5-color test. Yuji became extremely excited when hearing the announcement. Kaiser Sebit felt his situation was extremely unfavorable, but this was an order. He turned to look at his respected father. Lion signaled with his eyes. Turn Isaac into a cripple. It is time to announce the rules of the match. The rule of the Crimson test is very simple. The task is to find the real necklace among the fake ones. The team that finds it first wins. The person holding the real necklace will be chosen by the captain, and once decided it cannot be changed. He immediately understood. Choosing the holder is extremely important. There are 3 ways to identify the real necklace. First, capture the opposing captain and force him to confess. Second, use reasoning to guess who holds the real necklace. Finally, defeat the entire opposing team and collect all the necklaces. Do not worry, it is only the weak Azure family. Yuji approached the organizer again to discuss something important. I want to give up the captain position. Isaac angrily rushed forward and grabbed his collar. What the hell are you doing? Hurry, distribute the necklaces, but he still hesitated. Wait, Isaac. Kaiser Sebit probably believed victory was already in his hands. That weak Ozzy. Isaac is foolish. He should have stepped forward to be captain. What is there to fear from the Azure group? Just be careful of Kina. She is good at hunting monsters, but not necessarily good against humans. They are all fools. The match was about to officially begin. Appeared extremely calm. There was no reason to fear that weak Azure group. In contrast, Kaiser Sebit's teammates clearly showed fear. The corpse rushed toward them with a strange posture. What is happening? Everything had already been calculated beforehand. A legal test to teach those hateful priests a lesson. This opportunity must be fully exploited. Susie panicked like everyone else. Is that even a human face? So Azure intends to confuse us with those expressions. Do not panic. They will not dare attack because of our code of honor. They can only defend. Everyone prepared for the coming battle. Come apprentice priests. You must be carrying the upgraded version of the golden ring, the thorn chain. Captain of your team stepped forward. Corpse rushed straight forward without hesitation. The opponent had no time to react. Is that really the Azure team? What the hell is this? I thought they had to maintain honor. He approached with a threatening look. Isaac, if you want to live, hand over your captain immediately. Corpse, like a madman, destroyed everything in its path. Nizer Sebit still tried to control the situation. Someone come here and support. Hold the formation tightly. Do not retreat. Kina had already leaped into the... Everyone became increasingly panicked. Hurry, block them. Kina aimed directly at Nizer Sebit. Just a feint. Nizer Sebit, be careful. He did not expect the opponent to be so fast. Just as I thought. You truly are formidable, Kina. That is still not enough to win. I have already seen through your entire plan. This be the clone holy technique. At this moment he must be restrained immediately. Hurry, capture her now. Everyone present had already been suppressed. Kina was performing the 5th level holy technique, called repentance binding. He had to quickly think of another solution. The situation here became increasingly chaotic. Nizer Sebit crashed heavily onto the ground. His eyes were filled with determination to capture them. Nizer Sebit had no intention of letting anyone escape. Capture them all. Say this is only ordinary beast transformation techniques. Those things cannot harm me. At most they make you a little stronger. I see you now. Oh, what is that? Damn it. Let me take 1 or 2 of your arms as a souvenir. Those standing in the stands also became worried. Lord Zilai, is that holy technique not? Nizer Sebit prepared to rush forward and attack him. Be careful. Susie feared she could not withstand it. She remembered Isaac's words. Everything will be fine, Uzi. Just follow my plan and we will win. At that moment, he will surely try to confront you directly. After all, he always underestimates you. We have prepared for every attack. Nizer Sebit prepared to throw a punch straight at the face. It is over. Come on, you fool. Ozzy's eyes seemed to contain a strange power. Two immediately plunged into a fierce battle. Eli was extremely worried about his nephew. Isaac remained calm, standing outside and observing the entire situation. He was the one who had secretly directed everything. That was right. We can see that you are not weak at all. Ozzy poured all his strength into a counterattack. You are the real fool. Everyone was stunned when they realized the opponent was that powerful. It was unbelievable that someone like Uzi could attack like that. She was doing everything she could to restrain the powerful opponent, leaving Nizer Sebit completely unable to resist. He was suffering the consequences of his own actions. He wanted to teach this man a lesson he would never forget. Do you know why the clan technique is not allowed to be used on humans? Because it only works on the demon race. After the battle, both of them were breathing heavily in exhaustion. Ozzy could not believe he had become that strong. No, it was because humans could not endure it. Ozzy had not even realized that he had already won. Before this, he had never countered this attack. Eli was delighted to see his nephew grow stronger. Never. He had proven his strength to everyone. Do not underestimate our Than Sak clan. Ozzy had revealed his true ability. Everyone was amazed and full of admiration. Tina noticed something unusual. Ozzy originally did not have such power. Someone must have secretly used a holy spell to enhance him. A strange aura was radiating from his body. Mina immediately guessed that the one behind it was Isaac. He secretly smiled to himself. Just finish it already. Ozzy followed every instruction from him. All right then, let me take the necklace. Isaac angrily reminded him. Do it cleanly, finish him. He nodded in response. I understand. Nizer Sebit still could not stand up. Ozzy did not want to kill anyone. Tell me where the real necklace is. But he looked confused and did not understand anything. You think I am the future heir, and I would confess under this kind of interrogation. Ozzy was flustered and did not know what to do. Just say it, I beg you. Only then can you leave here alive. But he still looked confused. Was this man crazy? Shut up, you lunatic. I have learned every form of torture to inherit the clan. How could you? Uzi now looked like he had become a completely different person. Nizer Sebit no longer recognized him as a human anymore. Wait. His gaze became completely different. Those who witnessed the scene all stood with their mouths open. What terrifying sound was that? What had he just done? How could someone from the Than Sak clan do such a thing? It was horrifying. All of this had been arranged by Isaac. The entire hall fell into panic. Nizer Sebit was tightly restrained and could not escape. I told you to confess earlier. Teammates rushed over. Uzi, you bastard. Kina immediately ordered that no one was allowed to come closer. Stay where you are. He used his own foot as the point of force, casting a wide area paralysis holy spell to push the enemies back. That wave of power spread throughout the entire area. Nizer Sebit was bound tightly by electric currents. Could it be that they had deliberately pretended to be captured? They even already knew the location where the necklace was hidden. But why? He remembered what Uzi said. All right then, let me take the necklace. Could it be that he had calculated everything in advance? When Isaac already knew that victory would come sooner or later. Everyone trembled as they witnessed it. Everything was only to force Nizer Sebit to confess. But even so, he would not speak. He immediately turned back to look at them. What did you just say? Could it be that you also know where the necklace is hidden? At this moment, he wore the ancestral ring on his hand, with the special effect of absorbing holy power. Everyone began to panic. Wait, I will speak. I will tell where the necklace is hidden. But Isaac still wanted to teach them a lesson. Begin. After searching for so long, he finally found it. That was the one. The host announced that the Than Sak team had won. Everyone cheered in joy. Glory to the Than Sak fate. The rumor that the Than Sack faith had reappeared was actually true. They had even drawn the Pope's nephew to their side. Zilai let out a sigh of relief. Well done, Isaac and Ozzy. Basis had appeared behind him at some unknown moment. The title of the youngest priest in the Empire was indeed not empty. Those who have won and delivered a wonderful performance in this arena, accept your deserved reward. She was the crown prince of the holy nation. Zilai immediately bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to the second son of the holy nation. Basis smiled and praised him. You have truly outstanding nephews. What if I gift them priest uniforms? Zilai immediately replied, of course, your highness. That will make them shine even more in the next examination. Garments bestowed by the royal family were no different from family heirlooms. He even cautiously asked, when the tailor arrives, may I come and watch? Zilai felt a little embarrassed. Your highness is not very busy. You do not need to, Father Blitzer explained. I want to meet them myself. I found this rather confusing. They are only 2 trainee priests. Why would you want to meet them? Then he suddenly remembered something. All right, consider it another small gift. You should advise your youngest nephew to abandon the golden examination. The Pope intends to eliminate Isaac. Hearing this news, Zilai was extremely shocked. He began to worry about his nephew's situation. Zilai even forgot to say thank you. Many thanks, your highness. From what Zilai had observed until now, but Isaac. Looking at his expression, it seemed as if nothing had happened. Everyone had entered the rest room. Did you hear that? The Crown Prince plans to give us uniforms, really. We even ranked first. It seems this time we have made quite a sensation. Isaac kept staring at the person in front of him. He asked Kina, are you not planning to return home? The examination is already over. I do not need you anymore. Kina's attendant also spoke. He is right. You should return. The clan head is looking for you. But Kina still seemed unwilling to leave. Did you not agree to let me join the Than Sack clan? Everyone around was surprised by this reason. Isaac completely did not remember saying that. When did I say that? Kina reminded him last night. I never intended that. Stop making things up. I only said that to take the Scarlet examination, who allowed you to become an official priest of Than Sack. Kina still sat firmly in place and refused to leave. Do not care, you already agreed to let me become a Than Sack priest. So from now on I stay here. Just tell my father that I have not returned yet. Master, go and do your work. Kina began to suspect Isaac. He must have used a holy spell on Ozzy yesterday. But what kind of power was that? There was also the matter of the Crown Prince wanting to give uniforms. Granting garments was no different from declaring ownership. All 5 faiths were under the Pope's authority. Was the Crown Prince planning to oppose him? Anyway, I want to receive the reward for helping you in the Scarlet examination. But seeing you are busy, I will stay here. This made her subordinates very uneasy. If the cardinal found out, the whole clan would be in chaos. Kina continued to propose, if you want, I can help you win all the remaining examinations. I will even deal with the Golden Priests and help Than Sack eliminate the Skeleton Demon King's followers. What do you think? Isaac had no intention of getting involved in this. No need, you only need to leave, but she refused. You said you would teach me. I will not leave until you teach me. If you are capable, then drag me outside. Isaac lost his temper. Are you stupid? I only used you. Get lost. Kina remained calm. Say whatever you want. I have fulfilled the agreement, so I will take what you promised. Isaac wanted to end this matter. I said it is over. I am busy now. Leave before I change my mind. He did not expect her reaction. Are you planning to break your promise? Fine, then I will wait. Until the internship period ends, Isaac began losing patience. I have run out of patience. I canceled it. Anyway, I already have a disciple far more obedient than you. Kina was surprised. A disciple more obedient than me? Who is it? The one Isaac mentioned could only be Uzi. Kina immediately felt displeased. That man. You say he is even better than me. If I prove I am better than him right now, then will you teach me? Ozzy was dragged in even though he was just standing there. Why bring me into this? Isaac accepted the challenge. That depends on your performance. Ozzy and Kina began facing each other. Everyone gathered in the banquet hall of the Holy See. What is that? The table for the Than Sack team. It is truly luxurious. Their food is also different from ours. I heard their rest room was upgraded too, so being ranked first receives such privileges. Zilai held a glass of wine and sipped slowly. His mind was still full of questions. He never expected Isaac's team to be ranked first. What standard did the Holy See use to judge? Lion's voice sounded behind him. You must be very pleased that Than Sack won. Zilai turned around and saw the cardinal. He came over to greet him. Long time no see, Zil. I heard you are about to reach level 9, correct? Achieving that at your age is truly admirable. The head of the Duke Shua clan must have quite a headache. The only one capable of succeeding is you. Yet time is running out. Forgive me, even if lifespan is not the issue, the position of clan head is still too much for you. After all, you cannot have children, but your nephew is truly outstanding. The clan must be very proud. Zilai truly wanted to punch him. Lion smiled as if nothing had happened. Forgive me for the teasing. Although he is only the third son, the heir of the clan was defeated before the royal family. Till I had already guessed the intention. This clan truly saw through people's hearts. Perhaps they knew the curse of the Duke Shua clan. But he was not wrong. Besides, I never intended to become clan head. As long as he does not touch Isaac. Lion continued walking toward Isaac. Ozzy quietly reminded him, Isaac, he is calling you. Isaac looked annoyed. Why interrupt when I am eating? Isaac had to turn and reply, yes, my lord. Lion looked at him with a meaningful smile. Lion wanted to witness it himself. Where is the interesting thing you said you would show me, Isaac? I have not seen anything yet. Isaac pretended to be surprised. You have not seen it. It is the scene of me crushing your son under my foot. Something like that. Do you find it interesting? Ozzy felt helpless hearing that. Why would you say that to the Crimson Clan? They always hunt spies of the Skeleton Demon King. Do not provoke them. Isaac remained calm, so what? Lion stayed composed. I have placed high expectations on Thansak. It seems you learned an interesting skill. I can sense dark mana within you. Isaac replied, of course, that I is a detection holy spell. Did you forget? I once ate part of the Skeleton Demon King's body when I was young. If the scene of me crushing your son is not entertaining enough, then watch the Golden Examination. People at the table were shocked. That man intends to fight the son of the Golden Cardinal as well. I smiled and responded to his words. Then what do you want in return from me this time? Isaac calmly replied. It is not difficult, I only hope. Meet the demons that serve the Skeleton Demon King. Only need to give me the key to the prison where they are held. I offer a condition. I will give you the key if you return safely. But whether that will happen, I cannot guarantee, because you may not survive the Golden Examination. Isaac could not understand the man before him. What nonsense is that bastard talking about? A new announcement echoed. Everyone, we have received the mission for the Golden Examination. What is it? It is an expedition. Lion began explaining the rules. In this examination, you must retrieve items the Holy Nation lost in various regions. Are you not curious where your Thansak team will be sent? It is a mysterious empire. Ozzy immediately realized the problem upon hearing it. Those are two nations that have always been enemies. They want us to go to a place that always wants to kill priests. There is even a demon territory nearby. Do they really want us to go there? Recently, many holy knights and their guards were kidnapped near that region. It is said the culprit is a high-level demon that once ate a priest during the Golden Examination 14 years ago. That area has been sealed for investigation. Lion continued speaking. How pitiful, however, you do not need to be too afraid. With my authority, I can change the location. Everyone immediately urged Isaac, that is right, Isaac. Please ask him just once. Isaac's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? You will change the location for us? At the Thansak residence in the old capital, everyone was panicking. Something terrible happened. They intend to send the children to the land of the May. Not only that they must rescue a kidnapped holy knight, this is clearly an S-level mission. It is no different from sending them to their deaths. If they do not cancel the mission immediately, I will smash the Holy See. Gol calmed him with a headache. Calm down. Father is just as angry as you and even through things. No, he has already gone there to cause trouble. That bastard clearly wants to kill Isaac at all costs. Since father has gone there, they will probably adjust the mission. In the current situation, they cannot assign a diplomatic mission to trainee priests. Perhaps they only want to warn us not to be too arrogant. In any case, I do not want Ozzy to die there. But do not worry too much. Even Isaac, if he remains. Suddenly someone rushed in anxiously. My lord, something terrible happened, young Master Isaac. Lion was pushing Isaac into a dangerous corner. That is right, Isaac. You only need to say that you want to live. Isaac would never say such words. Think that place sounds quite interesting. Why should I change the location? Messengers from both sides reported. You already accepted the mission. What? The scene shifted to the dark land of the Black Territory, the domain of demons. Demon appeared extremely furious, you mean? Failed to kill the saint. The man bowed his head in apology. I am truly sorry. Demon did not seem too concerned. It does not matter. The main goal was only to create chaos. Witnessing the power of our great king with our own eyes is already a great achievement. We even managed to bring magical devices into the border of the holy nation once thought impregnable. The man did not dare argue. Your Majesty is truly powerful. She looked excited. Just a small portion of his power was already so terrifying. Someone reported from outside. My lord, I sensed his power during the consecration ceremony. She was immediately shocked. The man confirmed. Yes, that is the power of the great Skeleton Demon King. Demon showed disbelief. You say you sensed the Skeleton Demon King's power from that boy who ate part of his body. Yes, it is said he was recently consecrated and is being trained. The heavens have given us an opportunity. Demon decided to confront him, although I cannot touch him while he remains within his clan territory. but sooner or later, he must participate in the golden and than sack examinations. That will be the perfect opportunity when young priests and demons hunt each other. Just a fraction of his power already made us this strong. If we could eat a part of his body directly, then how powerful would we become? I want to know what that boy's flesh tastes like. I can no longer restrain myself. In the Holy See, people were still discussing. Did you hear the mission of the Than Sack team? The mission to the mysterious empire, right? Not only that they must rescue a holy knight taken hostage. Golden Clan clearly wants to push them to their deaths. Those magi will surely kill them all. Z felt terrible. Everyone thinks we will die. Does no one believe we can succeed? The worst thing is, the Holy Knights completely ignored our team. That means we will face danger the moment we leave the border, because both demons and bandits will certainly attack as soon as we leave the Empire. Well, definitely, Isaac was also angry. Those bastards have gone too far. Why does no one want to join our team? Ozzy sighed. That is because of you. This mission is not only difficult, but a deadly trap. Do you not see everyone avoiding us? Do you know what happened 14 years ago? During the Golden Examination, Uncle Zillai's Than Sack team was completely slaughtered. Isaac thought silently and cursed the Cardinal. That bastard dared to use such dirty tactics. If he refused the mission, he would be suppressed. If he accepted, he would surely die. But if he succeeds, no one will dare look down on him again. Besides, the mission involves the mysterious empire and high-level demons. It is truly a mine for producing mana cores. Ozzy only hoped for a worthwhile opportunity. Even so, we can still choose Holy Knights. Perhaps there is still hope. We must secure the first Holy Knight squad of the Royal Knights. Isaac suddenly recognized a familiar face. It was Count Monlet. The Golden Team has already taken all the first Holy Knight squads. Not only that, my son and his friend also transferred to that side. I truly made a mistake in trusting the children to Than Sack just because of its past glory. Isaac immediately retorted, you are truly short-sighted. When we succeed, you will be the one shunned. Ozzy placed a hand on his shoulder. Isaac, if we cannot choose Squad 1, then Squad 2 or 3 is fine. Just do not choose Squad 4. Isaac began considering Holy Knights. Someone encouraged him. Well done, Isaac. Sign the contract with Squad 2. The manager looked at the paper in his hand in shock. What? Isaac turned his back. His face was full of satisfaction. The Than Sack team chose the 4th Holy Knight squad. Ozzy immediately turned pale. But Isaac looked proud. This is good news. I just signed a contract with the strongest squad. Ozzy could not believe it. Are you insane? 4th Holy Knight squad is also called the Aaron squad. They were never officially recognized by the Holy Nation and were even sent to deliver letters. Even though their skills surpass royal knights, they deeply despise the church. Eli became furious. Explain yourself now. What are you thinking? Isaac saw that attitude and understood. He truly seemed angry. Whisper also acknowledged it. When he destroyed the entire house, he was not even this angry. Isaac had prepared his answer. If I asked to change the mission, it would be like staining the honor of the Jasuk family, and I do not want that to happen. Hearing that he showed clear displeasure, you also dare speak of honor, which left Isaac awkward because he clearly did not believe him. Eli wanted him to understand clearly. Someone who uses dark mana like you speaking of honor. What is that expression? Do you think I do not know about it? I tolerated it before because I saw you as someone special, but now I cannot continue trusting you. Isaac immediately found another reason. I truly hate him. The skeleton demon king so much that I want to kill him with my own hands. Whisper still did not understand. Wait, what kind of lie are you telling now? Isaac continued. I lost my parents and was cursed, all because of that damned skeleton demon king. And our clan is looked down upon for failing to defeat him. I feel such shame that I cannot sleep every night. Eli realized the boy was not lying. In Isaac's eyes, a fierce determination ignited. I will destroy that fake skeleton demon king. I use the power of the real skeleton demon king only to investigate him. I'll kill him with my own hands and do anything to reach that goal. Whisper clearly sensed it. He has truly gone mad. Isaac spoke firmly. I must protect the Duke Shua clan so that one day I can seize it entirely for myself. If I abandon honor and continue living like a coward, the Duke Shua clan will sink into disgrace and eventually vanish. I thought for a long time. I always said you did not need to sacrifice for the clan. Perhaps you truly are part of our family. You may fail this mission, as long as everyone returns alive. Return safely, then I will officially declare you as my heir. Isaac replied happily, I understand, thank you. A few days later, on the outskirts of the capital, Isaac led the journey. We are almost there. We will meet the knights in the village ahead. The others were nearly in tears. No matter what, we must survive. Christopher reported, My lord, I investigated the demon from 14 years ago. Isaac asked again, have you confirmed his identity? He is a demon from the Western Zia Legion, not one of the 14 attendants, but possibly someone you once knew. That demon is extremely brutal and specializes in tearing apart young priests to eat them alive. Isaac became furious. That bastard dared break the law, I said. I will show him true cruelty. But the subordinates still worried. Please be careful, you have not fully recovered. Everyone moved extremely cautiously. Demon had been hiding behind the trees for a long time. Found you. That little turtle, she intends to harm you. In the royal palace within the crown prince's hall, Basis spoke. Is that true? Isaac chose the errand Holy Knight Squad. This information has been verified. It seems he does not care about the Knight Squad your highness assigned. It seems he does not have very good judgment. Father Blitzer thought otherwise. No, I think he has a very sharp eye. The knight commander I sent is a half-spirit, therefore weaker than demons. The other was shocked. Lord Salon is a half-spirit. Did you send him to test Isaac? Basis shook his head. No, although Salon is weaker than demons, his ability is still reliable. Isaac choosing the errand squad is interesting, because that entire Holy Knight squad are half-demons. Father Blitzer had long known the information about their members, but there is still concern because they are very difficult to control. Did they not once throw a priest to the demons? This moment, Isaac and the group reached the gathering point. Deziker slammed the table angrily. Why have they not arrived yet? It has been over 5 hours. I was extremely irritated. Maybe they deliberately made us wait because of our reputation. But Thansak being this late must have a reason. Deziker could barely contain his anger. Those filthy priests. Cannot let them look down on us. Just then Isaac appeared. It is an honor to meet you, Commander Deziker. It seems we arrived a little late. Deziker immediately mocked him. I heard Thansak is strict about punctuality. Do you know what time it is now? Isaac explained we were blocked by bandits on the road. My arm is even broken. It seems someone hired them to attack us, but I still came as quickly as possible to avoid disrespect by making everyone wait. Isaac smiled gently. Or do you think you are not strong enough to travel with us? Ozzy thought secretly. Are you insane? Do you not need their protection anymore? Deziker spoke confidently. We have nothing to lose. Returning is also fine. Isaac struck his psychology directly. Someone with nothing to lose would not wait for 5 hours. If that were true, then why are you still standing here? Besides, this is only an escort mission. Why are you armed as if going to war? You plan to use us as bait to rescue your captured comrades. Correct. If you do not need us, then we part ways here. Deziker cursed angrily. Did that knight tell you? Bastard, did you come here to ruin my mission? Ozzy recognized the name when he heard it. That is my fourth uncle's alias. Could he be involved as well? Deziker confirmed. Without you we cannot enter, therefore. I will drag you along even if I must cut off your legs. Isaac glanced at Deziker and signaled. His eyes suddenly changed. Put away your sword. Deziker began to feel fear. Saw the shadow of the skeleton demon king within Isaac, making him unable to remain aggressive. His body trembled. I cannot resist his command, but he is only a boy. Spur was delighted. With demon blood he cannot resist you. Isaac clearly understood this. Submitting to the strong is a demon instinct. That is also why I chose them. Deziker could not resist Isaac at all. Isaac turned away. It is done, let us go. Ozzy was still worried. After this, how can we trust each other? Isaac remained calm. Both sides need each other, just move on. Deziker became more irritated. What do you mean? Isaac spoke directly. Hunt the demon from 14 years ago and rescue those captured. That is our common objective. Or even if your comrades are among them, it does not matter. Deziker realized something strange. Wait, you chose us because you knew my comrades were captured. Isaac looked confused. What are you talking about? I know nothing about that. Finally, they agreed. Fine, we will go with you. What is the plan? You must already have one. But Isaac had not thought of it yet. How can we trust demons? They will betray us. Do you know why they are only assigned delivery missions? Deziker's hands slowly grew, covered with fur. Have transformed into a beast form, causing Isaac's entire team to panic. I already knew trouble would happen sooner or later. We absolutely should not place our trust in them. Strain him quickly. Isaac panicked and shook him while shouting loudly, wake up now. The situation has not even begun yet, and you already lost your composure. Deziker also felt this phenomenon was very strange. I am sorry. Normally I do not transform this quickly. My head felt as if something heavy was pressing down on it. Then perhaps because we are close to their territory, we are being affected. My body also feels very strange, however. Even so, I have never returned to human form this quickly. After only one strike, I recovered immediately. You are truly outstanding. Isaac felt very satisfied hearing that and answered confidently, of course, because everything was originally caused by me. If everyone is ready, then let us depart. Isaac looked at the object wrapped in cloth and could not help feeling surprised. What is this? Is it pretending to be dead again? Even Whisper had to praise it. This one really knows how to act. A wicked thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Perhaps I should fulfill its wish. Suddenly it cried out loudly, the Blood Lord is truly cruel. Why did he send me to find this wretched priest? Isaac froze when he heard that, Blood Lord. So you are one of the high demons sent here. Christopher followed him into a desolate forest. The barrier has been completed, Master. Isaac carefully observed the surroundings. The Blood Lord was originally his subordinate. Now it is said he is imprisoned beneath the Holy See. Perhaps he heard about me and sent this thing to deliver a message. It seems he also concealed the fact that I am the skeleton demon king from this sparrow. Do you have any message for me? The bird replied coldly. I have nothing to say to a priest, I say. The one you are about to face. I am the one who interfered in your consecration ceremony. Hearing that, he immediately understood. You mean the one who sent the skeleton demon king's avatar? Confirmed firmly, yes. She secretly brought magical devices inside and ordered her subordinates to kill priests. That is correct. Demon is that woman. After absorbing the power of the skeleton demon king, she became strong enough to pass through the barrier of the holy nation. The Blood Lord said he would rather accept execution than face demon. Isaac cursed silently. That damned Blood Lord. It wondered why he gave such valuable information to this hateful priest back then. The Blood Lord believes the current skeleton demon king is only an imposter. He was captured after declaring publicly that the current skeleton demon king was fake. I do not understand how he could be so naive. Anyway, I heard you absorbed a part of the great skeleton demon king's body. Correct. Demon is probably waiting for you to step into her territory. If you want to live, then go back. Isaac was not in a hurry to seek him out. Tell the Blood Lord I received the message. The sparrow added, be careful not to die. Otherwise, my master will be sad. Uzi had been searching for him everywhere. Hey, where did you go? We have been looking everywhere for you. Honestly, I am very proud of you. You ordered food from the local inn for us, right? Isaac asked in confusion. What food? Girl stepped out from inside and said, we prepared this meal to serve everyone. Isaac looked at her and felt a strangely familiar feeling. Please enjoy the meal, everyone. He understood the hidden meaning behind it. I thought she would wait. Who knew she would come here herself? Everyone gathered together to rest. Hey, Uzi, what is wrong with Isaac? He's just exaggerating. There is no need to care. Just ignore him. Isaac looked extremely displeased. Hey, you. There is dust in my water. Change another glass for me. I do not like square plates. Replace it. The food is already cold. Also, I hate hearing your breathing. Stop breathing. Dezeker also took advantage of the situation. Our master Isaac already told you to change it. How dare you make him repeat himself? She could not understand these people at all. Are these men insane? Why are they siding with him? I sincerely apologize. Then these troublesome people must be dealt with first. Please enjoy your meal. The holy knights must be very tired. Dezeker continued making things difficult. We were hired to work for him. We do not eat the same food as him. Girl truly wanted to punch every one of them. But you gentlemen are only safe if you remain healthy. I prepared this dish especially for you. Please eat. Isaac sat in a corner enjoying the silence. Hey, why do you not eat first? How do we know you did not poison the food? Emo seemed determined to kill him. This brat is truly irritating. Isaac's companions could not endure it anymore and spoke up. That is enough. I am fine. Why are you bullying her? I have no right to make things difficult for her. We will prove she is completely innocent. As soon as those words ended, they all collapsed to the ground one by one. Isaac thought the battle would begin immediately. That makes things easier. I was planning to defeat them anyway. Whisper offered help. Should I summon a holy spirit to purify them? Isaac shook his head. No need. Leave them like that. They need a lesson. Had no choice but to obey every order from him. Master, this poison can convert holy mana into dark mana. Isaac looked delighted when he heard that. Really? It can transform that hateful holy mana into dark mana. Whisper confirmed firmly. Yes, this is a parasitic poison. Isaac immediately imagined the possibility. Then could I create an entire dark mana farm within the holy nation? Demon had transformed into someone even more sinister than before. She was extremely confident in herself. This time you will definitely lose. Isaac replied coldly. Lose? Any strong being will eventually become my food. Demon threatened him with words. If you want them to live, then follow me. I will give you the antidote. Isaac became furious and wanted to charge forward and beat her. You wretched woman. But Demon warned coldly. I will not spare you easily. Do not resist uselessly. Suddenly, Demon seemed unable to see anything. Isaac had leapt down from above to attack. Fortunately, she managed to dodge in time. Demon immediately retreated quickly. That is right. Follow me, little brat. Dezeker wanted to protect Isaac. We will go with you, but Isaac refused. No, I will go alone. I cannot abandon them without protection. They can only survive if you transfer mana to them. Hearing that, Dezeker became even more moved. Lord Isaac, please be assured we will take care of these priests. Finally, Isaac departed. Thank you. Thanks to you, I will be able to collect much more mana later. Soon the sky turned into night. Demon mocked him. What a brave fool, you dare come here alone without guards. Even so, she secretly admired his recklessness. Isaac replied coldly, how foolish. Do you think I will lose? You are the fool. You dare talk about eating humans, and still do not realize who I am. Isaac's eyes turned crimson red. Kneel. Demon seemed to realize something. She immediately knelt under the command without daring to resist. His true identity was finally revealed. Demon saw it and was horrified. This mana is. He realized something was terribly wrong. Why does this boy possess the Demon King's mana? That wretched brat must have swallowed part of his body. The body of the demon king we worship. Please wait a moment, your majesty. I will cut open that boy immediately. I must retrieve it and release it for you. Two different sources of power were merging together. Even Eamon did not understand what he was doing. Yet strange visions kept appearing before his eyes. Eamon continued fighting with all her strength until the end. Each collision struck the ground with thunderous sounds. Isaac only found her foolish. Let me show you who your true king is tonight. Sky tonight held an incredibly beautiful full moon. Christopher looked extremely excited. Master, you are amazing. It is only 5th level magic, yet its power is nearly equal to level 7. Fusion of dark mana and holy mana is truly a genius move. Isaac was also surprised by his own ability. Perhaps I have reached a new realm. Perhaps that is why gods do not wish to become human. Isaac suddenly turned his head when he sensed something unusual. Demon was severely injured and unable to stand. Isaac also wondered how to deal with her. What should we do with her? Suddenly he clapped softly once. Demon immediately lowered her head and begged for mercy. Your Majesty, I committed a crime deserving death. Please accept this antidote. Though Isaac actually did not need it, that can wait. Now bring the holy knights you kidnapped here. I give you exactly 1 minute, and there is one more important matter. I must achieve a perfect score in the examination. So besides rescuing them, I also need evidence. Demon asked in confusion. Evidence of what? Isaac revealed a dangerous smile. Proof that I eliminated a demon. 2 days passed and there was still no news. Uzi was so worried his head ached. Damn it, what happened to Isaac? Dezeker reassured him that it was probably nothing serious. We already sent people to watch over him. Lord Isaac is not someone easily bullied, but he still felt the matter was not simple. Something must have happened. Otherwise, the Magi would not have searched so many times. Understood them better than anyone. Normally, they were never this serious. He also knew one thing clearly. There were traces of blood where Isaac was believed to have passed, but that did not mean he had died. Isaac quietly stepped into the room. I am back. Ozzy did not notice and casually said welcome. When he realized it was Isaac, he immediately turned around. You bastard, are you all right? Isaac set down a bundle he had brought back. This is the antidote. Yuji saw there were many things and asked further. What else is inside? Isaac only replied, that thing is very important, keep it carefully. Ozzy ignored the warning. He opened it and immediately panicked. The hell is this? Isaac calmly replied, that thing. The head of the kidnapper. Also the evidence that will give us a perfect score in the examination. Everyone still wondered. Then what about the holy knights, our comrades? Isaac stretched tiredly them. They were too heavy, so I hid them temporarily in the bushes ahead. Go bring them back. Someone ran in to report. Commander, our comrades have returned. All of them were familiar faces. They truly returned. Ozzy seemed to realize something. Could it be you? Dezeker also recognized the head of the kidnapper. Isaac no longer hid it, that is right. I went there and cut off his head. Everyone was shocked. You charged alone into a territory full of Magi. That is unbelievable. Isaac thought he should invent a more reasonable story. Actually, perhaps they heard we came for the mission, so they planned a kidnapping and pretended they rescued us from demons to bargain with the holy nation. The woman who poisoned us was also a mage. Perhaps she intended to sell us to the mysterious empire. Thinking about it, that makes sense. They planned human trafficking. It is unbelievable there are such cruel people. When I threatened to report them to the Holy See, she became frightened. She was even trembling because a brat like me threatened her. It seems the Pope's reputation is truly frightening. I also learned where the Holy Knights were imprisoned. Apparently everyone knew it. I even discovered a secret passage. Fortunately, they were kept as spare food, so they had not been eaten yet. I rescued them. There was a demon guarding them, but it was sleeping, so I dealt with it conveniently. What is wrong? Do you not believe it? Do you want me to reenact it? Ozzy no longer doubted. Forget it. Whatever the truth is, it does not matter. I believe you. That action was extremely dangerous. What if something happened? Isaac tried to appear brave. There was no other choice. It was better than confronting those Magi directly. If we fought, there would certainly be casualties. As a guardian of the faith, I cannot allow that. Dezeker was moved to tears. You truly are a saint. Ozzy felt irritated hearing that. What nonsense are you saying? Watch your mouth. Anyway, you returned safely. Those Magi looked very worried while searching for you. They thought you had been kidnapped. Isaac did not care at all. Those bastards worrying about a priest. Suddenly a voice sounded outside. You just spoke a little too much. We searched because we feared you were killed by demons. Who knew it would be misunderstood like this? Isaac sneered. Stop making things up. You came for mana cores. Man gestured. Please cooperate with the investigation. There is a report that a demon. Isaac coldly interrupted. I did not see any demon, but they insisted they sensed the presence of a demon recently. Isaac immediately denied it. You are mistaken. What you say must make sense. Demons are not stray cats or dogs. Do you think a trainee priest like me could defeat one? That is ridiculous. But this sounds completely unreasonable. That thing clearly exists right here. How did Ozzy realize this? He must be hinting at the fourth uncle. Or maybe I misunderstood. After all, it is quite a common name. He simply replied calmly that anything was fine. All right then, I will go rest first. You all handle the rest yourselves. Countless unanswered questions still lingered in his mind. Hey, we have not finished talking yet. At least make things clear before leaving. Instead of going back to rest, Isaac quietly moved toward a dense area filled with trees. In that place, there was only a single lonely small house. Sack gently reached out and touched the door, and then immediately shoved it open. The door burst wide. It turned out Sack had hidden her in this house the whole time. All right then, if that is the case, let us finish dealing with this matter. 2 days earlier, Isaac had told Ad that he had proof that he killed the demon. She trembled on the ground and spoke. The proof that you killed that demon. Could it be the monster that swallowed the apprentice priests of the Lamb clan 14 years ago? You're not the one who caused that incident. Could someone as weak as you do something so horrific? Even 14 years ago, it could not have been you who defeated it. Even if I bring back your head, they will still suspect you are not the true culprit. Therefore, go and find me proof worthy enough. Bring back the head of a demon and present it to the papal court. Back to the present, Isaac calmly sat on a wooden crate and said he did not expect her to truly bring back the head of the culprit. It seems you are not completely stupid. And what about you? Her face turned pale as if she had swallowed something disgusting. She trembled and asked, you already knew the culprit from the beginning. Isaac answered that it was a woman and her pet beast. I thought you did not know that much. When questioned, she immediately panicked and denied everything. Priest continued questioning. But why did my spies insist that you were the demon from 14 years ago? She finally confessed that the real culprit was actually her older sister, the one who used her pet to hunt priests and eat them as snacks. Isaac immediately thought about it. Since they shared the same bloodline, their appearance and traits were similar. Confusion was not strange. In any case, the one who swallowed Zilai companions had already been brought back. After thinking this, Isaac continued asking, I want to know the current hierarchy of the demons. She replied that a Bone King was leading the level 9 demons. Hearing that, Isaac's face turned cold. He continued asking what the gods were doing. She replied that her subordinates did not know, but perhaps the divine realm had suffered heavy losses and had not acted for a long time. Isaac sank into deep thought. Truly surprising. Perhaps the consequences of that self-destruction back then were greater than he imagined. With their nature, they should have torn the world apart to find their souls. They could not possibly be unaware that the seal had been occupied by the dragon inside. Even if they lost their souls, the fact that they did not detect the change in the seal was extremely strange. Suddenly thinking of something interesting, Isaac curled his lips into an amused smile. Isaac guessed that perhaps another soul had replaced his position inside the seal. It could be a high-level entity, a great catastrophe similar to the Bone King or even a god. Just thinking about it was enough to excite him. He must check it personally. Then he asked, you are an ace. She hurriedly kowtowed and admitted it. Isaac's face became dangerous as he gave an order. Return to the demons and act as my eyes and ears. Scene shifted outside. A warhorse knight spoke emotionally with repeated thanks. Thank you, Lord Isaac. I owe you my life. I never expected you to personally destroy that monster and even save each of us. Isaac replied righteously that they should not worry too much. It was also their responsibility. Hearing this, everyone felt even more grateful. Truly do not know how to repay you when you even saved our comrades. The scar-faced man immediately shouted loudly. What is there to ask? The answer is already obvious. All the soldiers knelt before Isaac. As the level 7 knight Dezeker together with the entire cavalry squad. Swear to obey you, Lord Isaac, and ride to any place you command. Even Isaac was surprised by the scene before him. He did not expect things to develop like this. He even gained an entire elite cavalry unit for free. They were spread across the continent, excellent at gathering information and moving quickly. With only 11 people gaining such benefits was truly excessive. Could that kid also be among this group? Seeing Isaac look toward Abesius, Dezeker smiled brightly. You do not know who that boy is, you will be very surprised. The boy politely introduced himself immediately. Hello, brother, I am Abesius, the youngest prince of the Magic Empire. Thank you very much for saving my life. Hearing that, Isaac's eyes widened in shock. So the prince had been captured. That was why the mages set up a camp there. This was truly a huge gain. Abesius happily said, I thought the people of the Holy Empire were all useless. I did not expect someone like you. Big brother saved me. Hearing the boy say this, Isaac's expression gradually became awkward. The boy continued saying that a holy knight was captured, yet they only sent apprentice priests to rescue him. You are completely different from those useless people of the Holy See. Isaac thought that this kid was quite bold. Abesius spoke more and more excitedly. Your faith is far purer than theirs. Please give me a chance to repay this favor. Hearing that, Isaac revealed a calculating smile. Is that so? Then could you help me with a small task? Scene returned to the Imperial Palace. Asili reported that the Lamb team had entered the Sandia region. The witches sealed the entrance so my subordinates could not follow them, but they certainly entered the mission area. The Yellow Cardinal was surprised because he thought the cavalry would stop them. The guard added that according to rumors, Isaac of Joshua had entered the mission area alone. The Cardinal asked again, alone, so he could not subdue that cavalry. Even we had to give up, so failure was normal. It would be difficult for him to complete the mission, and even harder to survive and return. The guard admitted that from the beginning they had arranged things, so he would have no way back. In the Yellow Cardinal mind, calculations began forming. Joshua Fourth's son once said he would warmly welcome anyone who dared invade his territory. But the royal family cannot support Isaac. It seems they are paying close attention to him. The cardinal replied that the royal family could not intervene because Sandia was a disputed area between two empires. Even if he somehow succeeds, we must ensure he cannot return. The guard bowed and accepted the order. The Yellow Cardinal smiled with satisfaction as he imagined the Lamb family being mocked by the world. The scene shifted to Isaac with dark eyes. He said that must be what they were thinking, but we will crush them. This is the secret weapon to humiliate the Holy See, the youngest prince of the Magic Empire. Everyone immediately stared with wide-open mouths. Isaac asked in surprise why everyone was looking at him like that. Ozzy shouted that the madman was causing trouble again, who introduces the enemy prince like a neighbor. Hearing that, the boy shyly said that was why his identity should be hidden. Sorry for surprising the priests. Seeing the child-friendly attitude, Ozzy became suspicious. Did you kidnap him? Ebesius immediately denied it. Isaac continued, saying that with this matter the Holy See was finished. We not only saved the Holy Knight but achieved even more. Basic principle of politics is forcing the opponent to take responsibility. As long as we save the prince, the Magic Empire will owe us. Kuipers turned and praised him, saying Big Brother was truly a strategic genius. Ozzy could only hold his head, thinking this man had truly gone insane. Finally, Ozzy helplessly asked whether he planned to announce saving the prince and return triumphantly. Isaac suddenly became serious. Wait, this matter cannot be revealed to anyone yet. Clearly the Golden Holy Knight faction set a trap to sabotage our mission. What if we bring the Magic Empire prince straight into their lair? Ebesius excitedly said that if Big Brother wished, he was ready to face danger. The plan was approved. Isaac declared that they would give those Holy Knights a painful slap. Ozzy worriedly asked that if they fell into a trap it was fine, but what if the Magic Empire prince was also implicated? Isaac calmly replied that there would certainly be a thorough investigation from both the Holy Empire and the Magic Empire. When that time comes, those who set this trap, those Golden Faction followers, how terrified will they be? Ozzy still worried and continued speaking. I somewhat understand your intention, but that cardinal is not the type to act openly and risk suspicion. Isaac calmly analyzed. It does not matter because he has allies helping him. Ozzy asked in confusion, accomplices, do not tell me. You intend to take advantage of those mages? Isaac replied that those people were troublesome, so he planned to disrupt their plans slightly. But direct combat could easily become a diplomatic issue. Hearing that, Ozzy became even more suspicious and asked what he truly intended to do. Isaac revealed a calculating smile, then suddenly laughed and said he was only joking. Ebesius quickly followed along. That is right, Big Brother was only joking. The people around looked at each other in confusion. What nonsense were they talking about? Has he gone mad? Suddenly a loud noise echoed, causing everyone to jump. Everyone hurriedly asked what just happened. What happened? Isaac silently judged that the sound came from the direction of the mage camp. At the same time, an angry roar sounded. The first strike succeeded. Damn mages. Kuipers immediately rushed outside, shouting loudly, how dare they destroy my mana core? Seeing that mad reaction, even Isaac was startled. That bastard had gone insane. Outside, the mages shouted in panic. We are under attack. All reserve mana cores have been destroyed. The tools for drawing magic circles are shattered. They suspected that the Lamb apprentices had discovered their plan and struck first. A mage lost his composure and shouted loudly, attack those priests immediately. Another voice immediately stopped him. Wait. From this moment, Isaac pulled Ebesius in front of the mages and said he would hand him over to them. Your Majesty. The boy immediately cursed. How dare you attack me? Mages finally realized and called out in terror. Your Highness the Prince. But why are you with those priests? Please come this way, we will escort you. Isaac threatened in a cold voice. If you truly value this boy life, then hand over everything you have right now. Ebesius also cooperated and shouted loudly, just surrender. Isaac continued acting and shouted angrily, did you not hear me? Hand everything over right now, you bastards. Ozzy, hiding nearby, could only silently pray, heavens, please take this madman somewhere else. Lamb faith was one of the 5 great beliefs. Together with the Bach faith, they were considered the most upright. always despising injustice and upholding the knight's spirit even in the face of death. Yet the heir of that faith was now holding a sword to the neck of the Magic Empire prince and carrying out a hostage kidnapping. Isaac continued threatening. Mage thought anxiously and in confusion. Why is His Majesty there and being controlled like that? He was someone capable of overwhelming countless adult warriors alone. They must have seized his weakness. We must save him. Another mage spoke. Hey, you there, direct disciple of the Lamb Faith. Calm down and let us negotiate. Isaac laughed with contempt. Negotiate what? I already said hand everything over. Behind them a female mage secretly approached and whispered to Ebesius, Your Majesty, this way. Take my hand, I will get you out of here. Ebesius immediately became furious and shouted, You fools, why have you not rescued me yet? You still dare call yourselves the great mages of the Empire. The female mage secretly signaled, I am trying this way, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, Ebesius kept dodging while scolding them as idiots. After a chaotic moment, Ebesius stopped and ordered, Enough. In the name of the youngest prince of the Magic Empire, I command. Hand over all your items and withdraw immediately. Isaac added, Did you hear that? Get out now. The mage clenched his teeth thinking, That person is the future of the Empire. Even if we do not understand what is happening, we must obey. Finally, the mages knelt down and accepted. We obey the command. We will hand everything over. Please release His Majesty. Isaac almost could not hide his joy when he saw the pile of mana cores. Whisper immediately reminded the master to stay calm. Isaac happily replied, Very well. In consideration of your cooperation, I will let it pass this time. But I will report that you attacked us first. The mage hurriedly explained that he must have misunderstood. They were only hunting demons. Isaac immediately questioned why they carried weapons meant for capturing priests. If you dislike that, then prepare to take the Isaac of the prince back. The mage silently cursed inside his heart. Isaac continued provoking, Why have you not withdrawn yet? Ebesius immediately joined in, Get lost from here. Back at the Lamb Faith, cheers echoed everywhere. Isaac lay among piles of jewels laughing in delight. Mana cores are wonderful. Hippers standing beside him kept praising. As expected, Big Brother sees far ahead. The mana cores of the Magic Empire are far superior to those of the Holy Empire. Ebesius also said that before he thought the Holy Empire was full of mediocrities. He did not expect the Lamb Faith to have someone like this. Truly admirable. Ebesius continued excitedly, Big Brother only needs to say one word. When we return to the capital, I will ensure the Lamb Faith receives a great reward. The boy asked whether Big Brother had ever considered joining the Magic Empire. Ozzy beside them could only sigh silently. Truly a bunch of lunatics. Finally, Ozzy interrupted, Isaac, I need to say something. Wipe your drool first. Are you really going to report to the family head that the fourth uncle uses magic? Isaac replied casually, Of course I must remove rivals to seize the position of family head. Ozzy warned that if he was wrong, the consequences would be severe. You have never met the fourth uncle, so you do not know how terrifying his personality is. If you slander an innocent man without evidence, you will die. Isaac smiled faintly. Innocent. Isaac reminded him that earlier the mages called them direct disciples of the Lamb Faith. That proved they already knew their identity beforehand. Ozzy replied that perhaps the appearance of Lamb believers was too distinctive. Isaac immediately poured cold water on him. What are you talking about? With your ugly face and miserable hair, who could possibly guess? I am telling the truth. They already knew everything. Ozzy still refused to believe and scolded back. Isaac explained that clearly the fourth son of the Lamb Faith had investigated beforehand. It was impossible for the mages to suddenly know the direct lineage was disguised as apprentices. The Kim LZ you call uncle actually wants to kill me. If it were you and your father was about to die, would you sit quietly? You would surely cause chaos and overturn everything. Ozzy seemed to realize something and was startled. Isaac, with a dark expression, continued, Perhaps right now the entire Lamb family, the royal family and the Holy See are already in chaos because of this. Inside the fortress, the voice of a guard sounded. What did you just say? The Lamb apprentices returned safely. The blonde-haired guard replied, Yes. They are on their way back to the capital, and their numbers have increased because they rescued kidnapped victims. The blue-haired guard still could not believe it and asked, Then what exactly were those mages doing? Yellow Cardinal was secretly astonished. What did Joshua Boy and those mages do that he still survived and returned? The blonde guard added that it was said the mages could not act. The reason was that among those rescued, there was a prince of the Magic Empire. The blue-haired guard asked in shock who. The other replied it was the youngest Prince Ebesius of Bo Zai Tan Nai. Joshua family has demanded a thorough investigation into the one behind the mages. They declared they would find the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on the prince. The Yellow Cardinal ground his teeth in anger. Once the prince is involved, the entire game will reverse. The investigation will surely become harsher, and they risk being accused of plotting to assassinate the prince. Truly like father, like son. Both father and son are equally despicable. A guard rushed in panic and reported, Lord Cardinal, a major event has occurred. The head of the Than faction is charging straight into the territory of the Hong faction and causing chaos. They demand the immediate surrender of the fourth young master of the family. The yellow cardinal face turned pale. Even the grandfather, too. 3 generations of this family are all insane. The scene shifted to the holy capital of the Holy Empire Hella demand. Isaac, with tears in his eyes, said to his grandfather, Grandfather, I almost could not see you again. It was all because the fourth uncle wanted to use those mages to kill us. Eli immediately became furious. Thinking back to the scene earlier, Isaac silently admired, Truly, grandfather, I knew you were extraordinary, but I did not expect you would dare charge into the yellow faction like that. Asili beside him softly called, Young master. She immediately knelt down respectfully. I sincerely thank you for avenging my brother, who was killed by Isaac 14 years ago. Isaac felt confused after hearing that. What was that about? I know nothing about it. Yet he still said aloud it was nothing. What is the situation of the other people in the family now? Silly replied that their situation was the same as the family head. Only the young Master Goal suddenly became furious because of these strange events. He cursed that it was insane. Not only Isaac, but he even wanted to kill his own nephew. Zilai said Isaac was also a nephew, but Goal refused to accept it. He pointed at the different hair color and said they were clearly different. Zilai said their appearance was also different. The appearance of a third person caused the argument to stop immediately. Asili continued that young Master Benjamin, who managed finances, had burned all the inheritance of the fourth young master. Hearing that, Isaac wanted to cry. Why burn it instead of giving it to me? Asili said that next year the entire Joshua main line would gather in the Great Hall. It seems he has not abandoned the intention of killing young Master Isaac. Because he is obsessed with the position of family head, he wants to eliminate Isaac first. Isaac only smiled and reassured that there was no need to worry. He did not plan to die yet. But it is strange, there should be another place that is also in chaos. Why is it quiet now? At that moment, a letter fell from the sky. After reading it, Isaac immediately became excited. Exactly as I predicted. A magic circle slowly appeared before Isaac. Silly thought in surprise that it was a holy summoning spell. When the people appeared, Isaac smiled in greeting. You arrived quickly. You even used a holy summoning spell. Foot stepped out from the teleportation gate. Sephet walked to Isaac and asked, You said you wanted to show me something interesting. Isaac calmly replied, It seems our magic empire prince is doing quite well. I knew you would like it. Sephet became furious and ground his teeth. In the end, he released Isaac's collar. Regaining his composure, Sephet asked what your purpose was in bringing the magic empire prince here. Isaac replied that he only wanted to help him. Sephet frowned. Help. He recalled when he first received the letter from Isaac. At that time, he thought it was a good opportunity to eliminate the mages. Isaac had written that the mages might be targeting the prince and suggested investigating the one behind them. Thanks to that foolish boy, he gained the chance to wipe out both the Yellow faction and the Than faction. That was enough to exchange for a chance to meet the 14 demon lords. Sephet once thought the people of the Holy Empire interrogated very brutally. Ebesius angrily shouted, What, you dare ask my name? This is truly disrespecting human rights. How dare you interrogate matters of Big Brother Isaac family? Do you not understand the word morality? A soldier lost patience and wanted to rush forward to kill the boy, but another stopped him. Sephet began thinking. He realized Isaac was using the investigation to pressure the Yellow faction. That damned brat dared to use even me. Back to the present, Sephet asked Isaac in a cold voice, Do you think I will let this go? My subordinate suffered because of this. It displeases me. Isaac still smiled and said, You are not displeased at all. You actually enjoy watching your subordinates suffer. Sephet paused in confusion. I have never let anyone discover that. The pressure of his magic power made Asili collapse, as she could not endure it. Sephet asked coldly, Did the head of the Than faction tell you? If I kill an apprentice, no one would dare object. Who told you? Isaac calmly replied that since he finished asking, then he should pay the price. Isaac called out seriously, Cardinal Sephet. The corner of his mouth slightly curled. Voice turned icy. Does the Than family only teach their descendants how to die under someone else's hand? Asili shouted in panic, Young master. Isaac gently pushed him aside, then said calmly, Thank you, Cardinal. This will be enough as payment. Asili still stared in shock at the scene before her. Isaac presented a card, engraved with a flower before Sephet. Isaac suddenly said that he had a question. You truly defeat that monster with your own hands. How could an apprentice accomplish such a thing? Isaac only smiled and said it was a family secret. Unlike the Than faction, we specialize in hunting demons. It is normal that you do not know. That is also why your son was defeated. Seth's expression gradually softened. He turned and left while thinking that the brat was truly insolent. Isaac even cheerfully said farewell. Vasily hurriedly asked if the young master was all right. Isaac replied that the heads of the Hong faction have always been lunatics. Vasily curiously asked what that thing was. Isaac replied that it was an entry card to the papal prison. Isaac thought to himself that with this, he could meet his subordinate, the Evaluation Council of the Yellow Pentagon. One person asked which team would obtain the scripture this time. Another replied it would certainly be the Yellow team. Remember that even the Hong faction once had their scripture taken by the Than faction. Oh, the apprentices have returned? Which team is it? The announcement echoed, the faith of Than Joshua is victorious. Among the crowd, Ozzy thought that they had finally survived and returned. That bastard Isaac Joshua nearly got them killed several times. Seeing everyone silent, Isaac said that he saw everything. Do they not know how to smile? Suddenly murmurs rose again. Look over there. Those are members of the Yellow team. Yellow team looked at Isaac with contemptuous eyes. Those foolish Than faction people. Look at how many Vakina we brought back. These are relics of ancestors of Hela stolen by enemies. What did they gain from going to the land of mages? Saving a few survivors changes nothing. Those Than faction fools have empty heads. That moment the host spoke solemnly. Apprentices and honored guests attending the Yellow Pentagon evaluation, please stand. All results of this evaluation will be announced personally by His Majesty the Emperor. Everyone was surprised. His Majesty also attended the Pentagon ceremony. That is rare. The Yellow faction felt delighted inside, of course because they retrieved the royal treasure. The host continued. From this moment the Yellow Pentagon evaluation officially begins. Treasure brought by the White team is ancient manuscripts lost long ago. The Hong team brought back a holy sword, forged 300 years ago by the genius artisan. The audience marveled. Their research value is extremely high. The apprentices this year are truly impressive. Last year there was not even a single notable item. And the Yellow team has brought back a royal treasure lost for hundreds of years. The hall immediately erupted. Is it the necklace stolen by Manji? The emperor held the treasure and admired it, then said that it was truly extraordinary. I once thought I would never see it again. Yellow faction proudly thought, do you see the gap between us now? The host continued announcing, and finally the Than team. Than team bravely rescued all the holy knights kidnapped by demons in the Adyar region. The audience was astonished. They are only apprentices. The host continued. They also eliminated the demon beast responsible for the tragedy 14 years ago. Demon beast that even mages fear. The Yellow faction reassured themselves. It is fine even if they killed the demon beast. They also rescued Prince Ebesius of the Magic Empire. Everyone was immediately shocked. They rescued a prince. The Holy Empire Hela requested Prince Ebesius to repay the life-saving favor. The Magic Empire accepted the condition. The emperor stood up and said that this achievement was truly extraordinary. These accomplishments today did not only restore honor to Hela, but to me, the lives of the people are the most precious. The Than team saved the lives of the holy knights. Resolving the trade issue is equivalent to saving countless lives. Yellow Pentagon Evaluation Council surely shares the same view as me. The 8 council members coughed awkwardly. The audience discussed. The Yellow team brought back an extremely precious treasure, but the Than team proved the meaning of the clergy existence. It achieved great merit for Hela and its people. A blue-haired member of the Yellow faction refused to accept it. The truth is the Yellow faction must concede victory this time. The emperor declared that he would announce the final result. This year the apprentices have demonstrated rare ability. Their achievements are examples even for the seniors. Therefore the Yellow Pentagon this year belongs to the Than team. At the Than dormitory, Eli walked alone along the corridor. Thought to himself that he only hoped Isaac returned alive. While thinking, he gently pushed the door. Isaac's voice came from inside the room. That air position is actually not difficult. Just say a few words about comrades and read some doctrine. If you speak according to the family head preference, it is as easy as eating cake. Why is everyone silent? I called Isaac with cold eyes. It seems the air seat is still too early for you. Isaac broke into a cold sweat thinking it was over. After leaving, Isaac angrily kicked the ground. Truly ridiculous, forcing me to endure that pile of brutal training. Even using treasures to lure me into failing. I have to copy hundreds of pages of incomprehensible ancient books. Whisper comforted him that he had just angered the family head. If he did not do that, he would be failed. Suddenly an idea flashed in Isaac's mind. Uncle, Zilai turned back and looked at Isaac in confusion. Isaac began pretending to cry. Zilai immediately asked who made you cry. Isaac said he thought grandfather hated him. Zilai asked in alarm what happened. Isaac said grandfather told him to leave the dormitory and go home. Seeing his pitiful appearance, Zilai immediately believed him. The death of his brother and sister-in-law once made him collapse. Therefore, he was willing to sacrifice everything for Isaac. Isaac continued pretending to look pitiful. Whisper could not help thinking that he had gone insane. Hearing this, Zilai suddenly realized something. Then he reassured Isaac not to worry, leave everything to an uncle like me. Isaac asked in surprise if that was true. Zilai firmly replied, of course. I will help my beloved nephew pass that ridiculous test as easily as turning my hand. Just relax, Isaac. Whisper muttered that the exam was tomorrow. Could Zilai really handle it? Isaac replied that if it was his uncle, there would be no problem. Besides, there was something more urgent. He had to meet his subordinates before they were executed. Next day at the prison of the Holy See, the guards checked and confirmed that it was indeed a pass issued by the Scarlet Cardinal. Isaac secretly felt excited that having power was truly convenient. Isaac said that in less than a month they would be executed. Are you planning to let me see their heads fall before I meet them? Reduce it to 1 week. The guard immediately refused. Security regulations require at least 10 days. Allowing a visit is already an exception. Isaac continued bargaining 3 days then. If not, then let me go in right now. The guard hurriedly stopped him and said tomorrow. Isaac nodded, then that would do. The guard thought to himself why the cardinal gave a pass to this monster. Christopher asked quietly if he did not want to meet them immediately. Isaac replied that today he had to deal with the exam first. Whisper reminded him of the phrase, beloved nephew. Isaac immediately shouted, shut up. I wonder how easy this exam will be. The next morning at the hall, the host welcomed the apprentice priests participating in the Than examination. Final task is to eliminate a few monsters. Everyone cheered that it was easy as candy. Isaac was praised for helping them negotiate with the family. But when the monster to eliminate was mentioned, they looked at the skeletons before them. Everyone became excited that they were only skeletons. Skeletons blushed and shouted, our king, we are saved. Isaac's face instantly turned pale. In his mind, he cursed that bastard Zilai. Skeletons are weak and despised in the demon world. They are usually summoned only as training targets. If destroyed by bone expulsion, they fall straight into hell. Isaac trembled with anger those damned priests. The skeletons still asked in confusion where they were. Ozzy shouted excitedly, Isaac used bone expulsion. Isaac thought he had died millions of times from that spell. The skeletons rushed forward, hugging Isaac, and Ozzy called out in alarm, Isaac. Isaac was crushed and complained that they were too heavy. Melzutter suspected they were attacking Isaac. Isaac worried that if the truth came out, his identity would be exposed. Isaac considered pulling out the mana cores to weaken them, but the host reminded that touching mana cores was forbidden. Isaac became even more furious and cursed the Joshua family. The audience discussed that this exam was too easy. Isaac continued struggling internally, decided to use a normal holy spell. The skeletons happily asked what their king wanted them to do. Finally, Isaac knelt down. He said he could not do it. Everyone asked in shock, why not? The skeletons rushed over in worry. Isaac reminded himself that he was human now. Everyone was surprised hearing him say that. They began thinking that perhaps he considered them human. Some believed Isaac wanted to save them. They praised the Than faction for protecting all beings. Ozzy thought these people had all gone mad. Ozzy rushed forward, saying, if you will not do it, then I will. Isaac immediately punched him to stop him. Isaac thought he could not let them be sent to hell. A surge of power erupted. Isaac unleashed bone expulsion, but deliberately avoided the skeletons. The hall was astonished by the scale of the spell. Skeletons looked blankly at the sparkling light. Isaac ordered darkness to swallow them. Darkness covered all the skeletons. The entire hall fell silent. Isaac let out a sigh of relief. The audience cheered that Isaac had destroyed them all. He said this level was equal to a bishop. Isaac still hated those priests in his heart. Elsewhere, someone reported that the cardinal wanted to arrest Isaac. Eli said summoning a low-level god would be enough. Goal said if their father knew the god chose Isaac, he would faint. Goal shouted that it could not be compared. Zilai worried that the god might be a catastrophe. Zilai said Isaac must be brought back for proper education. Someone entered and reported, Isaac is on the way to the Holy See prison. The other became furious. Why would he go to that place? Eno explained that the pass had already been given to the young master earlier. This only made Eli more furious. That bastard has truly gone too far. Does that man think he can lure my grandson with such cheap tricks? Does he think I do not know his schemes? We will go to the Holy Kingdom prison immediately. Switching to Isaac at that moment, his mood was extremely terrible. Prison of the Holy Kingdom. Jack sighed and complained that he had been tainted. He never expected to use such filthy magic. Whistler comforted him, saying that everything ended well anyway. Did anyone bring the reward from the exam? He replied that he did everything for that. Of course I brought it. Christopher asked in surprise, is it only a rope? Isaac explained that it is a cord capable of dispelling demonic energy, a precious item that helps a person escape dependence on demonic energy. Moreover, it helps conceal my dark mana. Whisper immediately understood. So you intend to hide your mana before entering the prison. Isaac carefully observed the surroundings, then said he had to check before entering. No one around here, right? Whisper replied that within my sensing range there is absolutely no one. Hearing that, he decided, all right, let us go. At that moment, from the shadows, the skeletons that had been hidden earlier suddenly appeared. They cheered, Master, we thought we would never see you again. We love you. Isaac immediately gave another order. Shadow soldiers, take them back home. The skeletons cried in panic. Master, did we do something wrong? We will do anything you command. Please do not abandon us. Can we not stay beside you? He explained irritably that if they stayed here, they would be destroyed. Fools, do you think I want that? Remember to take them home safely. The shadow soldiers replied, yes, Master. After dealing with the skeleton matter, Isaac began the mission. All right, now we go inside. But he suddenly discovered a sly skeleton clinging to him to hide. Isaac almost went mad, asking, when did you crawl in there? The skeleton begged, saying, I do not want to die again. Whisper beside him helplessly said, its mana is so weak that even I cannot sense it. The guard returned and announced, Isaac Dokshua, the visiting time has arrived. Isaac thought in frustration why they came back so quickly. Do you know how hard I work to keep these skeletons existing? If they are caught, they will be destroyed. Hiding the skeleton inside his clothes, Isaac whispered, cling tightly, and absolutely do not show your face. Then he stepped inside. Finally, Isaac entered the prison of the Holy Kingdom. In fact, 50 years ago, the Holy Kingdom once captured a level 9 demon. That demon infiltrated the Holy Kingdom alone to reclaim the corpse of the skeleton demon king. But the clergy kept the corpse as a hostage. In the end, it voluntarily knelt to protect its master remains. Christopher finished reading and could not help admiring it. A pure-blood demon from ancient times being captured shook the entire continent. That is what the book recorded. Hearing that, Isaac confirmed silently in his mind. So it truly is him, the one who decided to corrupt. Christopher observed Isaac with a telescope, but the scene was nothing like a film. Even with the telescope, he could not see him. Isaac angrily stared into the void and shouted, is this what you call a visit? I cannot even see him. The guard below smirked and said, you should be grateful we allowed you to see this. Isaac turned back irritably, saying, fine, get lost. The guard suddenly became suspicious and said, then we must search you. Something is very suspicious. Please cooperate. When the guard prepared to touch him, Isaac immediately spoke. Hey, if you dare touch me, then you will surely die. The aura from Isaac's body spread out, causing the guards to freeze instantly. They wondered in confusion what this pressure was. Damn it, my body cannot move. Isaac coldly said, do you dare suspect the descendant of the Dokshua family? If you touch me, it will be considered declaring war on the Dokshua family. What are you planning to do to a child? Do you want me to bite my tongue and die? Do not believe it, I will do it. The guards panicked and begged, saying, please do not say such easily misunderstood words. Isaac immediately used the family power trick, saying, do you think my uncle will stay quiet? The two guards whispered quickly, if it is Zilai, he will surely start a war. Did you forget he even bragged about his nephew first time? But the family head told us to investigate this boy motive. Let him pass. After all, the family head already gave him the pass. After discussing, the guard turned and said, understood, please follow me. Isaac curled his lip and said, you should have done that from the start. Inside the prison, the guard said, we have arrived. Behind this door is the isolated cell of that demon. He warned that its demonic energy could stop your heart. Isaac said irritably, shut up and open them. Heavy doors slowly opened. Terrifying aura burst out from behind. The ferocious face of the imprisoned demon appeared. Its body tightly chained, it let out a thunderous roar. Seeing the violent reaction, the guard asked in surprise why it was like this today. Normally it is very calm. The demon continued roaring violently. The guard turned and warned Isaac, see, that is the power of this demon. Now hurry back. Inside, Isaac felt extremely excited. He is still that powerful. Seeing Isaac smile, the guards could not understand. This boy is smiling before such massive demonic energy. He is insane. Isaac continued thinking, perhaps he thinks I was captured by the clergy. Whisper beside him shook his head, saying, this man has truly lost his mind. You were not captured, but forced to come. The demon asked force. Seeing the demon grow more insane, the guards became more afraid. Whisper hurriedly explained, you misunderstood, it is not like that. Master said he would bite his tongue to die. Fortunately, it only ended with bowing. Demon continued roaring wildly. They forced Master to bow. They even forced you to say those words. Whisper was also shocked by its power. I mean, they are the ones who must bow. The guards fled in panic, shouting, call for help, it must not die before the execution. Seeing the guards about to leave, Isaac thought the chance had come. But they were still watching him. He needed a better moment. The demon continued struggling wildly. Isaac suddenly sensed danger. Damn, the Pope authority has activated. If that happens, he will die before I can save him. Should I cast a spell to draw attention? If I cast now, it will definitely be discovered. The skeleton hiding under his robe spoke, Master, let me help. Isaac immediately said happily, oh my little darling, with your small size you can slip through the bars easily. Bring that stone to him so he can break the handcuffs. Christopher fully trusted the skeleton because its mana was too little to be detected. Isaac secretly encouraged him, "I rely on you, little skeleton." Thinking this, Isaac suddenly spoke, "It is truly admirable. The Hong family is indeed worthy of respect." The guard said in surprise, "A man of Than praising us. It does not even sound sarcastic." Whisper asked in confusion, "Are you insane?" Isaac denied it. "No, I am. I am buying time." Isaac continued praising the Hong family as the greatest. Meanwhile, the little skeleton secretly delivered the item to the right place. "Ever since seeing that 14 demon, I nearly died of fright. But the way you handled it was excellent." The guard said, "You are smiling." Isaac quickly replied, "I am so scared that I laugh instinctively. The Hong family actually lets people like you guard the prison. With your ability in Than, you would already be knight captains." The guards were confused, wondering what nonsense this boy was saying. Finally, Isaac continued, "Hey brothers, actually this is a secret. The reason I came here is because of the family head order." The guards were shocked. "What? The order of the family head?" Isaac nodded, saying, "This is a family mission. In truth, I am participating in the succession struggle. My mission is to injure one of the 14 demons." The guards immediately believed it. Heavens, the succession struggle is this dangerous. This is unusual. It is like competing for the next cardinal position. Who would assign injuring a 14 demon to a child? But that is the Saint family, so it is not strange. Still, giving such a mission to a child is too cruel. At that moment, the little skeleton successfully delivered the stone to the demon. Guards continued chatting without noticing anything. The Than faith is famous for being insane anyway. Isaac continued stalling and casually asked, "Have you ever considered working for Than?" The guards asked in surprise, "Working for Than? Consider this a recruitment invitation." "I mean you." He sighed and said, "It seems the 14 demon is still beyond my ability." The guard asked worriedly, "Are you all right? Why do you insist on meeting the 14 demon? We will escort you back." Nanak sensed Isaac's sincerity and was deeply grateful. "Thank you very much." Guards respectfully supported Isaac while saying, "We are almost there. Please endure a little longer." Isaac politely replied, "Thank you, brothers." Suddenly, someone stepped out, blocking them, saying, "Wait. Before proceeding, we must check something. I need to see the badge you are holding." Isaac asked the cardinal badge given by the Hong faction. Nizer Sebit explained that badge is also used to measure a person's faith. "Do you think receiving the family head seal is simple? Lower the faith, the darker the badge color. We will check its color right now." Whisper curiously asked, "This badge can change color?" Looking at the badge, he suddenly cried out, then released it and said coldly, "It is pitch black." Then he raised his hand, threatening, "Give the badge." Isaac pretended to be firm, saying, "I will not." He seized the weakness and sneered, "What is wrong? Are you afraid it will turn red-black?" Whistler beside him added, "Red-black? What nonsense! My master badge must be black like his conscience." Isaac stubbornly said, "Get lost, I will not hand it over." Nizer provoked him, saying, "A guilty conscience." Isaac immediately countered, "You plan to seize the badge and frame the Than faction for losing it." Hearing that, Nizer became angry. "What did you say?" Isaac continued, accusing, "Surely you will take the badge, then force Than to compensate." The guards were stunned hearing that. How did this boy come up with such a thug trick? Isaac became more heated. "This is your territory, full of your people. With a few clever words, you can turn me into a fool. How could I trust you?" Nizer ground his teeth in anger and cursed the madman. "You dare insult my family? Fine, then there is no need to check the card anymore." Without another word, that man immediately rushed forward and slammed a heavy strike onto the ground. A smug smile appeared on Nizer Sebit's face. "I have something even better." Christopher looked at the scene before him in shock and said, "Master, that thing is." From the ground, a gigantic statue suddenly rose up. It was the judgment altar, the scarlet blood verdict secret art. Isaac thought to himself that this statue was used to detect nobles in disguise, or those without faith. This is insane. That man dares use this on a noble. Nizer laughed and said, "If you have faith in the goddess, then the statue will shed tears of repentance. But if you are a heretic, the goddess will open her eyes in fury." His mind, he also thought that if the target was wrong, then the backlash would strike him. However, the soldiers enthusiastically cheered for Isaac. "Please do not worry, sir. With the young master's courage, nothing will happen. Prove your innocence and make them pay." Isaac secretly worried that if I step up, the statue will open its eyes immediately. Nizer continued provoking, "If you are a candidate for Holy Son, then step forward." Isaac pretended to stay calm and asked, "Why should I listen to you?" That man shouted, "If you do not want your name erased from the Azure faith, then step up quickly." Isaac asked blankly, "Erased from what?" He immediately refused and said, "Talk less nonsense. Do you think our Azure faction is easy to bully?" Nizer used a dirty trick and suddenly forced Isaac toward the altar. "Stop talking and step up." Isaac's face immediately became blank. His foot had already been placed on the platform. Isaac cried out in panic, "What are you doing?" Before Isaac stood the towering statue of the goddess. Nizer said with amusement, "Do not worry, it will only take a second." Seeing energy swirling around the statue, Isaac became even more anxious. His body could not move. Like this, how can he run? Peter nervously prayed, "Goddess, please, open your eyes right now. With this, I can eliminate Isaac and the Azure faction." Before he finished thinking, the goddess statue shed 2 lines of blood tears. The soldiers cried out in panic. The goddess statue is shedding blood tears. Is that not something only cardinals can do? Sebit could not believe it. Impossible, how does he have faith? Even Isaac could not believe it. Why is it crying, and what are blood tears anyway? Whistler beside him reminded Master, watch your expression. Then it suddenly realized something. It seemed the statue could also sense the faith of Little Bone. That is right, the Demon King is also an object of faith. The statue measured Little Bone's faith toward Master as well. Isaac felt proud, indeed worthy of being my subordinate. Murmurs began spreading around, using the judgment altar without certainty of the result. It is said even Sebit has never made the statue shed blood tears. If Azure makes a big issue out of this, it will be troublesome. Isaac immediately raised his voice. On what grounds do you dare do this? What are you going to do now? Just wait and see. The Joshua family will not let this go. But at that moment, the statue shedding blood tears suddenly opened its terrifying eyes behind him. Christopher hurriedly shouted, turn around quickly. A loud sound echoed. The statue closed its eyes again as before. Isaac let out a breath, his heart pounding wildly. Why did it suddenly open its eyes like that? Whisper explained, do not turn your back like that. You must let Little Bone face the statue. Sebit immediately pointed at Isaac and said, I knew it. You all saw it clearly, right? The statue opened its eyes. The soldiers all said they saw nothing. They said the statue remained closed. Young master, are you all right? Nizer argued that he clearly saw it open. Isaac nearly lost his composure, while Whisper guessed perhaps only that man could see it. The argument exploded. But did the statue not shed blood tears? Heavens, how should this be handled? Nizer still refused to concede, and said, I definitely saw the statue open its eyes. Another person replied, has the family declined so much that the statue would change its judgment itself? Isaac stood watching the quarrel, feeling extremely relaxed. If the judgment truly changed midway, then heretics could never be judged again. Someone reminded Nizer to be careful with his words. Nizer shouted, I truly saw it. Hey, you check it again. Isaac calmly replied, why should I do that so you can alter the result? You are simply jealous, because you will never reach that level in your life. The more Nizer listened, the angrier he became, and roared, you bastard. You had better step up while I am still speaking nicely. But before that man could act, a hand stopped him. Fly appeared just in time and said, I guessed this would happen, so I came. And indeed it happened exactly as expected. Isaac exclaimed, Uncle, you are here. Zilai hurriedly stopped his father and said, if you take action, the matter will become huge. Let us return and file a complaint. Isaac quickly ran over and called Uncle. They dared to hit me, teacher. Seeing his nephew act pitiful, Zilai became furious and shouted that bastard must die. Stay calm, Eli said, perhaps I must speak with the Scarlet Cardinal. Person beside him added, and I will prepare the complaint immediately. Only Ozzy remained calm and tried to stop them. Enough, stop it, Uncle. That man is really about to die. Zilai reassured that he is only pretending. He only took a few light hits and is already like that. Children nowadays are truly weak. Looking at the chaotic scene, Ozzy went mad thinking, that bastard, why did you come here? You clearly knew they would cause trouble. Let us go back. If we stay longer, there will be big trouble. Isaac asked why. Like being judged as a heretic. Ozzy replied impatiently, yes, something like that. Isaac immediately said, but I was just judged. Sebit even brought out that terrifying statue and forced me to stand on it. Eli and Zilai both turned toward Sebit with cold eyes and asked, what did that brat do? Ozzy hurriedly asked, so you almost got burned alive. Isaac snapped, do you want to die? Zilai immediately delivered another warning strike and said, I will not let this matter go. In the end, the soldiers hurriedly stepped in to stop them. Zilai, the trial has already ended, and the result was very good. Truly, young Master Isaac passed with excellence. We have never seen blood tears so beautiful. Eli listened and asked with disbelief, blood tears. At that moment, Sephit's voice sounded. I came because I heard someone was causing trouble in the prison. I did not expect the head of the Azure family to appear here as well. Eli immediately demanded an explanation. Bastard, you came at the right time. All you needed was to let my nephew meet that demon. Why did you dare test his fate? Sephit calmly replied, wanting to meet a subordinate of the Skeleton Demon King was already suspicious. Moreover, this was a request from the Azure family. Therefore, checking a little was reasonable. Eli immediately refuted, but your third son brought out the judgment statue and used it on Isaac. Do you want to ignite a war? Sephit hurriedly said, heavens, I did not know the boy would bring out the statue. Fine, I apologize, all right. I will ensure you receive proper compensation. Now return the pass card I took away. Eli immediately agreed. Even without you saying it, I do not want to keep it any longer. It is ridiculous that you gave that thing to Isaac. Sephit corrected him, saying it was your nephew who requested it. In his mind, he thought, these bastards. Even if the boy caused trouble, he should not have brought out the judgment statue. But what was unexpected was that it made the statue shed blood tears. That was something only cardinals could do. Sorry that I doubted your faith before. Then he said, Isaac, hand over the card. I still thought if there were truly blood tears, then that card would surely. Looking at the pitch-black card before him, he froze, black, even blacker than sewage water. Eli immediately shot Isaac a terrifying glare. Behind him, Sephet kept urging, "Have you found it? And return it here." But before he could finish, Eli violently threw the card toward him. Sephet paused for a moment. Then he exploded in anger and roared, "What the hell did you just do?" That was a card granted by the first pope. Eli glared and replied, "There is nothing to return to you, bastard." The Crimson family estate, Sephet said with a headache. Not only was his faith unshaken, but the goddess statue even shed blood tears. That almost proves he stands at the top among the saint candidates. Yet you still want to reopen the trial after everyone witnessed the result. Hearing that, Nyan shouted angrily, "Do you want our family to be humiliated before the world? Originally, you could have become the future family head because the other brothers are useless. Yet you cannot even handle something so simple. Not understand that only by becoming pope can you preserve your life. If you want our family to dominate the world, then you must become the saint. And then the pope understand." Sephet interrupted. "Enough. How troublesome. The faith testing card has been destroyed. But it does not matter. There are still other methods. The upcoming divine sacrifice ritual will be the opportunity. When the envoys of the gods descend, anyone with a problem will be exposed. Therefore, from now until then, do nothing." However, Nizer Sebit still remembered the moment the goddess opened her eyes. "That is not right. I clearly saw it." He suddenly stood up and asked whether the list of participants for the ritual had been finalized. Sephet asked, "What is the matter?" "Most are members of the Azure faction, and Isaac Dakshua is also on the list. Since you once ranked first in the previous test, you also qualify to participate." Nizer Sebit immediately proposed, "Father, please record me as Isaac's servant. I will accompany him with the identity of a servant. According to the rules, participants are allowed to bring servants." Ion angrily shouted, "Are you insane? The heir of the Crimson faction doing something so humiliating? That is the work of commoners." But Nizer remained determined. "If there is no evidence, then we must find it ourselves." Sephet objected, saying that will not do. Nizer reassured his father that even if it is humiliating, he can endure it. Sephet added that position has already been taken. "Kina will serve as Isaac's servant." Nizer Sebit cursed, "Damn it, Kina serving him. DZKO KY. Kina will become Isaac's servant." Back at the Azure family, Eli said gloomily, "That card was pitch black." Goal asked, "Is that why you destroyed it?" "I heard that statue shed blood tears." Eli replied, "I made Isaac take another faith test just to be certain. Isaac had just met Melissa earlier, so perhaps that is why the statue shed tears. We stole this faith testing device from the Crimson faction, so it is definitely accurate." Zilai said, "Then it must be true." Benjamin, sitting beside them, joked, "So the head of the Dakshua family is a thief." Cole said with a headache, "At least we do not have to worry about the evil god choosing him anymore, because he himself is already an evil god." Benjamin commented, "Would that not be even more dangerous? Those who score high will summon gods during the sacrificial ritual." Eli realized the danger. The Scarlet Cardinal must also be waiting for that moment. And not only that, Black Cardinal is also aiming to eliminate us. Go let Ozzy serve as Isaac's servant. We cannot allow Isaac to summon a god. The day of the sacrificial ritual arrived at the arena. A quarrel broke out. "Hey, did you not hear what I said? I mean the nonsense you just said." Kina calmly said, "I am his servant." Nizer Sebit argued that I am the servant. "Bastard, I registered first." Only Haji behind them muttered, praying that the gods would save these lunatics. Isaac calmly said, "Just smash their heads, and it will be settled. Because the flatterers will arrive, everything is already troublesome enough." Whisper asked, "Flatterers, they are coming too." Isaac thought to himself that the sacrifice will be transported by the servants of the gods. But this time, it is a high demon, so perhaps one flatterer is responsible. In front of Isaac, Kina and Nizer Sebit started fighting. "I am the servant." Isaac shouted in panic, "Do you want me to really take action?" Ozzy hurriedly calmed him, saying, "Today is a good day, so stay calm." Isaac replied, "A good day, perhaps so, because today is the day my subordinate will be free." The elders once said that when everyone sees Isaac's true face, the family will perish. Perhaps they were right. He truly is a villain. Isaac looked at them and asked, "What are you so happy about? And you too, what is going on? Why does everyone want to be my servant?" Ozzy stiffened and explained, "Because priests must learn to serve from the lowest position." Nizer Sebit still argued that I must be Isaac's servant. Kina retorted that Isaac said, "If I stay beside him, I will receive training." Isaac stepped forward to stop them. "Hey, stop it, I do not need either of you. What did you say? You become the horse, you become the servant, and you become the clothes rack." Ozzy cried helplessly, "Why me?" Inside the arena, everyone waited excitedly. "I truly look forward to this year's sacrificial ritual. It is said a saint will appear among these children. They are about to enter. Finally, we will meet Lady Kina. This is the first time I have seen her in person. She will definitely become the saint." Hearing that the Scarlet Cardinal's servants asked in surprise, "Become the saint?" Two sides began arguing. "Have you never heard the prophecy? The new saint will come from the Crimson family." "What prophecy? That sounds completely unreliable. Do you know how rare the holy mark on Lady Kina is?" Nowadays, everyone has that mark. At that moment, the priest spoke to announce the clergy have arrived. First to enter was Kina, with a dark expression. Following behind was the pale face of Nizer Sebit. Everything seemed to exist only to highlight Isaac's flashy entrance. Ozzy thought to himself that bastard will surely summon the most terrifying evil god, because from the beginning he himself is already an evil god. Everyone was stunned when they saw that scene. No one could hide their shock. What is happening? The one acting as a horse is not that man from the Crimson family. Why is Lady Kina there? Heavens, what exactly is going on? Nizer Sebit could not hold back his laughter. Eli lowered his voice, reminding him to stop laughing. But she laughed and said, I cannot hold it in. Was this arranged beforehand? I did not expect Nizer Sebit and Kina to go this far. Do you really think so? She turned and asked, you do not seem worried at all, Yellow Cardinal. I heard you are usually very strict with that. He recalled Kina once saying that serving is the first step to becoming Pope, and he will not let that position fall into Isaac's hands. The Yellow Cardinal frowned, thinking as long as what she said is true, it is enough. This ritual is capable of selecting the most powerful gods. Kina staying beside Isaac also benefits our plan. Segefina still would not stop. Why are you silent, calculating something? He replied nothing except making Kina become Pope. In any case today, Isaac will not be able to summon a god. Suddenly Sefit spoke. Ah, that is right, Isaac's name is not on the list to summon gods in the second part of the ritual, but I have added his name back in. Everyone immediately looked confused. What? Sefit smiled dangerously. I really want to see which god Isaac will summon. Everyone cursed in their hearts that lunatic. The officiant spoke. The execution ceremony officially begins. A loud explosion suddenly sounded. The surrounding space shook violently. The guards appeared first. Nanak was brought onto the execution platform. The crowd immediately stirred. A high demon. He stared intensely at the people around him. Then he let out a thunderous roar. Everyone was astonished by his power. Is that truly a high demon? Even bound, he is still so strong. Just how powerful must the skeleton demon king be to have a subordinate like that? His power is terrifying. He is still sealed and bound even tighter than when he was in prison. Henna's body was pinned tightly within a mass of chains. Isaac clenched his fists and called silently, Henna, I will definitely save you. Seeing the blade stabbed into the high demon's body, Isaac burned with rage. What have you done to that child? You damned priests, I will tear you apart. You even dared to drive torture instruments into his body. Are you all insane? I despise them. I despise those priests. People around whispered that boy's gaze changed when he saw the demon. Daring to stare at a 9th-rank high demon like that, he truly belongs to the blue faith. Sefit observed Isaac's reaction and thought with interest how unexpected he is filled with hatred. If he were truly corrupted, he should rejoice upon seeing a demon. Isaac reassured himself, calm down. I only need to get him out of here. His eyes suddenly became resolute. He assessed the situation. There are 5 seals on Henna. I already gave him a tool to break the seals, so I do not worry about those complicated things. The rest is also fine. I have placed influence charms on the priests conducting the ritual. Once the ceremony begins, they will unconsciously remove the seals. A figure hiding in the shadows breathed in relief. Luckily, I kept that devil alive. Thanks to him, I will not be suspected. Isaac thought excitedly, good. The ritual is about to begin. Turned and ordered Nizer Sebit, hey, what are you doing? Move, Ozzy. That man held his anger inside. Arrogant brat. Isaac shouted back, should you not get down? Since when does a horse dare argue with its master? Do you not want to be a servant anymore? If you do not like it, then you can quit. Nizer Sebit gritted his teeth in anger, but still endured it. Just wait until there is evidence. Isaac became even more outrageous as he grabbed his hair and asked, why are you not answering? The officiant continued announcing, we will begin the execution immediately. The envoys around began chanting. Isaac also acted. The magical device has been activated. I only need to open the gate, Henna. You can run for 5 seconds. Suddenly, Henna shouted loudly, my master. Henna said, even if I die right now, I will have no regrets. My king, long. Isaac angrily cursed, what the hell are you saying? Henna replied, seeing the heirs of the faith kneel trembling before you. I have no regrets left. Isaac frantically signaled, run or you will die. This is the only chance, but Henna continued praising. Thinking that you wish to save someone as lowly as me is already the greatest grace. Isaac snapped, what nonsense are you babbling, you fool? Whisper also could not understand his thoughts. Perhaps there is some reason. The thing on his chest seems to be another seal. Isaac realized in shock a new seal has been added. It was attached when he left the prison. Isaac signaled and asked, so that is why you will not run? Henna replied, you have just regained a chance to live. You should not risk it for a subordinate. Please abandon me and take the faith of the believers. Isaac cut him off. You think I would abandon you for such a trivial seal? Calculated, this is not a high-level seal. I can break it, but I must get closer. Should I do? Perhaps I must draw attention. A red-haired priest stepped forward and said Isaac Esser Hua will switch positions with the execution assistant. This is an order from the Cardinal Bishop. They want to give an opportunity to the student who ranked first in the exam. Everyone was stunned hearing that, sending an apprentice close to a high demon. They could not kill him during the exam, so now they plan to do it. Ozzy thought nervously. Isaac swallowed the Bone King. How could his subordinate remain still? Contrary to their worry, Isaac became extremely excited. Excellent. That golden cardinal truly is an old fox. You yourself pushed me closer to him. Seeing Isaac standing still, the red-haired guard pitied him. How pitiful, he must be so scared that he went mad. Isaac thought to himself, now I can touch the seal directly. A low-level seal like this is easy to break. It is just a cheap thing like seal attached to Henna's body suddenly emitted a powerful light. It was a holy mark, originating from the heavenly realm. Isaac nearly went insane. Which idiot stuffed this thing here? This will take an entire month to remove. Whisper analyzed that it likely requires the blood of a high-level heavenly spirit beast or the blood of the Pope to break it. Isaac immediately panicked. Where can I find those things now? If it is not broken in time, he will be executed on the spot. Isaac cursed the damned Pope. Is he not here today? The officiant shouted, everyone stand up. The envoy of the god is descending. A dazzling light appeared in the sky. The air suddenly filled with a foul and rancid smell. A filthy servant of the Bone King had appeared. The crowd shouted together, that is the envoy of the god of punishment. Isaac stared at the one who appeared with tension. The divine being spoke, calmly saying, I will personally handle this matter to ensure justice. Whisper immediately understood this is why Henna gave up escaping. If the executioner is an angel, then survival is almost impossible. Isaac appeared extremely excited. The key to breaking the seal has come to me on its own. Ozzy saw the angel and felt strangely familiar. A source of power quietly gathered around Isaac. Ozzy tried to recall. I am certain I have seen this somewhere before. Old memories flooded back, making him tremble in fear. Ozzy shouted, Isaac, you lunatic. A loud explosion sounded at the same moment. Everyone at the execution ground panicked. What is that? What happened? Are we under attack? Only Ozzy went mad. That bastard, is he possessed or something? Why does he always like smashing other people's heads? You madman, are you satisfied now? At that moment the envoy spoke. Well done, young priest. He slightly curled his lips into a smile, then continued, I did not expect you to notice the demon hiding. Demon was knocked unconscious on the spot by Isaac's blow. Only then did Ozzy realize, and asked, were you targeting the demon from the beginning? Isaac remained extremely tense. This one is troublesome. He has left traces of holy power. It seems the earlier rumors have spread quite well. Today is truly the perfect chance to absorb magic power from high-level demons. Moreover, they even think they can devour a young priest. Just bait at level 6 like Isaac was enough to make them rush in like mad. Let alone today is the execution of a 9th-rank high demon. Dozens of demons will come, the more the better for my plan. But that man avoided it. You dare dodge my strike. I pretended to attack the demon to strike him, yet he still avoided it. Let me see if you can dodge again. Ozzy saw Isaac preparing to strike again and shouted in panic. A surge of power shot straight toward the angel. The angel calmly raised his hand and blocked the attack. Another demon was knocked down by the remaining force. Isaac refused to stop and continued releasing energy around his body. A barrage of attacks rushed toward the angel, but the angel continuously dodged easily, and each time another demon was struck down. The angel commented, you are still only an apprentice, so your aim is poor. Or are you using me to strike the demons? Continue then, I will adjust the direction for you. With more practice you will improve. Isaac attacked with increasing ferocity. Ozzy watched helplessly. Is he really going to openly attack the angel? Another group of demons was struck miserably. Isaac realized the issue, because they share the same attribute that man can redirect the attacks. If I do not increase power, this will go on forever. If that is the case, then I must borrow the power of a god, even higher than an angel. To borrow power, I must form a contract with a god. And I can do that right now, because I already took Melissa's holy relic. Prepare to die, you damned angel. I will crush everything. Just as Isaac prepared to strike, a group of aged demons rushed. One leaped straight toward Isaac. Everyone panicked. Protect Isaac. Draw your swords and protect the honored guest. The demons have come to disrupt the execution. But when they tried to seize Isaac, he had already vanished. Turned out the angel had lifted Isaac up. He said, that was dangerous, young priest. Are you injured? I came to protect the children favored by the gods. Isaac not only showed no gratitude, but punched him straight in the face. The recoil force sent Isaac flying backward, quickly flipped and landed on the ground. The angel said, you startled me, child. This child's aiming skill is truly poor. Demons are not over here, but over there. Isaac roared angrily, damn it, why is he so hard to hit? The angel still said, I told you it is not there. In his heart he was confused. Why would a believer of the gods attack me? Isaac continued attacking like mad. You bastard. Do I need to break your wings first? The angel thought perhaps he has not received proper education. To a child this must feel like a monster appearing. Isaac shouted again, I see the demons only avoiding that man. He is the filthy servant of the Bone King. He came to steal the demon crucifix. Being slandered like that, the angel nearly lost his mind. How does this country train its priests? Isaac continued, provoking, look, he does not even pay attention to the demons. We must deal with him immediately. The angel thought the divine realm cannot directly intervene in the mortal world. Perhaps this can be useful. If I accuse him of heresy, I can eliminate him. That would clear away the other candidates. Isaac kept attacking. Excellent. Ozzy meanwhile went mad. The angel was also surprised when he was struck. Isaac pointed at him and said, if you are not a demon servant, then prove it. In his mind he mocked. A messenger of the gods being asked to prove his identity is truly ridiculous. Isaac continued interrogating without stopping. Clearly there is no evidence at all. Right. He immediately poured enormous internal power into his body. A massive sphere of energy began to form again. Seeing that surge of power, Ozzy broke into a cold sweat all over. Power surged as if it could swallow the surrounding space hole. Isaac's smile gradually became more sinister and unpleasant. He shouted provocatively, if there is no evidence, then prepare to take a beating, bastard. Sphere of energy gathered and then expanded in midair. Beneath the stands, priests and knights stared wide-eyed at the enormous sphere. Uzi stared in horror. Why is it so huge? If that thing falls, the entire arena will explode. Glanced at Isaac, laughing loudly, and thought that man would not actually drop it on purpose. Iaji shouted in panic, demanding that he stop immediately. Isaac lowered his hand, and the sphere began to descend as he roared. All of you die. A magic circle suddenly blazed beneath his feet. The energy sphere slowly fell to the ground. The moment it touched the surface, it exploded in blinding light. The surrounding priests immediately covered their eyes. Someone shouted that he could see nothing anymore. We are about to be blown away. Hold on tightly. Isaac curled his lips into a sinister smile. It has finally arrived. The angel floating above suddenly recognized that saintly power. That child must be from the Joshua line. Ground his teeth, thinking, letting a child hold such power. These fools cannot even educate him, let alone deal with the skeleton demon king. The angel muttered angrily, who exactly is the skeleton demon king that executing one of his subordinates causes so much trouble? He slowly descended while moving toward Isaac, thinking that the child must be dealt with first. Looking at the figure hidden in the smoke, he thought he only needed to finish the task and return to rest. A voice rang out and made the angel stop abruptly. Stand still. He widened his eyes in shock. The appearance of Isaac from his first reincarnation appeared before him, directly threatening the angel. The angel froze when he heard him command coldly, either stop or you will die. The angel's body stiffened. He felt as if he were facing a supreme existence. He looked at Isaac, laughing loudly, and briefly thought about the strange child. Isaac suddenly rushed forward and swung his fist straight into his face. The angel clutched his face and coughed in pain. Isaac revealed a cold smile. A chilling sound rang out. You are only an angel after all. The angel stared in shock. Before he could recover, he received another punch from Isaac. The powerful strike sent the angel crashing onto the stone ground. The angel realized in fear that if this continued, he would lose. He roared in fury, his body instantly covered in crimson lightning. The angel shouted, you are only human. Isaac smirked faintly, finally caught you. Terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck him. The smoke on the execution platform gradually dissipated. Uzi ran forward in panic, shouting Isaac's name. Kept shouting Isaac. The angel calmly said, do not worry. I only removed his saintly power. Uzi rushed to Isaac and shouted in shock, what is this? How could he do that? The angel was surprised hearing Ozzy shout. He loudly questioned, how can a messenger of God do such a thing? Isaac's body was drenched in blood. Ozzy held him protectively and gritted his teeth, saying, how could you use such terrifying power on a servant of God? Ozzy shook Isaac desperately and kept calling Isaac. Heavens, Isaac, wake up. The angel thought in shock, impossible, heavenly lightning punishment, only paralyses. Why is there so much bleeding? At that moment, Isaac slowly opened his eyes, while blood kept flowing from his head and body. He weakly called Ozzy, which made him immediately tell Isaac to stand up. Isaac smiled bitterly, blaming himself. I was foolish to mistake the messenger of God for a demon and received punishment. Painfully said it was all his fault. Ozzy panicked when he saw him coughing blood. Isaac. Kina slowly walked forward, healing him, and said, do not worry, he will survive. Someone like him deserves to teach me. Suddenly he raised his head and said, however, something about this is strange. Kina gritted his teeth, looking at the angel. It is impossible for a messenger of God to treat our priests like this. Uzi also shouted that attacking someone weaker like this is excessive. The angel protested internally in horror, weaker. That brat nearly defeated me. Kina stood and said punishment spells are only used on demons. The angel immediately replied he had never used such magic. Isaac looked toward the angel as Ozzy demanded, then why is he so badly injured? Everyone saw you attack. The angel exclaimed that he himself wondered why Isaac was so severely injured. Isaac slightly curled his lips into a cold smile. Bluntly cursed him as a coward. Kina stepped closer to the angel and asked, "Everything is too strange. Why did a messenger of God appear here without notice? And at the moment of execution," he asked in surprise, "what?" Continued making the angel panic, saying, "Isaac also said that. The demon never attacked the angel." The angel shouted, "How should I know?" Isaac suppressed a laugh, thinking everything had been arranged. The attacks had been diverted by his mana. Just wait a little longer. Angel stepped forward angrily, declaring everything happened because that child went mad. "We will investigate him to know the truth." He ordered, "Hand that child to me. I will take him back for my master to interrogate." Isaac slightly curled his lips and spoke. He gave a cunning smile and his eyes turned red. "If you are capable, then come here and catch me." A terrifying pressure suddenly descended, causing everyone to freeze. Surrounding knights were also affected. Someone shouted in alarm, "What is happening?" The angel's face turned pale with fear. A dark shadow appeared behind him. Someone shouted that the sealing prayer on the demon had been broken. The angel turned around in shock. How could he escape? "Did you not say a heavenly sealing sphere was used?" The demon's hand suddenly slammed into his face, making the angel shout, "You." Anak grabbed the angel's face and laughed, saying, "Thank you. Thanks to you I escaped." Anak laughed gleefully, saying, "You were the one who helped me escape safely." Isaac watched this scene and smiled faintly inside. It seems Henna finally became clever after being imprisoned so long. Isaac's eyes flashed, and he mocked, "That fool never understood anything before." It seems he finally learned a little. Anak grabbed the angel's wings and tightened his grip. Isaac transmitted a message, "Only injure him a little." Anak tore apart the angel's wings. Isaac immediately ordered him to retreat. The angel screamed in pain. Anak calmly said he needed to swallow a mana core to recover, so he would borrow one from you. Isaac thought, it seems he has even learned how to fabricate stories now. The angel seized Henna's arm and roared in fury, "Damned demon." He swung violently, forcing Anak to release and retreat. The angel shouted, "Stop your nonsense." Energy gathered within the angel's palm. He thought he must kill him before he recovers his power. Nanak coldly raised his left hand. The angel thought he would offer that arrogant one as a sacrifice to the gods. Suddenly he froze when Henna's arm pierced straight through his body. Anak withdrew his arm from the angel's body, causing him to clutch his stomach and stagger backward in pain. The angel looked at Anak and calculated that if this continued, he would surely die. The angel gritted his teeth as Anak's arm pierced him again. If only he could call for reinforcements now. The angel screamed in extreme agony. He clutched his throat in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. Mana sneered, saying, "Thanks for the mana core. I will leave now." The angel thought in shock that he did not even have a mana core. Anak shot into the sky and said, "The rest is up to you, teammate." A priest heard that and asked teammate. The angel shouted angrily, "What nonsense is he talking about?" In the stands, the priests began whispering when they heard a demon call the messenger of God a teammate. Countless suspicions echoed around the angel. Moreover, earlier, he had even used death magic on a priest. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Isaac with hatred. All of this was caused by that disgusting bastard. Looking at Isaac's mocking face, he thought someone like that cannot possibly be a saint. The angel swore silently that he would never forgive him. Suddenly, a barrage of light arrows shot straight toward the angel. Those rays pierced through his body violently. Someone slowly walked forward while the angel struggled to stand. The angel thought angrily, "What now?" He turned to the person behind and demanded, "How dare you?" A sword of light appeared in midair. Eli controlled countless light swords, advancing closer, and coldly asked the angel, "You dare touch my nephew?" Blue flames burst violently across the altar. The angel immediately leaned aside to dodge and wondered why this was happening. He was shocked, wondering why that man dared attack an angel. Eli stood above and shouted down, "Zilai, what are you doing?" He roared, "Do not cut off his head. Kill him slowly and make him suffer." The angel cursed these lunatics inside his mind. Red-cloaked knights rushed forward to stop them and shouted, "You dare attack a messenger of God? Are you all insane?" Zilai turned and glared at them before asking coldly, then, who was the one who used death magic? He pointed at Isaac lying there covered in blood and said, "My nephew is dying right there." If that was not death magic, then what was it? Isaac, lying in Anzi's arms, trembled slightly because he had actually injured himself. The knight shouted in protest that he is pretending. Remember the Scarlet Exam? He is a demon disguised as a human. Zilai roared angrily, "A demon? You dare call my angel-like nephew a demon?" Knight immediately drew his sword, saying, "Move aside. He must be taken to the interrogation chamber." Zilai also drew his sword, replying, "I will never allow that. Get lost." Someone slammed the table and ordered everyone to stop. The yellow cardinal gritted his teeth and shouted, "This is not the time for allies to turn on each other." Immediately ordered all forces to pursue the demon who just escaped. The council members responded, understood, and ran off. Nizar Sebet also quickly ordered the priests to immediately give chase. The yellow cardinal stood on the balcony deep in thought. Although one of the 14 attendants had escaped, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. Smiled faintly, thinking that, with such severe injuries, that boy would definitely not be able to summon a god anymore. The yellow cardinal turned and shouted the demon has escaped. All high-ranking priests pursue immediately. The subordinates responded in unison, understood. Zilai immediately rushed down from the balcony and hurried to Isaac. His face panicked as he asked in a rush, "Isaac, are you all right?" "Damn it, I should have stayed by your side to protect you." Suddenly Eli spoke and gave an order that made Isaac stop. "Zilai, stay here and take care of Isaac." Gripped the black sword tightly and turned toward the direction where the demon had fled. "I will personally chase it down." Eli declared in anger, "I will capture it with my own hands to prove that my grandson is completely innocent." Isaac secretly panicked in his thoughts. Hey, if someone as strong as you interferes too, then this will become a huge problem. He imagined the scene of Nak being captured again. If he joins, then Nak will definitely be caught immediately. "Do you know how hard I worked to secretly release him?" Isaac gritted his teeth and cursed silently. "Damn it, there is no other way." Then he hesitantly called out, "Grandfather, Uncle, why?" Isaac looked at the two with sparkling eyes and spoke weakly, a sight so disgusting that even Ayaji wanted to vomit. "Do not go, it hurts so much." Eli instantly froze, staring at him in shock. Then both quickly turned back toward Isaac. Eli spoke gently, "All right, I will not go anymore. There is no need to mobilize everyone to hunt it either. Let us go, we must treat your injuries first." Isaac smiled slyly in his heart. "Good, everything is going exactly according to my plan." A while later, Isaac was bandaged all over and lying on a hospital bed. He silently cursed those idiots in his mind. Isaac glanced around the room where Eli was sitting beside the bed, with numerous knights standing around. Why the hell are they all gathered in the hospital room? Eli gritted his teeth and shouted, "Everyone get out immediately." "What are you doing in someone else's room?" A knight immediately argued back. "Since when did the Holy See hospital room become your room? Why did you bring a demon in here?" Eli murmured the two words demon again. The knight immediately questioned, "Cardinal, sir, what exactly is going on here? Why are you obstructing the investigation?" Coldly ordered, "Zilai, send the order for all Than Sac to cut cooperation with Zich Sac and begin a complete strike. This includes stopping every mission related to the Holy See." The knights immediately protested, "Wait, Cardinal, sir, please calm down. Why are you doing this? Let us resolve everything peacefully." Christopher spoke while searching records. "No, Than Sac is an extremely dedicated organization. They always accept dirty, dangerous tasks or the ones nobody wants. Thanks to the Master, this is the first time in history that they have gone on strike." Eli gritted his teeth and asked angrily, "Peacefully, a messenger of God appeared right before the execution and attacked my grandson, and you still want me to resolve this peacefully?" He continued, not to mention that demon even called the messenger of God his comrade. The knight panicked and argued, "What if the demon was lying?" Eli replied coldly, "Lying, yet he destroyed the binding sphere." People in the room argued noisily, "But how can we conclude anything when you wrap that boy up like this? We need to see the wound." Isaac remained silent without saying a word. Eli angrily asked back, "What if doing that makes his injury worse?" Eli crossed his arms and spoke coldly, "The important matter now is who released that demon. The investigators have already begun the investigation and results will come soon." The red-haired knight glanced at his companions and thought, "That is right. As long as we find a clue leading to the culprit, it will be over. We will definitely find his traces. When that happens, we will capture him." Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and rushed in, shouting loudly, "Cardinal, sir, something serious has happened." Isaac and Zilai turned toward the door in surprise as the man rushed in and continued shouting, "Cardinal, sir, something big has happened." He stammered the evidence. He delivered the news that made Isaac secretly delighted. "The evidence has disappeared." The masked man explained in panic, "I had just prepared to begin the investigation when the chains suddenly exploded." Isaac smiled secretly in praise. Nak is always careful and thorough. The man continued speaking, "Moreover, right before the explosion, I also felt that person's power." The red-haired knight immediately covered his mouth. "Be quiet." Eli angrily gestured, "You heard it. Finish the investigation and get out." Isaac thought silently, and just like that, grandfather closed this case. A while later, a knocking sound came from the door. "May I come in?" Isaac looked at the person who entered and thought in surprise. "Nizer Sebit, is that you?" He awkwardly called out, "Isaac." Nizer stepped in and asked, "How are you feeling now?" Isaac thought with annoyance, "Just seeing your face already makes me feel worse." Nizer Sebit took out a glass bottle filled with red liquid. "I brought the family elixir to help you recover faster." He thought Isaac was seriously injured, so he probably could not participate in the god selection ceremony. He thought, those Hong Sak believers must be delighted right now. Nizer remembered Zfep's sinister smile and told himself, "But I will not let that happen." He clenched his fist, remembering the instruction. "Bring this elixir and make him drink it so he recovers quickly." Isaac quickly drank a mouthful and smacked his lips in praise. "Not bad." Nizer Sebit thought in horror, "I cannot believe I had to bring the family elixir to this bastard. Do you know how expensive it is?" He held his head when he saw Isaac continue drinking. "One drop was enough. You drank the whole bottle." That is insane. Isaac's body emitted a faint glow. He wiped his mouth and thought. At first I thought he poisoned it, but it really is an elixir. My stamina is recovering. Continued drinking the remaining liquid. It even tastes like wine. Whisper floated beside him and said, it seems to include some blessing effects. It will probably be useful in the god selection ceremony. Nizer Sebit panicked and tried to stop him. Wait, I never said you should drink it all. Isaac angrily asked, what the hell did you just say? He stammered an explanation. The family head said if you come to the main estate you will be given more. Isaac frowned and thought, one bottle is already more than enough. But if I go to the main estate I can get more for free. That sounds suspicious. Then he lay down and grabbed his leg while groaning. I really want to go but my leg still hurts. Nizer Sebit hurriedly suggested, then use my equipment. These shoes will help you move easily. Put them on and follow me to the estate. Isaac secretly realized he had prepared it beforehand. Whisper beside him mocked. His scheme is painfully obvious. Isaac sat up and said, I need to change clothes. Go outside and wait. Nizer immediately replied. Oh. He turned and walked out the door thinking, such a greedy bastard. I did not expect him to fall for the bait so easily. On the other side, Isaac opened the window. You will be finished the moment you step into the estate. He stepped onto the window ledge and laughed secretly. I will put this story on the front page. Isaac happily murmured, thank you, idiot. Elsewhere, the Hong Sack Cardinal slammed the table and roared. Those damn Zich Sack bastards. How dare they bring an elixir into the medical room? Gritted his teeth and shouted. I arranged the VIP room so he could not escape. Yet they healed and blessed him. He slammed his head against the table and screamed. I must make the ritual fail. Both the Hack Sack and Zich Sack families have gone mad. Hong Sack Cardinal clenched the paper in his hand. Isaac must be stopped at all costs. He declared angrily. He cannot be allowed to summon a god. Elsewhere, Isaac looked at Gol and spoke. Oh, my dear uncle. He rubbed his hands and smiled. I have something I want to ask you. Gol thought in panic. Has he gone crazy? I am very busy. Ask later. Blue flame suddenly flared up, making him jump. Isaac stepped forward and threatened. I think you know the answer. Gol cried in panic. Know what? Isaac smiled slyly and asked, which god do you think I will summon? Gol gritted his teeth and realized. This brat asked because he knows I can obtain information from the Pope. He thought, what if I say it and the news leaks out? The Than Sack family cannot oppose the Pope. Then he thought, everything will change if he truly summons the supreme god. He imagined happily. At that time, no one would dare look down on the Dasu family anymore. Isaac suddenly said, I will give up summoning a god. Gol shouted in shock. What did you just say? Isaac replied immediately. You think I will summon an evil god, so you refuse to tell me. Isaac pretended to be sad. What if an evil god really appears? Gol roared. Are you insane? Why give up? What evil god? That is the supreme god. Isaac immediately curled his lips into a smile. He stepped closer and asked, the supreme god? Gol immediately argued, you heard wrong. Isaac hugged Gol's leg and smiled flatteringly. My dear beloved uncle, say it again. Which god will I summon? Gol shouted in fear. Let me go. Isaac spoke in a messy mixture of flattery and threats. I really like you, uncle. Do not joke with me. Do you want to die? Gol screamed internally. He really has gone crazy. Gol kept shaking his leg, trying to throw Isaac off. Let go. The family head just called me. I must go immediately. He suddenly shouted loudly, making Isaac startled. That demon is hiding in the city. Isaac worriedly thought, Nak is in the city. On the streets, Eli crossed his arms and ordered. One of the 14 followers is hiding around here. Do not lower your guard. Understood. The knights immediately answered in unison. Understood. Gol slowly approached and bowed his head. I have arrived, father. Gol continued speaking. This is the complete map of the underground water system. Eli looked at him and asked, why is Isaac clinging tightly to your leg? Gol awkwardly replied. He said he wants to follow. Eli immediately ordered. It is very dangerous. Return immediately. Isaac quickly protested. That will not work. Looked straight at him and said, I must take revenge. Those words made Eli fall into deep thought. That man ruined the execution and put everyone in danger. Isaac loudly declared, so when I find him I will definitely take revenge. Whisper sighed. Your acting is truly impressive. Eli let out a long, tired sigh. He said, do as you wish. Isaac clenched his fist and thought, excellent. On the streets, knights and priests were searching everywhere. Some people saw Isaac and said, so that is Isaac. I thought they went on strike so no one would come. Yet they actually sent the direct descendant. The yellow-robed knight said, then this case should be over soon. The Daswa family is most famous for hunting demons. Isaac stretched at that moment, making a priest exclaim, has the hunt already begun? Isaac turned back and bared his teeth in a grin. The minions of that dried bone demon king are not easy to find. His words made everyone around feel chills. This might take quite a long time. After a while someone shouted, Isaac, can you be a little serious? A red-cloaked knight glared at him. Isaac calmly said, relax. He is a high demon, so being good at hiding is normal. I feel like he is still lurking somewhere nearby. The other man roared, are you playing with us? Red-cloaked knights went to complain to Eli, who was resting nearby. "This is too much. Cardinal, sir, that boy has done nothing all day." They kept talking until Eli angrily crushed the glass in his hand. "His actions only make us suspect your grandson even more." Eli slowly stood up and asked, "Are you saying that I am wrong?" The knight hurriedly stammered, No, that is not what I mean." Eli called out Isaac. He immediately replied, "Yes, grandfather." Eli's face turned cold as he ordered, "Show them the consequences." Silence. Isaac pointed into the distance and shouted, "I sense the demon over there." The knights immediately rushed after it while running and cursing. One man stepped forward and asked, "I thought you all went on strike. Why is it like this now?" Sephet smiled coldly and asked Eli, "Are you planning to conceal your grandson's crime?" Eli frowned and replied, "What did you say?" Sephet stepped forward and said, "Doing that will only make Isaac's crime heavier." Eli asked coldly, "Do you have evidence that my grandson released that high demon?" He replied, "Everything will become clear soon." Sephet secretly thought that as long as the Pope's power was found inside the sealing sphere, then Isaac would be finished. He calculated, the Pope cannot be accused, so the best scenario is to find evidence that Isaac was involved. Sephet licked his lips and thought, "If I succeed, then I will witness the arrogant Than-Sak collapse." Then he turned around and said, "I do not want to ruin the god summoning ceremony either, so for now let us cooperate." Sephet sneered, "At least I will help hide the handcuffs when your grandson is arrested." Goal stepped forward and whispered, "Father, do not listen to him, he is only afraid." Eli replied, "I do not care." He gritted his teeth and said, "I will make Isaac force them to work 10 times harder." Goal shouted, "And you still say you do not care?" Goal sighed and called out, "Hey Isaac, you heard that." But when he looked back, Isaac was no longer there. "You must investigate more carefully, Isaac." Goal shouted in panic, "Where did he disappear to?" Isaac touched the symbols on the wall of a wooden house. Whisper said, "This trace belongs to Nak. It has been a long time since I saw this kind of cipher." Isaac nodded, "I see." Whisper flew beside him and said, "I did not expect the demon servants to take your position." Isaac replied, "Not surprising. Pure blood demons always despise serving a skeleton." Isaac rested his chin and thought, "Perhaps breaking my magic was too difficult, so they created a fake bone demon king to control the demon race. They only exploited a loophole in the magic rather than directly disobeying." Whisper asked, "But it is still strange. The sealing sphere, the Pope, the Crown Prince." Isaac thought the mana of both still remains inside Manak's sealing sphere. Isaac pondered, the Pope makes sense, but why is the Crown Prince also involved? Why would the Crown Prince be related to a high demon? Whisper asked, "So how long will you keep pretending not to know?" Isaac turned his head and asked, "You mean those people?" He raised his head and looked at the group hiding on the rafters and said, "I did not expect the Isaac guards to participate as well." The group above was shocked and thought, "We were discovered." But priests are not usually this alert. One of the Isaac guards spoke. Isaac maintained his posture while looking up at them, his body releasing a stream of blue mana. The Isaac guards jumped down to the ground. One exclaimed in shock, "This brat has not even chanted a holy spell." Isaac calmly asked, "Are you also mages?" The Isaac guards rushed forward immediately. One shouted, "Deal with him quickly. A priest cannot resist our magic." Whisper cried out, "How weak do they think you are? They only used third-tier magic." Isaac cursed silently, "Bastards." Isaac suddenly froze when he felt a needle pierce into his neck. He grabbed his neck and turned around. An Isaac guard laughed loudly, "It is over. Prepare to taste holy bane poison." Whisper commented, "This holy bane poison is decent quality." Isaac calmly rubbed his neck and thought absorbing all this mana might be beneficial. The other man panicked. Why is he still standing? The Isaac guard trembled and asked, "You should have collapsed already. Did you take an antidote beforehand?" Isaac held his head and pretended to be in pain. "My head hurts, but this is not enough to bring me down. I am a member of the noble Than-Sak family." One man stared in confusion. Another shouted, "He is still a Daswa after all, shoot him again." Another needle stabbed into Isaac's neck. He pretended to weaken. "Two of these are nothing. Members of the Daswa family do not fall easily to poison." Leader shouted, "He is still talking. Listen, everyone. Fire all the needles into him." 3 more needles stabbed into Isaac's chest. 2 more pierced into his thigh. While the Isaac guards were panting, Isaac continued acting. "Daswa will not fall from just this." Sneered and said, "You will need at least 50 more." The Isaac guards panicked and thought he looked terrifying. One man said while trembling, "We ran out of poison needles." Isaac frowned in disappointment. Isaac looked at them and thought, "First absorb the mana, then withdraw." One naive man asked when he saw Isaac collapse, "Did we finally take him down?" Isaac slightly opened his eyes and heard one man say, "Serves you right, Isaac Daswa." He looked toward the person in a black cloak who had just appeared. Could it be? The man removed his hood. Isaac thought in shock, "Battis Monlit." Monlit grinned wickedly, "Die Isaac Daswa. My family was destroyed because of you." He stepped forward with secret joy. "Today I can finally avenge this grudge." Monlit bent down and looked at Isaac lying on the ground. He and the Isaac guards discussed, "He is not dead yet." How many poison needles did we fire? Why is he still enduring? Should we finish him now? Monlit reminded them, remember to erase all traces. It must look like a demon killed him. Isaac secretly worried, what should I do now? If I stand up, I will be exposed. Whisper reassured him, it is fine, you have already caused enough suspicious trouble. Isaac squeezed Whisper's tail and growled, do I look like a priest? Do you want to die? One Isaac guard shouted, he moved. The group shouted, hold him down. Make it bloody so we can blame the demon. I will cut his throat. Isaac gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, I have not absorbed all the mana yet. One Isaac guard raised a dagger, preparing to stab down. At that moment, someone drew a sword from its sheath. A faint purple light flashed along the blade. The man did not hesitate and swung the sword directly toward the Isaac guards surrounding them. The group screamed in pain. Monlit widened his eyes in horror and shouted, what is? Stared wide-eyed at the person who had just attacked. Seeing the swordsman in a cloak slowly approach, Monlit trembled and cried out, a swordsman, a swordsman. He turned and fled while shouting, why is there a swordsman here? The man pointed the sword toward Monlit. Thunder immediately struck down. The lightning struck him, and Monlit screamed in agony. Isaac smiled inwardly, magic. Whisper beside him chuckled, compared to the master he is far inferior, but his level is not bad. Monlit clutched his head in pain and knelt on the ground. He shouted, do you know who I am? The swordsman only smiled coldly when Monlit shouted, you dare attack a noble. Monlit cursed inwardly while struggling to stand. Damn it. He ran toward the door thinking, I have never heard about this. What in the world is happening? But someone had already stepped out to block his path. Monlit cried out in horror, Lord Kina. He quickly bowed his head and begged, Lord Kina, please save me. But before he finished speaking, a flame shot straight toward him. I will explain later. Kina said coldly, Count Monlit, take one more step and I will kill you. Kina gritted his teeth in irritation. Isaac still has to train with me. Why do you people keep causing trouble? Monlit said while trembling, what are you trying to do? Please calm down, I came to assist you. He hurriedly continued, if that boy summons a god, then the Pope will. Kina interrupted immediately, I do not care. Kina's body was wrapped in blazing golden lightning. He asked, who ordered you? The Hacksack family. Monlit stammered. Isaac placed his hand on his shoulder and asked with interest, it sounds like you know which god I will summon. He stepped closer to Monlit with a sly smile. If it threatens the Pope, then it must be one of the Hong-Sak gods. Isaac pretended to ask curiously, is it the god of fortune? Monlit shouted, I do not know, move aside. Isaac grabbed his collar and whispered, stop lying, I bet you know. The god of fortune, the god of money, or the god of gold. Kina turned toward the cloaked man and said, if you are in disguise, then allow me to overlook formalities. Looked toward the crown prince and continued, it seems your attendants are also quite tired of you. The crown prince ordered coldly, take Isaac back to the palace first. Kina immediately objected, no, Isaac will return to the Holy See. A voice sounded and made the crown prince stop. Someone stomped forward and said, Isaac will return home. Eli appeared with a dark expression. Who dares touch my grandson? Monlit cried out in pain. The cloaked man said awkwardly, perhaps returning home is better. Kina nodded, it seems Isaac will go home. After a while someone spoke to the crown prince. Please do not mind it, crown prince. He leaned against the wall and murmured, really. Explained, we have already attracted attention. Yet that brat still went to investigate demon language. He continued, I do not think he is foolish enough to do that. The man wearing the black mask was the Hacksack Cardinal Ian Bala. Crown Prince asked, then ordering Count Monlit to use the Isaac guards to kill Isaac was a wise decision. Ian asked back, did you not want to become closer with Isaac Dasua? The Crown Prince was surprised. What did you just say? Ian calmly replied, if you save someone from the Isaac guards, then they will naturally feel grateful. Ian looked at the Crown Prince and continued, moreover, the Joshua family is famous for valuing gratitude. They would rather die than forget a favor. Therefore, he will surely swear loyalty to you. The Crown Prince sneered inwardly, ridiculous. Do all members of the Hacksack family think like that? Thought the Northern Ravens never care about morality. Those cold-blooded ones will do anything, even using demons to destroy demons. The Crown Prince sat down and asked, so now you have lost interest in Isaac. In the past, as a scholar, you were very interested in his answer. Added about the essay on eliminating the Bone Demon King. Ian bowed and replied, if he truly wrote it himself, then it is indeed noteworthy. But regardless, you should stop paying attention to him. His words made the Crown Prince fall silent. The interrogation will begin immediately after the Hacksack examination. Ian placed a stack of papers on the table, unless he can prove his innocence. He declared coldly, otherwise the Than Sak family will be destroyed. At the Daswa estate in the capital, someone shouted, this is truly unreasonable. Ozzy Ali roared angrily, even if Isaac summons an evil god, they still have no right to kidnap him. I know he lacks faith, but this is going too far. He continued, I never expected the Hacksack Cardinal to dare go this far. Eli sat in the head seat and spoke irritably. about the god summoning ceremony tomorrow. He announced Isaac will not participate. Zilla and Gol were immediately shocked. Why, he must participate. Eli explained, everything that happened was because of that. Gol gritted his teeth and grabbed his head, damn it. He slammed the table and shouted, no, he must participate. Eli looked at him and asked, are you insane? You said Isaac needed protection. Do you want the whole world to see him summon an evil god? Gol shouted, not an evil god. He said firmly, but the supreme god, Isaac will summon the supreme god. Under the shocked gazes of Eli and Zilla, Gol continued, faith does not matter. He only needs to participate in the ritual. Gol held his head and thought, damn it, I should not have said it, but saying it feels less frustrating. Zilla and Eli repeatedly questioned him. Gol replied irritably, the supreme god, who else? Isaac, who else? He imagined the ceremony and shouted. During the consecration, he was chosen by the supreme god, so he must participate in the summoning ritual. Eli calmly lifted a teacup and said, if you are drunk, then go to sleep. Gol shouted loudly, I am telling the truth. He continued and made Eli pause. I saw it with my own eyes at the Borat estate. Gol shouted, then why do you think the Borat family wanted to adopt Isaac? After being refused, they even tried to kill him. Now that every plan failed, they are trying to stop him from participating in the ritual. Do you still not understand why? Zilla said worriedly, brother, even novels would not dare write something like that. If you are tired, then rest. Gol held his head and cursed. He turned and walked away. Believe it or not, we finally have a chance to strike back at them. Yet father wants to give up. Declared, I will take Isaac away from this house. Zilla thought in shock, is he serious? Eli suddenly asked, everything you said is true. Gol replied loudly, yes. Eli placed the teacup down and murmured, so it is the supreme god. His hand trembled and tea splashed out. A perp. Gol grabbed his head and shouted, why would you come to that conclusion? Eli forced himself to calm down and think. Isaac is in danger in a completely different way. The supreme god is something humans should never involve themselves with, but at least we can avoid the interrogation. He thought faith hour no longer has meaning. Isaac was chosen by an existence above the chief gods. No one can oppose the will of the supreme god. A knight rushed in and shouted, sir, something serious has happened. Reported, and Eli froze. The Zich-Sak faith has begun investigating young master Isaac for heresy. At the courtyard where the Hack-Sack examination was taking place, priest examiner announced, the second part of the ritual begins now. He explained the divine selection ritual will occur before the entire audience. Therefore, everyone must be careful. Do not make any mistakes. Gol nervously bit his nails. He secretly observed Isaac. Investigators were everywhere around him. He trembled and thought, what exactly did you do, Isaac, to make the Zich-Sak open an investigation targeting you? A few days earlier in the interrogation room, someone roared, confess quickly. You are serving the Bone Demon King right. A priest stared at Isaac and questioned him. Your name appeared in the cipher left behind by the High Demon. Isaac calmly rotated his wrist and asked back, what are you talking about? Priest continued, although the Bone Demon King has knelt and repented before the gods, his legacy still exists. Isaac suddenly stood and shouted, knelt in repentance. He slammed the table and roared, you bastards. That part does not exist in the cipher at all. He was about to curse further but suddenly stopped. You. Two interrogating priests immediately laughed. So you truly can read their cipher. We caught you. One man made a sign and smiled viciously. See you again at the Hack-Sack examination. Ozzy remembered that moment and held his head in despair. How could you fall for such a simple trap? He looked at Isaac, who was still smiling, and thought, do you know why they waited until now to interrogate you? They want everyone to witness you being chosen by an evil god. Ozzy imagined further. At that time, Nizer Sebit will surely be chosen by the Zich-Sak god. The god who punishes evil gods will deal with you right after the ritual and accuse the entire family of heresy. Ozzy thought, what exactly are you planning, Isaac? In Isaac's mind, only 4 words repeated, gold god, money god. He smiled foolishly and murmured, gold, silver, jewels, not noticing that Nizer Sebit was secretly observing him. Nizer looked at Isaac and sneered, laugh while you still can. I do not know how you escaped interrogation, but I will make you humiliated before everyone. Nizer thought confidently, after being chosen by the Zich-Sak god, I will summon that god. If you are chosen by an evil god, divine punishment will fall. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Has the Than-Sak family truly fallen? They said they would present evidence here. Hearing that, Nizer secretly felt pleased. This method is more effective than any heresy investigation. A priest announced, the divine selection ritual begins. Please channel holy power into the sphere before you. Ozzy held the gray sphere and prayed, please protect us, god of Than-Sak. He gritted his teeth and thought, if Isaac is chosen by an evil god, we are finished. Isaac, standing beside him, kept murmuring, God of wealth, God of money, God of fortune. Ozzy immediately changed his prayer. Please do not let Isaac be chosen by an evil god. A golden light suddenly radiated from the sphere. Isaac thought happily, gold, so it is the god of gold. He murmured encouragingly, gold is money. Come to me, god of gold. Light became brighter and brighter. It is coming, my god of gold. Isaac revealed a radiant smile, that is, but the sphere suddenly turned silver gray. Isaac stared with his mouth open in shock. Whisper flew beside him, laughing in delight. Isaac hugged the sphere tightly and shouted, "Impossible, impossible." Seeing that reaction, Nizer thought, he must have been chosen by an evil god. Looking at the silver light from the sphere in Isaac's hand, he thought, I will expose the truth before everyone. Isaac suddenly threw the sphere away and shouted loudly. Ozzy and Nizer both gasped in shock. Isaac's sphere shot into the air. Ozzy shouted loudly, "This madman." Nizer immediately ran after it. "Idiot. Do you think throwing it away will stop us from finding it?" Seeing the priests also chasing after it, Nizer thought, even better, this time he cannot deny it. I will expose you before everyone. Nizer, Sebit, Hector, bring it here. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, Isaac, Joshua. The interrogating priest said, stop. We will retrieve the sphere first. We must confirm which god has chosen you. Continued, and Isaac gritted his teeth in anger. If it is an evil god, he declared, you will be arrested. Before he finished, Isaac rolled on the ground in protest. Let me try again. That does not count. Isaac shouted, I want to try again. A priest shouted, we found the sphere. Nizer ordered, bring it here quickly. Nizer laughed loudly. Your life is over, Isaac. He shouted, see which god has chosen you. But the priest suddenly froze, that is. The gray sphere with golden light lay in Nizer's hand. The priests cried out in shock, the mark of the supreme god. Nizer stood stunned. Someone recognized it. It is indeed the mark of the supreme god. The stands erupted into chaos. This has never happened before. They said Thansak had fallen. If this is true, then it cannot be correct. The Hong Sak cardinal thought in shock. So it is true. Ozzy stepped forward and asked Isaac, you knew you were chosen by the supreme god and still threw the sphere away. Isaac replied calmly, what use is he to me? Ozzy was speechless and prayed to the heavens. A voice shouted and caught Isaac's attention, God of Fortune. A girl smiled happily, without knowing the disaster approaching. The girl cried in panic, what is happening? Isaac stood behind her and threatened, hand it over, you bitch. Shouted, trade with me immediately before I kill someone. Isaac grabbed her hair and ordered, give it here now. Ozzy trembled in anger and gritted his teeth. Damn it. A while later, in the Cardinal Council chamber, Nizer Sebit was about to speak when Eli's sneer interrupted him. So everything will be resolved by. She looked at Eli, who was trying to hold back laughter, and asked, Cardinal, you seem very pleased. The Emperor spoke, Duke Doswa must be very pleased with the news about his grandson. After all, the boy has been chosen by the supreme god. Eli replied proudly, that is correct. The Emperor smiled and said, perhaps this is a sign of the Empire's era of prosperity. Eli said modestly, it only matters if that brat truly manages to summon him. The Hong Sak Cardinal sneered, anyone can be chosen, but only a contract gives it meaning. Eli laughed and replied, you say anyone can be chosen, but no one in your family has ever achieved it. The two stared at each other tensely. The Emperor quickly intervened, being chosen is already something worth celebrating. I am very pleased as well. Said, I hope everyone will maintain harmony. The Hong Sak Cardinal gritted his teeth in anger. He thought he once hoped to expand his influence because Kina was favored by the god of fortune. But before the supreme god, every plan was meaningless. He calculated it does not matter that Brat may have talent, but he may not have the qualifications to summon the supreme god. He swore silently, no matter what, I must stop him from signing the contract. While the Hong Sak Cardinal plotted, Isaac was struggling to perform the ritual. Even if I must bury the supreme god myself, I still have to do it. Isaac shouted in irritation, let me try again. Ozzy asked, you hate studying yet now you want to study. Isaac shouted, I have to study. Isaac flipped through the book frantically. Why is there not a single line explaining how to cancel the god's selection? Ozzy thought, this guy has gone crazy. Ozzy set down a glass of water and asked, I do not understand why you hate this matter so much. Isaac glared and asked, you want to know? Ozzy hurriedly replied, never mind, do not say it. Ozzy scratched his head and said, you already received a gift from the supreme god. That means you have officially been chosen. Isaac replied, I threw it away. Ozzy shouted, why throw it away? Once you have the gift, summoning will not be difficult. Isaac said, I do not need it. Ozzy sighed, I respect your thoughts, but having a high-level god is still better, right? Isaac asked why. Ozzy explained, the Zich-Sak family plans to summon their god to capture you. Continued, when their god examines your faith, you will be punished. If the supreme god does not block it, you will die. Isaac said, then give me your Thansak god, block it, and it will be done. As for the god of light, he should be good at finding shiny things like gold. Ozzy shouted, the god of light is not like that. Isaac thought, is there really no high-level god willing to listen to me? Whisper murmured, do you really think there is? It is better to prepare an escape plan. 1 week later, during the god summoning ceremony, young priests whispered, Will we truly see the supreme god? Are you joking? Being chosen and summoning are two different things. How could that brat possibly do it? Some whispers reached Sebit's ears. People still do not know the rumor about Isaac Joshua's fate. If the Zitchsak god is truly summoned, then Isaac will be executed. He curled his lips into a cold smile. I do not know what tricks you used before, but everything ends here. The Zitchsak god will erase you. Sebit pointed directly at Isaac and declared, Isaac, today you will definitely die. Isaac thought tiredly, another one. Someone stepped forward and added, Sebit is right. The Hongsak cardinal continued, your body cannot withstand the summoning ritual. Isaac thought irritably, why are there so many people causing trouble today? He suddenly made a proposal that left Nizer speechless. I will help you summon the supreme god. The Hongsak cardinal continued, but after the summoning you must hand that god over to the Hongsak family. Zilai immediately stepped in front of Isaac. Even if you make such an offer, it is useless. The Hongsak cardinal suddenly exclaimed, that is right him. Isaac was about to say, I will switch to the god of fortune, but Zilai quickly covered his mouth before he could continue. Zilai held Isaac firmly while he struggled and thought, actually this proposal is not bad. The god of fortune is also a high-level god, so he can oppose the Zitchsak god. He gritted his teeth and thought, more importantly, without that help Isaac might die trying to summon the supreme god. Isaac bit Zilai's hand hard to break free. Zilai thought silently, I cannot accept letting this precious nephew die. He gently called Isaac. Those words made Isaac stop. Do what you want. Isaac stood upright and said to the Hongsak cardinal, the deal is settled. He immediately smiled and praised, a wise decision. Suddenly a priest rushed in shouting. He reported in panic, urgent matter. The order of the summoning ritual has been changed. Continued, Sebit will perform right before Isaac. Isaac whispered happily while the Hongsak cardinal shouted angrily. What? I walked forward with a dark face. It seems that Zitchsak bastard bribed the Haksak cardinal. Zilai shouted in alarm, Father. Eli said angrily, I will handle this matter. On the ritual platform, a priest said, Sebit will summon before Isaac. Some people looked at Ian and whispered, this is practically a public declaration of Isaac's execution. At that moment, Eli rushed toward Ian. The young priests whispered, that is the Thansak cardinal. Is he going to oppose the Haksak cardinal? Eli took out a chest. A priest whispered, Thansak and Zitchsak have always been rivals. When the chest opened, someone wondered curiously, how will the righteous Thansak family respond? Eli placed a chest full of gold and said, here is the money, change the order. Eli and Ozzy shouted in shock, family head. The priests around whispered, the Thansak cardinal is bribing them. Surely they will not accept such a blatant bribe. Ian looked at the pile of gold and said, it is worth considering. This amount is not small. Isaac suddenly shouted no. He ran forward and shouted, Grandfather, the Dasua family cannot do this. Isaac urged, Grandfather family head, please stop. The crowd sighed in admiration, truly worthy of a saint candidate. The boy is perfect as the future pope. Isaac's next sentence left everyone stunned. If there is that much money, then give it to me first. A priest stepped forward and sneered. I did not expect Thansak to do such dirty things. He laughed and asked, has the Thansak family head broken his own doctrine? Eli replied indifferently, the Thansak faith exists to protect the weak. He held up a large gold bar and said, and we are protecting the weakest person in our family. Does that not still follow the doctrine? Isaac thought in surprise that interpretation works. Ian suddenly spoke, this side of you is admirable, but continued with a smile. We have already accepted something from Zitchsak. Eli gritted his teeth, bastard. Do you know what will happen if that Zitchsak brat summons his god? A priest asked, so even you doubt Isaac Dasua, cardinal of Thansak? He sneered, please stop. Once a decision is made, it cannot be changed. Ian nodded, that is right, it has already been decided. He suggested, then let both of them summon at the same time. A priest cried out in shock, sir, how can you allow that after receiving money? Ian turned away and said, then hurry and summon faster. He asked coldly, or are you afraid? Ozzy gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, arguing now is useless. Only the cardinal can decide in the end. He clenched his fist and said, fine, but we will remember this. The priest turned away and declared, Thansak and Haksak will regret this. Isaac saw Ian take the chest of gold and called out, Grandfather. Eli patted his shoulder. Do not worry, even if you cannot summon, it will be fine. He continued smiling, even if those bastards summon their god. Isaac looked at him with shining eyes as Eli said, we will still protect you. Isaac softly called, Grandfather. Isaac saw Ian take the chest of gold and called again, Grandfather. Eli patted his shoulder and said, do not worry, even if you fail to summon, it is fine. He continued smiling, even if those people summon their god. Isaac looked at him emotionally as Eli said, we will protect you. Isaac called again, Grandfather. Isaac pointed into the distance and said, that is not it. Eli asked, not it. Isaac pointed at several wooden boxes nearby. Those bribe boxes. Isaac shouted loudly, Give them to me. Under Eli's gaze shifting from affection to anger, Isaac added, if there are more, give them to me too. 2 lumps appeared on Isaac's head. Ozzy ignored it and shouted, what are you trying to do, Isaac? Ozzy said, Nizer Sebit will summon the law god, their chief god. Isaac hugged a chest of money and replied, even better. Isaac continued, I originally planned to make a deal with Hong Sak, then sabotage this ritual. Ozzy was shocked. What? Isaac explained, the things they gave must contain magic seals. I plan to wait until they activate, then pretend to faint and blame them. Ozzy sighed, knowing that and still taking it. Isaac thought, if a high-level god appears, it will surely recognize my soul. Thought further, the original plan was to pretend illness and leave before anyone summons a high-level god. There was also a plan to use a higher god to destroy everything. Isaac sneered, but if Nizer Sebit summons the law god, then the situation will be different. Isaac licked his lips and smiled wickedly, but if it is that god, then it is perfect. I will take this chance to make Zich Sak never dare bother me again. Nizer looked at Isaac stepping forward and thought, once I summon that god, he is finished. The 2 stepped onto the ritual platform together. A priest shouted loudly, begin. Nizer Sebit raised his right hand and shouted, I will go first. A red light appeared in Nizer Sebit's hand. The light exploded and spread everywhere. Nizer Sebit was delighted. Several people shouted, it is the law god. Nizer Sebit shouted excitedly, success. On Isaac's side, he placed his hand on his chest. Golden light gradually appeared, then burst forth. Pillar of light shot upward like a flame toward the ritual ceiling, then spread wildly. Some people shouted, what is happening? Did Isaac truly summon a higher god? Nizer Sebit glanced over and reassured himself. Summoning alone is not enough. He still has to sign the contract. Told himself, that means I still have time. Nizer Sebit clasped his hands and shouted loudly, oh God. He fixed his gaze on the blazing red sphere of light ahead and loudly pleaded, please examine that man's soul and punish him. He is an existence that breaks the rules of this world. Voice echoed everywhere, which brat dares call himself a saint? Whisper shouted in panic, he really appeared? We are about to be erased. Y calmly replied that there was no need to worry. He hurriedly shouted, hurry up, sign the contract immediately. The stands, Ian quietly watched Isaac. The priests whispered that the brat really summoned a higher god. Another reassured them that it was fine. Gianni fell even faster than that. Someone loudly said that as long as he signs the contract first, everything will end immediately. At that moment, the form of the god, summoned by Nizer Sebit, gradually began to appear. Nizer Sebit suddenly froze. Law god asked, is that the one who ate the bones of the skeletal demon king? Nizer Sebit immediately shouted confirmation. Yes, he is a heretic. Please examine him. The god interrupted and said there was no need for examination. Isaac quietly raised his head and listened as the law god said that the brat had absolutely no faith. People on the stands trembled in fear as the law god continued declaring that a disgusting evil aura of the skeletal demon king still rose from his body. The law god added that not only that, but he was also using that power. Nizer secretly startled and wondered what was happening. The law god coldly said, it was truly disappointing that such a creature dared step into the domain of the gods. Law god raised his hand and pointed straight at Isaac, declaring that you will be executed immediately. Isaac calmly raised his head and looked at him. Zilai thought in shock that Isaac's lack of faith had finally been exposed. He looked toward Nizer Sebit on the platform and calculated that he must be taken down now. As long as he knocks the brat unconscious and cuts off the link with the god, it will be over. But someone stepped in front of Zilai and asked whether he had forgotten the Pope's order. The priest insisted that, aside from the summoner, no one was allowed near the magic circle. He curled his lips in a cold smile and said that everything has a cause. If that brat is executed, there must be a proper reason. Zilai clenched his teeth in fury. The law god unleashed power. Whisper screamed that he chose the wrong master, and they would definitely die this time. Isaac calmly said that he had already said it would be fine. He smiled while looking at the power about to strike him. Whisper shouted in panic that nothing about this was fine. Isaac raised his hand and formed a small spark of light, saying, trust me, idiot. Immediately, the power unleashed by the law god rushed straight into Isaac's body. I shouted his name in shock. The law god quietly looked at the smoke that was gradually fading. He suddenly froze. When he saw Isaac still standing intact, the law god thought in shock that the blow had somehow been blocked. Isaac slightly curled his lips into a smile. His eyes flashed red as Isaac raised his hand and said, everything ends here. Dense surge of black mana immediately erupted from his body. Those watching Isaac covered their mouths as someone recognized it as dark mana. Priest Hector shouted that it was dark mana. A red-cloaked knight also shouted that the brat was using dark mana. Looked at Isaac wrapped in red-black mana and roared that he truly devoured part of the skeletal demon king. The Than Sak family is using the demon king's power. That brat is a heretic. Zilai tried to rush toward Isaac, but Gold blocked him and said, step back, or you will also be labeled a heretic. Zilai replied that it did not matter. He looked at Isaac and shouted, "Are we just going to watch him die?" The power of the law god continued striking Isaac. Some priests secretly rejoiced, thinking everything was over. The dark mana of the skeletal demon king had been revealed, so the brat would surely be punished. They told themselves that they would also attack together with the god. The long-haired priest shouted the moment he attacks. The one beside him immediately echoed, "Yes," once he attacks. The long-haired one shouted, "Attack now." The short-haired priest also shouted, "Yes, attack quickly." The priests rushed forward, shouting, "Attack, attack." Till I realized something was wrong because the god still had not attacked. Could it be that Nizer Sebit's summoning had a problem? The law god remained silent. He gritted his teeth and muttered that this was impossible. Isaac burst into laughter and said, "Yes, that is the look." His eyes flashed as Isaac happily said, "Long time no see. I will take good care of you, old friend." The law god quietly stared at Isaac. Isaac also raised his head and stared directly into his eyes. His face turned pale as he thought that this could not be happening. The law god frowned and told himself that this was completely unreasonable. A protective barrier appeared in front of him, shielding Isaac. A barrier. Several knights shouted in shock that there was a barrier. If that is the case, the brat cannot be punished. The barrier was continuously reinforced by streams of black mana. Isaac stood inside and sneered, "That bastard, you really have not changed at all." The law god raised his hand, and a magic circle appeared. He stood opposite Isaac. Isaac calmly asked, "So in the end you must act personally." The law god's eyes flashed as he unleashed power and muttered the words "soul judgment." The law god suddenly widened his eyes in shock. A figure appeared before him, making him exclaim, "What is this?" The form of Isaac's first reincarnation appeared. He laughed and greeted the law god, saying, "Long time no see." The law god repeatedly used soul judgment again and again. Isaac coldly said, "That is enough of that." The law god angrily thought that he should have been sealed inside an insect. Why is he here? Did the seal fail? He realized this and could hardly believe it. The law god sneered and told himself that it was probably just a fragment sent through a subordinate. Isaac looked at him and thought that man had gone insane. The law god declared that "You will die in this child's body. I will return the body to its rightful owner." Isaac took out several bottles and calmly replied that "You cannot kill me." In his hand were blue potions. Isaac smiled and said that "A high-level god like you dares challenge a higher god." Law god froze, thinking that the higher god chose him. The skeletal demon king. What is happening? He stepped back in panic, saying that this matter exceeded his authority. It must be reported to superiors. Isaac laughed and asked superiors. The two continued speaking. Isaac said, "I am the skeletal demon king, right?" He answered, "Yes." Isaac asked, "Then the seal failed, right?" Isaac's question made the law god freeze. "Was that seal not created by your own son?" Isaac waved his hand, saying, "Then go report it." Isaac asked threateningly that "You will also be punished if you do." The law god realized he would be punished as well. Isaac smiled wickedly, saying, "This will surely be interesting if they find out." Isaac's words made the law god even more frightened. Isaac said, "That poor minor god who longs for promotion. If this is exposed, you will never achieve that. Your superiors might kill you themselves." He growled, asking to set that aside. "What do you want?" Isaac replied, "Nothing much." Isaac proposed, "Sign a contract with me." The law god muttered, "Fine, sign the contract." He suddenly froze, as if realizing something important. The law god exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" He looked at Isaac smiling and thought in confusion that the demon king signing a contract with a god was absurd. But now he is a priest, truly a priest. Damn it, is he a demon king or a priest? The law god grabbed Isaac's shoulders and asked, "What is your current name?" He answered, "Isaac." The god demanded the full name. Isaac immediately replied, "Isaac Joshua." The law god gritted his teeth, thinking how he belonged to one of the 5 great families. Isaac looked straight at him and thought, "You are trapped now. You cannot kill me and you cannot return to report. You can do nothing, so signing a contract with me is best." Isaac continued talking with the law god. He asked, "What are you plotting?" Isaac replied that he only wanted to live a normal life. He retorted that he did not believe it. Isaac said that he had been imprisoned too long and now finally had a normal body. Isaac suddenly asked, "Whether you think I will easily abandon this body?" He raised his face and smiled gently, saying that "You worry I cannot sign a contract because I lack faith. In truth, I should thank you all." Moments later, the gentle smile vanished, replaced by his familiar sinister look. Isaac said mockingly, "Thank you very much. Thanks to you, I obtained this body. Your mistake is also a form of worship. Therefore, I can still sign the contract, right?" The law god angrily thought about killing him. Isaac continued persuading that "You cannot separate from me now. You know how weak humans are before gods. Do you think I will travel around claiming to be the skeletal demon king?" Isaac added that he only wanted to live quietly in this body. Whisper sighed, saying he lied constantly. Isaac immediately replied that he was not lying. Isaac sighed and thought that he would live peacefully, then assassinate the gods and reclaim what belonged to him. he would climb to the summit peacefully. He smiled brightly again, saying that when he achieves it, he will destroy everything. Isaac explained that to do that he needed a rat to watch events in the world of gods. Whisper asked about the higher god. Isaac replied that he would use him to threaten the others. Law God frowned, thinking, then remembered that the skeletal demon king always longed for a body that could die. Perhaps that is why he was obsessed with this body. He clenched his fist, saying that even so it was impossible. The red god can only form contracts with members of the Zich-Sak family. The law god flatly refused. Isaac muttered irritably, why not? Isaac calmly said, think carefully again. The law god listened in fear. As Isaac said, you know exactly what I can do if I become angry. The projection of the demon king appeared behind Isaac. He smiled and asked, do you want me to blow myself up again? The god of law gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, he actually dares to threaten me with self-destruction. I still have a headache from the last time he did that. Told himself that for now he should go along with him. But why Joshua? The god of law asked again. Will you truly live quietly? Isaac replied, of course. The god of law only pressed his lips together and said nothing. Immediately after that, the barrier suddenly showed cracks. The shield began to shatter into countless small fragments. Priests cheered. The god has taken action. He has erased the dark mana of the skeleton demon king so we can capture him. They immediately rushed toward Isaac, shouting loudly, capture that heretic. Those people shouted, stop right there, heretic. The knights suddenly halted when Isaac raised his hand. Isaac leisurely walked toward the two knights with a provocative stride. He raised the hand with the red mark for them to see, leaving them stunned. Isaac smiled cheerfully as if asking, I have taken your god away. What will you do to me? The two knights turned pale and gaped in shock. Isaac kept smiling brightly, making them tremble as they heard him repeat, I have taken your god away. What will you do now? The knights grew even paler and stood frozen. The long-haired priest stopped in panic. Someone shouted, the red god has just formed a contract with the priest of Azure. Was he not planning to summon the supreme god? The long-haired priest stammered, wondering why he signed a contract with our god instead of the supreme god. Could it be that he plans to seize both gods? The knights shouted, he intends to absorb the power of the red god first, then sign a contract with the supreme god. He will use the red god as a hostage to threaten us. Truly a madman. Hearing that, Isaac only burst into hearty laughter. From the stands, many whispers rose. The red god chose someone from Azure instead of Crimson. If the god who punishes heretics chose Isaac, then it proves his faith is completely steadfast. Isaac Sebit gritted his teeth in anger when he heard someone say that it meant the red god valued a child of Azure higher than the heir of Crimson. Isaac stood proudly in the middle of the ceremonial ground. People say he is a heretic. If that were true, the god would have killed him already, he thought to himself. Look at how far Crimson has fallen. Wonderful. Sephet stepped forward with a cold smile. His face darkened as he asked, do you intend to steal our god? He frowned and said the red god is now tied to the faith of Azure. There must be some mistake. Sephet continued, surely you will cancel this contract, but Eli interrupted and asked, why should it be canceled? He sneered and said the condition to become pope is to harmonize the 5 faiths. Now my grandson has been chosen by your god. Sephet gritted his teeth in fury and thought, that bastard. The two priests immediately objected and said it is absurd. How could anyone steal a god from another family? How could someone from the Joshua family take the god of Sebit? Zilai, standing beside them, said, let us go, patriarch. We do not need to listen to them anymore. One person still ran after them, saying this is too unreasonable. Give it back. Zilai replied, everything has its own reason. He tilted his head and smiled. Was that not the very sentence you once said to me? Inside the Joshua mansion, Ozzy shouted, what the hell did you do? He kept blaming Isaac. Have you seen the way they look at you? We already have few people. Do not create more enemies. Ozzy continued shouting. Isaac fell silent as he remembered that god. He recalled the earlier conversation with the god of law. The god of law held his head and sighed. Be careful. If my superiors learn about this, it will become troublesome. Isaac only replied wearily, all right. He added, do not be too confident. This body was crafted with extreme precision, but its lifespan is very short. He continued explaining, causing Isaac to pause. That is why we created many different candidates for the same. God of Law suggested that if Isaac wished, he could transfer him to another body. For example, the body of a child from the Crimson family. He said, if you want to sign a contract with me, it would be more convenient that way. Isaac exclaimed, so that is how it is. Isaac sighed in amazement. It turns out this body is even better than he thought. Isaac laughed and said, if it were not exceptional, you would not bother advising me to change bodies. The God of Law angrily thought, what a cunning man. He sighed and said, anyway, I did not lie. Isaac replied, fine. No matter how strong this body is, it will break down quickly. The other candidates are probably just as strong as me. God of Law said, because I once deceived you, I will now give you a piece of advice. He said, before the barrier breaks, do not trust the Joshua family too much. Returning to the present, Isaac wondered why he said that. Ozzy shouted loudly, "Hey, are you listening? You could not summon the supreme god because you lacked mana, so you signed a contract with the red god, right?" Isaac raised his head and said, "That is not it." Voice sounded, "You are here." The golden cardinal walked in and said, "I offer my congratulations to the priests who tied for first place with my Kina in the black trial." He smiled falsely and said, "Although I dislike the tie, I will temporarily accept it since you belong to Azure." Isaac gritted his teeth thinking, just hearing him makes my spine cold. Ozzy beside him thought, he can still smile. Golden Cardinal asked, "You have not forgotten the agreement between us." He extended his hand and said, "I will pay more than the promised amount. Hand the supreme god over to us." Ozzy was inwardly shocked, thinking Isaac would certainly refuse. Isaac curled his lips and asked, "Really?" Isaac calmly replied, "Fine." Ozzy immediately shouted, "Have you gone mad?" Isaac stepped in front of the Golden Cardinal and said, "I will give it to you, but the money must be paid first." He smiled and asked again, "Did you not once say you would give me the god of wealth?" Inside, Isaac silently cursed that damned god of wealth. Golden Cardinal rummaged through his pocket, while slowly saying that each person has a limit to how many contracts they can sign with gods. He took out a small box and placed it on the table, explaining that the Pope can form many contracts, but for ordinary people it is very difficult. Opened the box and said, "Therefore I will give you this summoning stone. That way you will not need another contract." Isaac immediately cheered with delight. Wonderful. Ozzy panicked and shouted, "That is the ancestral pillar stone of the Golden family." Seeing Isaac happily take it, Ozzy turned pale, thinking that stone alone holds divine mana surpassing most shrines. He even gave Isaac something capable of blessing an entire kingdom. Isaac held the gleaming golden stone, quickly stuffed it into his pocket and asked, "So my task is only to summon the supreme god for you?" Ozzy paled, thinking this man seems not to care about the supreme god at all. Whisper curiously asked, "Do you truly intend to hand over the supreme god?" Isaac immediately replied he only wants to know what the supreme god wants. "I cannot completely trust the gods." Golden Cardinal said, "I have already given you the stone. Now then." He suddenly froze because the supreme god appeared. Radiant golden goddess appeared behind Isaac. Isaac was shocked as he saw her hand slowly touch his own. The Golden Cardinal instantly stood frozen. Everyone around shouted in astonishment, "That is." Shining mark appeared on Isaac's right hand. It was the contract mark of the supreme god. The surrounding crowd immediately murmured, "That is indeed it, but wait, does that not mean he has two contracts?" Isaac shouted in panic, "What in the world is happening?" He turned pale, thinking, "What the hell is this? Why did she suddenly sign a contract with me?" Ozzy joyfully shouted, "So you had planned it all along? You intended to secretly sign a contract with the supreme god beforehand, as expected of you. A cunning schemer who always stabs from behind." Isaac cursed inwardly, "That is not it, you idiot." The priests following the Golden Cardinal all thought angrily. After receiving the gift, he signed a contract with the supreme god. How shameless can these Azure people be? One man thought he would never allow this when Isaac suddenly rolled onto the floor, making everyone freeze. "I refuse. Cancel the contract for me." He cried and shouted, "Cardinal, hurry, and tell me how to reverse this." The Golden Cardinal reached toward the mark on Isaac's hand and said, "I understand you did not wish for this. Give me your hand." He frowned and said, "I will help you cancel the contract." He explained that breaking a covenant with a god cannot be forced. If you truly wish to abandon it, the contract will dissolve on its own. Isaac jumped up and said, "I truly want to cancel it." The Cardinal activated the ability Fate-Severing Contract. After that, he said the ritual to cancel the contract has been established. Contract mark gradually began to fade. The Cardinal said, "Do not think of anything else. Focus all your will on breaking the contract." Isaac replied tensely, "I am trying." Cardinal continued chanting Fate-Severing Contract. Inside, Isaac muttered, "I do not need the supreme god. Go away. The god of wealth is number one. Cancel the contract quickly." Isaac kept muttering, "Move aside. Please get lost. Disappear already. It feels like my mind is about to fly away." Cardinal seemed to read his thoughts and asked, "You dare curse me?" Isaac widened his eyes and replied, "That is not it." Whisper beside him whispered, "Leaving is not so bad, master." Isaac thought, "That is true, but I still prefer the god of wealth." Cardinal said coldly, "If this truly was an accident, then return the ancestral stone." That is what is right, Isaac thought. All right. Although it is a pity, it is indeed the right thing. Thinking that, Isaac finally spoke, "Cardinal of the Golden family, I will not forget this favor." Then he finished speaking and immediately slipped away from there. Soldiers looked at Isaac in confusion and asked each other, "What the hell is he talking about? What favor?" "I told him to return the ancestral stone." Isaac flew past the door while laughing loudly. Only then did everyone realize the problem and shout, "Your Excellency, Bishop." He stole the item and ran away. Scene shifted to the banquet hall. Discussions echoed everywhere among the Lamb clan. "Hey, did you hear that Isaac formed a double contract?" Can someone really sign 2 contracts? Tina has a dual bond with 2 gods, but it is still counted as one. But Isaac formed contracts with 2 gods of different faiths. There is even a supreme god. Suddenly, a group of mysterious people walked in and shouted loudly for everyone to keep order. An announcement is about to be made. After discussion, the #1 position at the pentagram platform of the Lamb clan belongs to Isaac Joshua. All members of the Lamb clan were instantly stunned. Then they joyfully shouted as the announcement continued reading, Isaac Joshua, after the ceremony, please come to the cardinal office to receive your reward. This result, it is probably the first time the Lamb clan has won at the pentagram platform. I do not know whether this is a dream or reality. Ozzy happily asked where Isaac was. Everyone replied as usual that no one knew. Ozzy sighed, that man runs everywhere every day. If he knew the Lamb clan won, Isaac would surely be very happy. Suddenly, a mysterious person spoke up. He said that means the year-long evaluation at the pentagram platform has ended. You will use the knowledge you have learned to step into the world. The graduation ceremony will take place at the year-end banquet. See you again in 3 months. For graduation, interact with your seniors and build relationships with them. 3 seniors immediately stepped onto the floor. Ozzy looked at them and whispered that one looks like he wants to pressure others with authority. I heard the debut event is not simple either. Someone said, is that not the general manager of the second-rank priests? Why did he come here? Probably because he is interested in Isaac. Ozzy sighed, thinking it might be better that Isaac is absent. Attracting the attention of the general manager would be troublesome. He must remind Isaac not to cause trouble again. Just as he thought that, Isaac flew straight in through the door. The people of the cardinal chased after him, shouting, capture him. Turn the ancestral stone. The seniors looked and asked, is that the famous Isaac Joshua? The blonde senior said, just like the rumors. He has no composure at all, like a wild horse without reins. Suddenly, Isaac rushed straight in front of him, then delivered a kick straight to his face. The seniors shouted in panic, general manager. Blonde man angrily shouted, you lunatic. Isaac calmly said, I am busy. Why are you blocking the road? The subordinates asked, general manager, are you all right? Has he gone mad? General manager reassured them, do not panic. He is someone we need to control. I will handle this matter myself. Isaac kept running while beating the cardinal's people and cursing. How long do you intend to chase me? The cardinal's men shouted, what is he throwing? Someone behind shouted, hand over the ancestral stone. Ozzy watched and could only chant in his mind that it was all over. The general manager's subordinates also complained, what is that fool doing? A mere intern dares to step on someone's face as a foothold. By heavens, he just did that and walked away as if nothing happened. Being praised as a saint candidate has made him lose all restraint. A blue-haired man said, do not go too far. He is only 10 years old. How could a child understand everything? He only needs strict education. The Lamb clan members, hearing this, thought that it was over. At this moment, the general manager added that soon the interns will go to the royal palace to receive a commission from the queen. That mission is related to the final graduation score. Your results have not yet been decided. He said, can that wild horse madman achieve good results without our help? We must give him the lowest score so he comes to his senses. He is a child who has been excessively spoiled. As seniors, we must guide him back to the right path. Ozzy thought with a headache that it was over. He had truly been targeted. Before he could finish speaking, he received another kick straight to the face. Isaac spoke irritably. What nonsense are you muttering? The cardinal's men were still chasing enthusiastically over there. Why does that man keep helping Isaac? Are you on his side? Get it? Just as those words ended, a tremendous crash sounded. Everyone present in the room instantly froze. Isaac revealed a sly smile. He turned away while waving his hand and said, see you all at the graduation ceremony.